All right, awesome. Good afternoon for most people tuning in. I think it's only us late risers in WA where it's still the morning. But hello everyone, and welcome to Preenet's 2 Cascades 2. I'm Elmo, and with me is Stinky.
Hello.
All right, so first game up of the afternoon is rolling in, and we have Hobart Archangels on red, Team Aqua feeling right at home on blue, and Adelaide Aegis on green. Stinky, what are your thoughts for this game?
I'm expecting a comfortable win for the Archangels here. They've got the stronger base and they're the better team out of the three, so I'm expecting a comfortable win. I think the fight for second and third in this game will be a bit closer. Yeah, maybe Aegis can get second here. I wouldn't put it past them, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Maybe first game of the day. Not everyone's like fully awake and warmed up. Maybe
I
upset, but yeah.
it's 2 p.m. in Hobart. I would hope that they're awake. I mean, warmed up. It's Hobart. It's probably freezing cold.
True.
I jest, but um, yeah. Um, Yeah, because looking at the results so far, Archangels look like they're having a very good comp, um, which is very positive signs for them rolling in internationals. Um, I I am going to enjoy throughout our coverage today. Every time we've got Team Aqua on blue or Team Magma on red, it's perfect. We do
Yeah.
need a Team Emerald or something though to throw on green to have the perfect trifecta.
Yeah. Right. About to get started. Can see the players and the bases.
Oh yeah, I wasn't watching yesterday's stream too much, but I'm not sure how well the team names from Freenet's 2 are showing up on the 5x3 accurately. Because we can see what's on there at the moment is a public game from before they started, and apparently Can't Phase Her have made a surprise appearance to come and play. Disappointing they missed all their bases though. Must have been a very defensive game.
Oh, true. I just realised that's a team from Prenats 1, not even from this comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the one game, you know.
So I think Adelaide Aegis, I haven't seen the teams list, but that was an actual Nats team at Bendigo. So in
Yeah,
this game, we
most
do,
of them are played together at Bendigo.
yeah. So it does look like there are actually 2 teams in here that will likely be their actual Nats teams for ZLTAC when it eventually rolls around. I think Team Aqua's the only mixed team. So who's on Team Aqua? We can look that up. Uh, Griffo, Dark Passion, Jam, Hazmat, Moss, Cheeto. That might actually be a team, but yeah.
I guess you'd have to ask someone from Queensland. They'd be able to tell you, but I don't think we're in the loop.
No. So anyone, oh, actually, in that case, I'd better have Twitch open as well. Ah, one more tab. But yeah, so this game still hasn't set. Oh, no, it's just started off. All right, cool. But I see a ref sprinting out of blue base, so that may not have been good. Um,
Mm,
and that red player's deact in the base and hasn't evac, so that's no good.
yeah, I wonder what's going on there. Oh,
Okay, game abort.
I guess
Okay.
starting again. Close
But
game, only 70 points in that one.
But yeah, just a heads up for anyone going to Nats, even if there's a malfunction with the game, you play the game as if it was gonna keep going until they actually cancel the game. So just a warning on that one, because you don't want to get any silly red terms that will carry over again into the actual game. Ah. But all right, so we've had our that was your warm up. You wanted Stinky, make sure everyone's awake and alert. We've
Yeah.
had our quick 45-second warm up. Now time for the actual game. Looks like
Yeah,
we
I
got
wonder
a
what happened there. The red player, the lights were off and they were in the base. Technical
yeah,
difficulty. I don't know. It was a bit strange, but hopefully when they start up the second time, it should be all good.
uh, screen it again, isn't it? Hmm. Um, so I suppose while we're waiting for that game to go in, how's your prep coming for nationals?
In terms of the team or like,
Well, just anything in general. Have you been trying to
well,
hit the training a lot? I mean, I haven't. I've been horrible.
I mean,
I've just been playing a bucket load of social league and hoping that
yeah, well,
game sense and knowledge will carry me through
mm,
with my lack of
I
skill.
I did go to pre-nuts one, and I think that will help. But it would be good to go to like all of them. Like I reckon the Hobart teams coming into it, getting the like same 5 players for all 3 competitions is going to be like that. Practice will be absolutely invaluable, especially in this comp because there's quite a few higher level teams. So
Yeah.
for
Well,
the Archangels and the other 2 Hobart teams, it'll be really really good practice on come nats. You can test everything, find out where there's like holes in your game.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I think obviously the best practice is in the arena. So
Yeah.
pre-nats one was very good. Quite like the packs; they are very good. Shame we don't have any here in WA, but
Ah, yeah.
guess
It
we'll
is
just
what it is.
yeah.
You control what you can.
Laser tag's laser tag.
Yeah, because I know I've been horrible for going to training. I don't think I've gone at all this year. So it's just really been our quality tournaments that I've been relying on. Uh-huh. Okay. Chat. Anyone?
Ooh. Mikey picks up the red base there for the Aftershock, and Sega gets denied. Wow. Aftershock? Wait, no, that's not right.
No, no. Okay, so on green we've got Aegis,
Looks.
on blue we've got Team Aqua, and on okay, red's right. So the Archangels is correct. Um,
And then
and
Aegis on
well,
green.
you
And
do have an Adelaide team on green, and you do have a Queensland team on blue. So it's not too far off the mark. Um, doo, doo, doo. Okay, and I've now got the Twitch chat up as well. Okay, excellent, cool. But I need that back up. Okay, that works. Cool. Um, okay, so nice quick early bases from Archangels and Aftershock. That's a bloody hell. Aegis. Team Aqua, uh, yet to get a base. But still only 2 and a bit minutes in. And if I remember correctly from Prenats 1, most games started pretty slow. We didn't see many bases going off, and then it was really those last 2 minutes where things normally went crazy if it
yeah.
was going to go off. Mm, okay, so looks pretty quiet at red and blue at the moment. We've got Kitty, formerly Grays, cracking into green but getting shot out. Actually looks like we've got attackers from both red and blue attacking green.
Shot out again.
Chirikitties shot out again. Um, Archangels doing quite well on the pack points though at the moment.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that's to be expected.
hmm,
They know the arena better than anyone, basically. They'll know all the angles and spots to push for points and stuff. So I think you'd expect them, especially in this game with the other two teams, to have the
oh,
refs running out.
we've seen something.
Wonder who that's gonna be.
Yeah, I know. Preenats won. The 5-5-3 was struggling with terms, so we might
Mm,
just have to wait to see someone score. You know, drop
yeah.
drastically very quickly to find out who that was. Um,
Mm.
Alright, otherwise, what have we got? Okay, so Laser Tag South Australia is saying that Mikey might actually be exile um, in the game. So, okay, it's either a different player or a different,
Oh,
and
no,
oh, another
not
restart.
good. Would that term the player got on blue, like go into the next one as well? I mean, at blue, not on the blue
I,
player. We don't. We
oh,
didn't see
well,
who it was on.
well, that ref running out may have been
Oh,
about a
it's
game malfunction to
true.
get
Oh, okay,
fixed as opposed to another term.
that's a good point. Um,
And I would have to brush up on my rule book. I think yellow term, so warnings, I don't think they do. But if it's a red term, I'm pretty sure that one gets carried
okay.
over to any replays.
Yeah, it could be that the ref was running out due to technical difficulties as opposed to a termination, but
Ah, okay, cool. So thank you to Valkyrie in the chat. Yep, only level 2 or red terms carry over into any replay
mm,
games. But looks like the ref was just running out for a malfunction. And good to see blue team keeping warm with a bit of dancing. Good to see. Um, and yeah, we're just chilling a bit. Um,
mm,
but no, this is one of the good things about freelancers and why they're important because any of these sort of difficulties or troubles that we have, we're sorting them out here and now instead of when everyone's trying to what were the words? My words are somewhere this morning, but they've abandoned me. During the actual competition,
mm, mm,
because we've already got long days on site during comp, we don't want them any longer than needed. Um,
mm. And I feel like a replay of a Cascade 2 game in pre-nats 2 is better than like one in actual nats because so that's obviously much more important and a lot more people are invested in that.
hmm,
It can always be frustrating though if you're like winning a game and it has to be replayed. But that one was only a few minutes in, so I don't think any of the teams will be too. And it was also pretty close. I don't think any of the teams will be too upset about that.
yeah, it was less than 4 minutes in, but
Yeah,
those games where you start off, your crack pace is easy, and you and your partner, you've got four within like the first 2 minutes. And it's just like, we're amazing, we got this, we're in control. Game restart, get stonewalled out of your bases because you finished too early the previous game.
oh yeah. Hopefully we get underway shortly. Well, I think that is running into blue base. Looking at the back of everyone's pack.
Yeah, we've got
Wonder what's going on. Is he on the phone? Couldn't tell what
well,
was happening.
also got Twinkles is just run into green and turned all of those packs off. So yeah, they might be on the phone to tech support or something to help
Strange.
resolve an issue.
Um, yeah, I'm sure it will all be sorted. Uh, yeah. Hard to commentate when there's no actual game being played.
No, but we can still talk about stuff.
True.
Um, so actually, you've now played on Helios 2.
Mm.
Um, and you've played on Helios Pro, and you've played on the stuff we play on in WA. hold on. Someone was talking to us in the Discord.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
all right. So,
Um,
in case you couldn't hear that Twitch chat, it was a system crash, and it will be on again shortly.
yeah. So technical difficulties, but they're being sorted.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so obviously a lot of the commentary that we heard was concerns about the barrel sensors for the Gen 2 phases. Now obviously we're a bit more used to phases that are more sensitive to being tagged. So how did you feel coming from what we play on? Was there a big difference?
Um, I mean, from what we play on, uh, like the phaser when they're behind a wall is kind of similar. You just shoot the phaser, but obviously dueling other times, like it's zone, so it's very different when you're just like on panels as opposed to like someone else is behind the cover and you need to shoot their phaser. Like you're paneling and dueling, it's different.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
like
you're not quite getting gen-8'd off the phaser then.
no, like
Okay. Well
I
that's good.
I felt
That's
like I was
fine
pretty
then.
good at shooting people's phaser. I was chatting to some other people, like I could just I don't know, maybe it's because we shoot the phaser a lot in back home. Like
Yeah.
but when I was in Hobart, I was doing that to a lot of people, getting lots of cheeky denials like that. Um, yeah, because a few people like would have been used to Helios Pro, so they just like leave it on the panel and you can shoot it. You really need to like if you want to shoot from behind cover, you need to shoot and then put it behind your phaser back behind cover immediately. Because if
Yeah.
you leave it there, it's just going to get shot by one of like a player who's looking for that. Especially when shooting bases. Don't
Mm.
like the red base. If you're shooting from the back V, you need to be really careful because the person can ding your phaser as you attempt to shoot the base. So you need to be really careful with that. Gotta, yeah,
But otherwise, by all accounts, a nice system to play on, and I'm actually
yeah,
looking forward to it. I'm really
yeah.
looking forward to getting my hands on one of those.
I like Hobart a lot in comparison to Bendigo. I don't know if it's the packs, the arena, but I don't know. I had a lot of good fun at Brunette's one. Bendigo was good as well, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe the arena, maybe the packs. Don't know what it is. Good fun.
But yeah, so obviously we can't see very many of the changes. We know there were a couple of changes made. The only obvious one I can
Is
really
this
see is I think in
green?
green.
Uh,
Yeah, I
the
think those
wall that's on the
doorways
left side
on
of the
the
camera.
yeah, that doorway is a bit narrower. I
So
thought they'd moved the T, but that panel's different, isn't it?
yeah, so the panel used to be at like a 45-degree angle coming out of the wall, but now I believe it's at a like 90-degree angle, and the door is a tiny bit smaller maybe as a result. But the right wall hasn't been changed. It's just the one on the camera,
Yeah.
and the left wall just got moved from like a 45-degree angle to 90 degrees.
Mm. Yeah. Okay.
Um,
You've just
Not sure how
mentioned
that changes. They're all leaving.
yeah, no, you've just mentioned something very important that I was supposed to ask you. You might remember which doors are called which,
Oh,
because I may have ended up just calling them left and right on the cameras in PreNat
um,
1, but I think we did get the feedback on what the actual doors were called.
so I definitely remember for green, the left door on the camera is the B door, and the A one is the right door. Um,
Okay.
at least that's what our team did. I think that's correct. Um,
Mhm,
so out of the right door at green is towards red base and the pack room. So
mhm.
that's the A door, and the other one, left side of green is B door. For blue, same deal. The right. Actually, I don't really remember. I think the right door was A door, and then the one further away to the like left side of the screen is B door. I don't remember what we had for red, but I think that was what we had for blue and
Well,
green.
I'm trying to remember because yeah, it's nice when everyone can have a consensus for
Yeah,
what the calls are. Um, because if you're coming up to, you know, a base for denial and you're like the third team, it's nice for any shot out defenders to be able to come to you. Oh yeah, A door. And get the lunge. Whereas they might go A door, and if you've got different A doors, you lunge a different door, shoot in a different direction. It's kind of like, oh, sorry, you're A door. So
Yeah.
it's good as much as possible to kind of learn what the common calls are amongst the cohort and try to adopt them.
Yeah, I think us and a few of the other teams are using A and B, but then quite a few teams were using front and back. That was also pretty popular. So I guess.
Yeah, but I think so long as you can align
Mm.
A is equal to front and B is equal to back, I don't mind that too much. Um, I personally do prefer the A and B calls, but I can understand the front and back.
Yeah,
But yeah,
no,
just
I agree. A and B is superior. I said it. It's there. It's out there. Yeah.
just wait for the chat to explode. No, I don't think it's actually gone to on that one.
I guess it's just what you're used to.
Yeah,
At least in our Nance team, that's what we use.
yeah. All right. Well, Sergeant Moo, what have you missed? You've missed absolutely nothing yet. This is still the first game of the
First
day. They've
game,
had a
yeah.
couple of technical difficulties. Um, so when they start up, this will still be Hobart Archangels on red, Team Aqua on blue, and Adelaide Aegis on green. Please do try to ignore, in most cases, the team names on the 5x3. They're not correct. But at the bottom of the stream, you'll see that there's the schedule up, so you'll be able to see who's on what. Um, oh, one of the Aegis boys is turning his cap the right way around. Looks like he's getting serious. No, the cap's on backwards again.
There's
Um,
only 2 players in green, which makes me think we're not getting started anytime soon.
oh, hold on. The red ref. There was some. No, no, not trying to talk to us. Pity.
uh,
Um, okay, so while they're doing that, I suppose let's have a quick look at Cascade 1 results. So I'll just read these out if you don't have them up. If anyone in the chat is interested on the ZLTAC Facebook page, there is the Prenets to Hobart draw. It's a Google sheet, and that Google sheet actually has a whole heap of really nice tabs. So you've got the schedule overview on the first one, and then the schedule for round robin, cascades 1, 2, and finals. And then also the last 2 tabs are your team list, and there is a maze map in there as well, if anyone's curious. But out of Cascades 1, oh, actually, I can pull up the neat ladder that AJ did. So I don't think any surprise Hobart Vikings in first. Not
do
dropping
you
it.
know though? Oh wait, okay.
Sorry.
I was gonna say they did get 1 second finally.
Yes, yes. So they finally came second in a game in Cascades 1. And the beautiful poetry of this was that we had Team Magma on red coming in first, Hobart Vikings second on green, and Team Aqua on blue. So I think the stars aligned a little bit on that one.
Yeah, they did not
Uh,
drop a single game at Prenats 1, and so them finally not coming first was a
it was a big deal.
yeah.
It's a
I think it
very big
bodes well
deal.
for finals because last finals I remember like almost turning it off like halfway through game 2 because it was just a done deal really. So hopefully this finals they don't win by 10,000 every game. Like hopefully it's a bit closer.
Like, yeah, it's like any grand final of any sporting competition. You
Mm,
might have the team that you want to win, but you want it to be a competitive win. You don't want it to be a
yeah,
blowout.
yeah.
Um, but then we had actually no, AJ's one. There we are. So then we had Team Magma staying in second from round robin through to Cascades. Archangel staying in third. Rampage and One Up staying in fourth and fifth, respectively. Um, and then 6 and 7. So after round robin, Team Aqua on 28 points were ahead of the Catalorcas on 26 points. And then after Cascades won, they swapped places. They were on equal victory points with 40 points apiece, but the Catalorcas have the higher average score. And then likewise for Adelaide Aegis and Hobart Cerberus, 8 and 9 in round robin. They swapped places after Cascade 1. So Hobart Cerberus ahead there on 30 points and Adelaide Aegis on 28. Um,
And I think we're finally getting started. For real this time, hopefully. All right.
don't don't jinx it, please.
True, true. Touch wood, touch wood. I'm touching my desk at the moment.
It just everyone cross your fingers. We want to get the first game finished before 3 o'clock Hobart time. Um, but starting off, Aftershocks, goodness gracious,
Yeah.
Aegis off to the early pack lead, with Team Aqua and Archangels pretty tied. So it's just starting off with a pack game at the moment. Um, Looks like pretty standard, one in each base, probably with two defenders on the outside and two attackers. Oh, we've got
There
Sega
you go.
cracking into green, getting shot out. Um, Thankfully got shot out before he could put shots into the base. Um, Actually, a lot of players look very hungry to put. Okay, yep, easy points. Yep, shots, nice.
Oh,
It's
good
very
play.
nice base actually.
Well
Um,
done. So they're now ahead on pack points and have a base in hand. So
yep,
I think
yep,
that's expected. The
yep.
home team been playing well this competition, as you said earlier.
Yep. Well, again, if we shout out if anything interesting happens while I'm in another tab. So in this game, so we've got third place playing. Oh goodness, they don't have the numbers on there. Uh, Seventh and ninth. So we do expect this, according to the ladder, to be a comfortable Hobart Archangels win. And then yeah, Team Aqua Adelaide Aegis is where it could be tight, could be interesting. Um,
Yeah. But Green went down again. I wonder.
to
I
Aqua.
didn't watch any of their games, but I wonder if they've been doing any exciting strategies. Um,
Well, I remember playing them at Bendigo, and they were very savvy, very good team.
mm,
I think we played them like 5 or 6 times and lost to them every time. Um,
yeah, yeah, they were a bit of a thorn in our side, that comp.
yeah. Um, Had a red player crack back into green, but I think that was easy points, so he already had it. Probably just there farming some points. We got Jam. Oh, two-shot denied
The
in
third
green
team,
by red. Yep. So that was a nice bag of points for red. Especially denying the team that's currently coming second. So that
yeah,
worked out quite nicely for them.
you can see the worm in the bottom left go up for them and go down for blue, but
Oh,
Jam's back on,
Jam in again,
and
and yep, nice, got it that time. Um, so I think with this team, I think it's about a half and half of experienced and newer players. Because Dark Passion's been around for a very long time. He's a very good player. I think Moss Bendigo was his first Nats, but he was an absolute monster, wasn't he?
well,
Didn't he
they're all
win
from
juniors?
Queensland, right? Yes,
Yeah.
so he went on to win juniors, and I mean, all the players are from Queensland, so
Yeah.
that's instantly makes them good. Um,
Wash that mouth out, young man. Um, but yeah, I suppose a little bit from watching Jam take that base, he kind of rocked up to that panel and just focused on the base, putting
Mm,
shots in, wasn't really watching a door or in a position to try and defend himself. So I think those are the skills that develop with more gameplay and especially playing these higher levels of competition.
mm.
Um, that will come with time.
Yeah, the green
Um,
base is very funny because if you even like, you need to be really flush with that wall, otherwise like they'll be able to tag one of your sensors. Like I think when the Vikings play later on and some of the other the Team Magma, you watch their players when they're on the
oh,
green V, they're very good.
DP, nice,
Good
gets his
save.
green base.
Yeah, so the Queensland players and the Hobart Vikings are all very good at like sitting flush with that panel so they don't get shot out.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I do remember Preenet's one green base in particular just looked like Denial City, absolute
Mm,
Denial City.
mm.
Um, but the quick state of play, okay, we did have two red players actually inside the base, which was a little unusual, but now we're back to one in. Um,
I think with the green base, there's only really one main shooter spot. Obviously, you can shoot it from the little box that you can't see on the camera, but I think like 99.9% of takes are going to be from the T. So it's if you hear the base going down, there's only one spot to lunge,
well,
as opposed to blue and red, where it can be taken from like two spots really.
well, I saw a couple of spicy takes. Freenet's one, Ador, the one on the right, correct? In that little
Uh,
nook where you got that 45, I saw a couple of players take it from there, and I actually do like that as a bit of a chaos base sort of spot to get it from.
yeah.
Um, because your players are naturally going to dive for
Mm,
yeah, like that blue player cracking in. Um, gonna dive that T position. Um, but if you're in an awkward spot, you might get lucky, dodge the first tag, tag the lunger, and then get the base. But red pushing green pretty hard now, and green pushing blue also. Um, starting to look very busy.
yeah. So
Um,
Team Aqua are ahead, but I think they might not be after that base from Sega.
yep, very nice. So Aqua ahead on bases, but Archangel's just able to get those pack points to haul in that one base deficit. Um, which is very nice. But we do also have a blue player back um, in green base set up.
Oh, good
Are we still
tags.
waiting for that base to come back up?
Yes, yes. So Sega shot it just a little while ago. It should be up
Yeah,
very
that's right.
shortly. I imagine when it's up, he'll start shooting.
Yep, cool.
Unfortunately.
So any friends or family watching from home when a base station gets deactivated, you can't shoot it for 30 seconds. So it's not as if you can have four people just stacked up and shoot the base one after the other. There's a 30-second cooldown period. So you might crack into a base, clear all the defenders, go, sweet, this base is mine. It's still deactivated, bugger. But Green's cracked back in and set up in their own base. We've got a lot of activity at Blue base, with the defenders just getting back in. Um, Red, it's hard to tell because we can't really see much out of those doors with these cameras. Um, but they're still playing a defender in. And Blue's cracked back in. Uh, DP covering Hasbro.
And he
Nice.
gets so that's their fourth green base
Yep.
with just a bit over half the game played. They are ahead, but not ahead on pack points. Just
Yep.
they just have the two extra bases on the Archangels at this stage. I do think it's that there's like two options once the base is down for like the attackers and defenders. Like you can, if you're in, is it worth like staying in? This is one discussion like our team had, like at Prenats one. Like you
I
could, because the bases are so close together, you can like 30 seconds is a long time to go and make a play at another base as the defenders. Like
oh,
so
okay.
it's like a whether it's worth like clearing out your base and setting up in the like defender positions, or is it worth going somewhere else and trying to get another base in return if your base
Yeah,
just went down, you know?
yeah. No,
So
that's a really good question.
we did see the green that time, like when
Yeah,
Hasbro was under
Pogsley
the base. We did
got
see
Aegis their first base. Nice.
Oh,
Um, so yeah, I suppose two things to your first comment there around do you stay or do you go? Or green player in red, shots on red.
I
And first,
yeah,
um,
I think green may
right,
have
did he
done it. There
actually?
was not much resistance when that base was being shot,
Yep,
and there's a few greens in around red. Although
yep.
blue has got to the V and is clear as well.
Okay, so this is the suppose the we'll jump onto this. So blue have not diversified bases either because they haven't been able to, because the red defense has just been too strong. So they've pretty much finished their green. But now they need red. Um, but then so does the team that they're trying to beat out. So do you just accept that, look, we're probably not going to beat the Archangels, even though they're within 3,000 points, so they're close. But now Archangels, actually, no, they also have ore of the dumped base. Hmm.
Yeah, and they're anchoring down now. They now have two in. I'm assuming
Yep.
they've probably
Okay.
got quite a few players at their base trying to get it now. So they've got the two players in, and so do blue. Blue also have two in. Although one guy just got shot out.
So actually, let's flip this discussion around because I was thinking, okay, has Green, played one of these teams out because one team has all of their base and the other one doesn't? Let's flip that around to have they left it too late to leave? Because they would know the defense count. They would know that well, they're
Yeah.
now down 9. And if they had 1, maybe they should have pulled the trigger earlier, like 3 or 4 minutes ago, and
Mm.
realized that our base is dropping too quickly. We're not getting any bases in return. Um, we need to go and change how this game's being played. Because now they've managed to get 2 quick blues. Moss getting his dumped green. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
maybe
mean,
they should
it's
have
easy
left
to
earlier.
say while watching the cameras and have the scoreboard in front of us, but yeah, probably
Oh, yeah,
did
100%.
leave it a bit late, maybe.
Mm.
Not going to have time to get that many
Yep.
bases. But
But
mm,
yeah, I think they did the at the very least the right thing at the end there, where they
mhm.
were bouncing between bases because Wardy got his blue, and then very shortly after then was able to get his red. And I just realized I didn't have the Twitch chat up. I'm sorry, Twitch chat, if I've been ignoring you. Um, so yeah, I suppose in that scenario at the end there, and to your point, do you stay in a base that you've got control of and wait for the base to come up, or do you try to bounce to the other base? I think a little of that comes down to how hard it is to crack into the base
Mm,
and how much time you've got. So it
yeah.
might not matter how hard it is to crack in or out. You might just not have time to
Mm.
stay. You might have to bounce to the other base and risk
Already
shooting it.
got his blue base according to that little worm with was that like 30 seconds, just before
Uh,
30 seconds. So then they probably would have only just had time to shoot the blue if it had come back up. So
yeah,
maybe going to red, they think they have a better chance because you have 30 seconds, like the whole
yeah.
30 seconds
You
to
know
try
the
and shoot
base is
it.
up when you get there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Um,
But that said, if you're running
mm.
over there and you hear that base go down, you
Turn
turn
around,
turn around and
360.
run back.
Yeah.
All right. So the I think no surprise with that outcome. I think that
Yeah.
is sort of as predicted via the ladder. Yeah, Team Aqua second, Aegis third. Yeah, so that was as predicted.
Mm.
So according to Cascades, they're all in their right positions relative to each other. Um, but the next games running in, probably trying to catch up a little bit of time. Um, so on red, we will have the cattle orcas. Blue, we've got Cerberus, and green, we've got Vikings. Stinky, your thoughts?
I'd be very, very surprised if Vikings do not win and get like 50k team score this game. Feels like
Oh,
they're
that's calling it early. All right, I like that.
well, it's not. Yeah, I mean it is. These other two teams are towards the bottom of the ladder, and Vikings have been playing very well. They only had the 1 second, so I mean maybe not 50k team score if it's a defensive game, but my point is that they should win quite comfortably.
Yep.
Um,
So
and then yeah,
we've got
do
first versus sixth and eighth. So I
yeah.
think you've hit it on the head there, is that this
Mm.
is very much an expected Vikings win. Um, but I suppose who would you like to see win? So we know kind of the expected. I'm gonna have to
Oh,
back our WA players. I would love to see the
no
Cattle
way.
Walkers get up on this one.
Sped
Um,
just took the green base off of like 3 of the Vikings players there. That was very nice.
nice, nice. Yeah, so some of that might be a little bit of Hobart on Hobart, um,
Mm,
having that player and May's familiarity. Um,
mm.
but yeah, no, taking nothing away from a good Cerberus base on the Vikings early up and return of serve in blue. Yep, gets his blue base.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of who I would like to see win, it would definitely be the Cattle Lorcas this game, as they have 3 WA players, so it's a
Yep.
bit of a state patriotism, if you will. Um, I want to see them do well.
Oh, hybrid or
Oh,
getting denied in green by that blue player. Oh, very, very busy base.
yeah.
Um, but
Vikings
yes,
have the Vikings base has a bounty on it at the moment. It seems there was both Reds and Blues. They're trying to get that.
yeah,
Um,
maybe trying to do a little bit of piggybacking.
mm,
Um, I do love me a good piggyback.
yeah, and you do
Um,
want to get the so-called more difficult base first. So
yes.
if you can get
Oh,
one of them, oh, that was
Twinkles.
amazing.
That was a
He,
very nice blue
I saw
base.
him come in the like left door of the camera
Mhm.
and like tag the player in the main shooter spot and then get ducked down and shoot 2 more. That was very impressive. Nice space, and then yeah, Vikings are just running away with this game. It seems.
Yeah, because we've got okay, Twinkles was at red, but managed to get tagged out. Uh, doo, doo, doo. Uh, okay, so sorry, just quickly looking back through the Twitch chat, which I am very sorry that we were neglecting you the last game. Nothing too big, but apparently with those two restarts, first one people actually hadn't logged in,
Oh,
and second one, yeah, there was difficulty with the reloads. So
oh
yeah,
yeah, that's
definitely a big off.
kind of worth a restart then if you
Yeah.
can't reload.
Oh, it very quickly becomes a Team Elim game. Um, okay, so Runt, while we were talking, got his red, and we've actually got two
Yeah,
greens set up in
they
red.
seem to be locking it down. I did see Reds at green and blue, so I don't know. Maybe they're
Oh well, I can still see reds on the doors at red, so the defenders are trying to crack back in, but the Vikings just holding that base very nicely and getting that second red base. Um, so Twinkles and Runt finished, which is
that's
very nice.
not a good sign for the other two teams though.
No.
They're free to roam almost. They've been let off the leash now. I'm sure they might go back and help defend, but usually Runt will just go get 1,000 and 10,000 pack points.
Oh, okay, we got Little Bow cracking into
Oh,
blue and getting two shot denied. Um, and Dominator uh getting the Vikings base. Uh, and Karen, or
gets
Karen,
red.
if anyone's got a pronunciation guide, please let me know for Karen's name. Getting their red base.
Surely
Um,
it's Karen, because like if you ignore the K, it's just Aaron. So Karen.
oh yeah.
I don't know though. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Well,
that
I
makes a lot
was just
makes sense.
thinking confusion with like the term Karen. I mean, is
Oh,
he a bit of a Karen? He might be, but I don't
yeah.
think so. From what I remember, he was a lovely fellow. Um, when we were playing against him at Bendigo. Um, but yeah, the Catalorca's really struggling here. Nothing on bases and even pack points. They're just not
Mm,
getting any luck. Um, they have lost a couple of grand in denials, but still also not really seeming to be able to
mm.
get much in the pack point
None
department.
of them, yeah, none of them with positive tag ratios. I do think that might be due to Vikings coming in and kicking them out of their base.
Mm.
They tried to get back in a few times, but the Vikings players are just a bit too strong for them.
Um,
It's definitely not over for them though. It will
yeah.
be a tough road back.
Ooh,
Bring that.
okay.
Oh
I'm
no.
seeing three or four. I reckon Red may have dumped. Yeah, Red's dumped here because we've got like, yeah,
Oh,
they're all at blue. Red's dumped here.
but
All right.
finally got a base. Good job,
Yeah.
Simi Bear.
So they've probably quite rightly identified that they're not getting anything on attack. Um, although they're, I suppose, in this game, who are you fighting? You're probably not gonna beat the
The
Vikings.
Vikings, yeah.
I mean, I know you've got Wham Fox, you've got Hybrid, and Simi Bear, Lillabo, and Meeseeks are also very good players. Um, but yeah, mm, I don't know.
The one thing with dumping though is you're giving
Well,
5 red bases to Hobart,
yeah.
blue team.
So
Yeah.
in realistically, it's the wrong word, but yeah, you're giving 5 free bases to the team that you're probably looking to beat. So
Mm,
unless they feel that they can get 10, having left early enough, or they're just banking on the fact that they're all out on attack, they're going to get more pack points.
mm,
Um, they're going to get hopefully 5 blue bases and stop um, Cerberus getting any more greens. Yes, any
I
more
do
greens.
see Simi and Meeseeks at red base. Oh, another
Oof.
denial. That's unfortunate.
Okay, so it looks like now whether they've Semi Bear cracking in, 2 shots into green,
Oh,
3 shots, Semi's
oh,
finished. Nice base, very nice base.
I believe that was
Um,
Run trying to get the denial, but
yep,
good base from Simi Bear.
yep.
She's now done, so she can help push her teammates through the rest of their bases. They do need to get a move on. They have got 2, which is good, but they do need quite a few more bases to be able to catch Hobart Hellspawn. I don't know if that might be their pre-nats not one name.
Um, yeah, sorry, I missed that. I was zoned out for a second. I'm sorry, Stinky. Um, but Blue's starting the cycle on the red base. Yep. So only 2 players left on that team to get their dumped base, and only Lepo on green that still needs that red.
Mm. Hopefully, Lunar Lads can get a few more bases towards the end here, make it a bit closer, because they're not that far away on pack, considering they had quite a few denials, so that's good. I guess if you're dumping, you're going to be in the pack
Yep.
points more. Hybrid's in on
Oh,
green, shooting from the pocket.
hybrid. Yep.
Fox
Very nice.
and shoots that. Nice.
Um, so yeah, you're 100% correct. If you add the 3 bases difference between
Mm.
Catalorcas and Cerberus, they've caught up. So with the pack point deficit, they've brought that back, which is nice. Um, and we now see reds at both bases, and Gandhi getting denied in green. Meeseeks shots into green and finishes. Very
Lane
nice.
based from him. Yeah, and maybe Hobart Vikings have now just gone to blue, it looks like. Well, because they got kicked out of their base, so they're going to kick blue out of their base. Yeah, there's definitely 2 Vikings in the base at the moment, and probably a few
Yep.
more on the doors.
Well, the Vikings are probably trying to get the 2 players left that need blue, their blue bases, um,
Oh.
and then maybe just try to hold it off the Catalorcas, and just defend, you know, Cerberus's base for them. And then that was Wham Fox getting their green, so only Little Bow needs their green from the Catalorcas. Hellspawn have finished. Okay, so the dumped red base is finished, so we're not going to see any action at red ever again for the rest of this game. We've got 3 greens set up in blue. Very nice base there from Leper.
Yeah.
Little Bow getting, well, is now dumped green. Oh,
Oh
no, not
no.
completely dumped, gets denied. Oh, big off.
I was right about the 50k team score
Yep,
though.
no, you called it. Um,
It's a high
you
base
reckon they've
game
got
though.
time for 60? A base and some pack points, and they can get
So
60?
who is it? Gandhi needs blue, and I think he's in. Oh, it
Yep.
just got shot out. I reckon they can get 60k here. Maybe Runt gets a few more denials, and then Gandhi picks up the blue base. They can do it.
Well, Little Bow just got their green, so
There
air
it
quotes,
is.
dumped green base is finished. Um, not enough time for blue to come back online and get tagged anymore. And red and green, everyone's got those. So now it's just purely pack points for the last few seconds. Oh no, I was wrong. Apparently I forgot that there was still time in green base. All right. Um, okay, so Vikings expected win. Well done, Vikings. 61K. Massive, massive score.
Oh,
All with positive tag ratios as well.
mm,
Um,
that's me.
and I think, yeah, Cerberus got a nice win over Catalorcas. So I think Catalorcas were predicted second in this one. So Cerberus getting a good second place over the Catalorcas. Um, and yeah, just rough game for the Catalorcas. Um,
Mm,
a lot of denies. Um, apart from Gandhi, who lost 2 shots into blue, all the other denies were on the Catalorcas, unfortunately. So not a good time for them.
yeah, a few of them are at the start, so they did clean it up a bit.
Yeah,
Towards the end, most of the bases were clean, but yeah, at the start it was pretty tough for them. But my goodness, what can you do when the Vikings are putting up 61k?
yeah. Um, all right. So, um, any other thoughts on that game before we jump on to the next one?
Um, no, just there was a few really good bases in that game. So
Yeah,
anyone wants to learn how to crack bases, maybe look back at that one. Twinkle's had a very nice one on the blue base.
yeah.
Uh,
Oh, and there's a green player that needs to, yeah, swiftly. There we are. All right, everyone's in their base.
so this game we have Adelaide Aegis on red, Rampage on blue, and Team Aqua not on blue, on green.
Yep. Okay, so the only correct team name on this one, ladies and gentlemen, is the blue team. Um, but green is still a Queensland team, and red is still an Adelaide team. So, um, thoughts on this one?
I think it will be a lot more low scoring than last game. Just because Rampage tend to not need lots of bases to win games. Like in some of their pre-Nats 1 games, they end with only 0, 1 or 2 bases, and still be fighting for first. They're just, I guess, they back their pack points to win games.
Mhm.
So they're just more of a defensive team. You like to control the maze, but not necessarily shoot lots of bases. So I think it will be a lot lower scoring, way fewer bases than last game. But yeah, as for who's expected first, I believe it is Rampage, but they are on blue base, which is not the strongest one. So maybe we see an upset, but I do think they should win.
Well, I think the team that's predicted third, so Aegis, is on what is, according to the numbers, the strongest base.
Right.
But so there's that to balance it out. But I think Rampage, even on,
Blue.
not the strongest base, I think they're still going to win this one. And then Team Aqua and Aegis, I think that might be a more interesting exchange between those two. What have we got? Yeah, so we've got fourth versus seventh and ninth here. And again,
What are you
we're
making as Eat Our Words? Getting a green base for the Aegis, not the Aftershock.
yeah,
Putting them off to an early lead.
so first base of the game, very nice. But Rampage, as you're saying, still up there with the pack points. So if they get a base, they'll be up there with Aegis. Team Aqua just struggling a little bit. Yep. Yeah, so nice and quiet at red by the looks of it. A fair bit happening at green. Green seems to always be the one that draws my eye. That always seems to be the exciting one. And then blue's busy. Had a green just lunge into blue, but no luck with that base. So coming up to 3.5, 4 minutes. And Rampage starting to slowly reel Aftershock back in a little bit.
Yeah,
With those pack
they can
points.
honestly be 1 or 2 bases down, and they're not gonna panic like other teams might panic and feel they need to get some bases. But Rampage will be very stoic in their game plan, I think.
That said, there is such a thing as not being aggressive enough on the bases, because there goes Aegis getting another green base. So maybe they've identified that they're probably not going to have much luck at blue. So they're focusing the team that's closer to their level, if we want to put it that way, and getting some bases off of them. Now, one thing, one thing that we did see a little bit at Prenats 1 was teams getting the. Oh, okay, hold on. Jam putting shots into red. 2 green players in red. Nice base there from Jam, getting the Aegis base. My words. Yeah, so in Prenats 1, teams getting 5 of a particular base, typically the easier one, and so being ahead of the game, but then losing it because there was a late game dump to the third team, and they just couldn't crack into any of the bases.
Yeah, that's
Whereas the
argument for base diversifying, or like having base diversity, I guess, is having like a few of each. That way, if there is a dump or you need to dump yourself, you don't have you don't only have one option. You're giving yourself more options, so you can make a better play as a team.
Yeah, which is and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Why I normally like to attack what I think will be the more difficult base first.
Mm.
And it's not always the strongest team. It could be I always struggle with, let's say, red base, no matter who's in there. I'm gonna see if I can crack myself a red base in the first couple of minutes before I try to get my easier one of the other bases, just to try to avoid getting locked out of a base later.
I do think that's a good play to make because usually, like, if the harder get the harder base is probably easier to get earlier on almost because like halfway through the game they'll be like in the swing of things have like more probably maybe more defenders back or whatever. So at the start of the game is usually the best time, and then you're giving yourself more chance. So if you can't get it at the start, you can always come back later on as well. Um, you go try at the harder base. If you don't get it, that's fine. Go get a few easy bases, then you can always come back. Um,
Well, I
yeah,
think
if you get all the easy bases first, then you're kind of stuck at this hard base, and you can get like absolutely locked out and just lose the game off it. But
mm,
it's not the hard and fast rule. I think I do agree. It's what I like to do when I'm attacking.
mm,
Uh, yeah.
um, yeah, so just quickly having a look back at this. So Rampage, um, down two bases on Aegis and one base on the Lunar Lads, but I think they're about to overtake the Lunar Lads again, just purely on pack points. Although that said, Dark Passion, okay, getting denied in red base. Um, but yeah, maybe Blue are just being left alone and starved a bit by the other two teams.
Well,
Um,
I wouldn't
maybe
say
forcing
they,
them to come out of their base and maybe get a cheeky one past the defenders. I don't know.
I wouldn't say they're being starved, but yeah, they're just. I just, as I said at the start of the game, this Rampage, they back themselves in the pack points. They're not going to be uh, balls to the wall attacking. They're going to be,
Mhm.
getting all their pack points. They can honestly end this game with 0 bases, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're like up there with their scores, the other team's scores.
Well,
Um,
as you say, well, not sneaking into, climbing into second, with zero bases. Um, and let's just have a look. So I'm not sure how they're playing Spider, but I've historically see him start the game in a more defensive role and then
mm,
move into attack later in the game. Um, and look at this man, a 170, well, 170 odd tag ratio. Um, very nice work there. Um, but okay, 3 minutes left. Um, and it's all well and good to rely on your pack points, but I feel at
mm,
some point they're gonna need at least a base. Um, because it's hard to make up 3K worth of pack points real quickly, but it's relatively quick to get 3Ks in a base.
mm.
Um,
Well, Blues are in at red. Please start
oh,
shooting. Ah, he's been tagged
no,
out.
uh, but they're in again, getting shot out by the green. Oh, could this be a nice piggyback by green? No,
Oh,
it's
denied.
denied. Oh, and now red's in at green. Nice,
Good
nice.
take. Wow, Aegis might go on to win this game. Don't think anyone predicted that. But yeah, they've done well, gotten 3 of the green base, and they're not like they're doing well on pack points as well.
Yeah. Well, look at
Blues surely have the red now. There was 2 players in. Oh no. They do need to, if they want to get first in this game, Rampage, they need to get bases very
yes,
soon.
because
Like,
I don't see them making up 8K
mm,
purely in pack points in a minute and a half. If they do, I'll eat my words, but I think now problem is that they haven't dropped their base. And if they
mm,
push out too aggressively, the other two teams,
yeah,
well, hold on,
call it.
Griffo and Spider getting his green. Spider getting his green. All right, cool. So they've traded bases with the team that they're fighting for second with. Um, and okay, but that's not red. So blue team can still bounce over to red, and they've got 30 seconds of green and their own base being down. So this is actually a nice little window to push red for 15, 20 seconds. Um, see if
Be
they can crack that base before going back to defense or the other base.
could be quite the exciting ending to this one. if a few more bases drop, the positions could move
Well,
around a
we
lot.
got time for two of each base, just. There'll be buzzer beaters, but two of each base. Or Aegis in on green.
Wow.
Nice. Or green in on red.
Oh no.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
Rampage need to get a base right now, otherwise they will
well,
fall
I think
behind.
they can make that up with some pack points and some denials, but it'll be tight. So I think I agree they need a base somewhere here. Um, but this would be the upset of all upsets because this is actually the complete
Mm,
reverse of what
mm,
the ladder predicts. Um, so regardless of what happens, kudos to Aftershock for this one. Sorry, not Aftershock, Aegis. But the way they've played,
wow. Wow. Goodness me.
Aegis with the win. Um, and I think
Yeah.
there's enough difference between second and third that we
Mm,
don't need to go to the site ladder for that one. But wow, okay, what an upset.
yeah. I said at the start of the game, Rampage can back themselves on pack points. They're all good pack points players, but if the other team has 4 bases and you have one, yeah, it's not enough pack points, I think. They did
You
drop a few games like this at Prenats 1 as well. They ended games with 0 and 1 bases and yeah, lost to teams they probably should have beat. Um, yeah, that's a bit of a
look, I
surprise, that game.
look, you can. I've seen it happen. You can win games 3 or 4 bases down, but that's if you're denying the living daylights out of the other teams and you're just monstering on the pack. Now, no denying that they were monstering on the pack, but they just weren't getting
Mm.
those denials as well. Um,
Maybe they weren't aware that Aftershock and no, Aegis and Team Aqua had several of each other's bases. Maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they thought they had less bases, so they thought they'd be closer. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they
well,
just
that's
needed
the
to push a
important.
little bit harder towards the end.
That's the important thing, especially as a defender. And Stinky, remind me, because you've played on Zone more recently than I. The arena tells you when the bases are going down, if I remember correctly. So it's always good to be
Uh,
listening and going, ah,
yeah.
okay, blue base has gone down 3 times. Okay, cool. Attacker comes back. We've got nothing. Well, bugger.
Um, I do remember it might have done that a bit, but it was like usually quite hard to hear, especially if you're comming and you're trying to listen for people spawning and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
that's fair.
This is a good game. We got Vikings in on red, one up on blue, and Team Magma on green.
And Team Magma's second. So this is 1 versus 2 versus, well, 1-up's a good team regardless. 5? Yeah, 1
Yeah.
versus 2 versus 5. So strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This one will be a good one, I reckon. Store pans. Sorry, that was Queenie in the chat. I'm assuming that's a Team Magma, Queenie. Um, but wow, less than a minute and a half. And Vikings already have 2.5 in pack points. Wow. And in fact, all teams very strong on the pack points at the moment.
So yeah, I didn't catch much of One Up's games yesterday, but I do believe they, as a team, like to be on the more aggressive side, the polar opposite from Rampage, I guess you could say. Um, they do seem to be playing standard now. They have one in their base in blue. I believe that looks like it's Ron attacking the blue base. So it
Mm.
was Team Magma who did take the first off Vikings,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. So see if they
Oh,
can replicate it or Runt getting blue. Good take.
very nice blue base.
Tagged quite a few players while he was shooting that. Very good. This is interesting. Kerrigan was defending green from the slant on the A door on the right side of the camera. who's defending it from there instead of on the tee, which is where you see most people defending it. Oh, he's back on the tee now, though.
Well, the thing I like about that spot is that if you're lunging in that right door, you're probably not looking at that particular nook.
Mm,
So in that spot, you've only really got to worry about shooting people on the left or B door.
mm,
You're probably 100% way more exposed, but
mm.
you only have to worry about one door and you can see across both doors, which is what I like. Because yeah, that T is going to give me nightmares. You're very blind. You're very
You,
reliant on good comms from the
their
team on that
comms are
panel.
incredibly important on that base, and you need to. Yeah, I was saying a bit earlier, you need to be like very flush because it's not very wide. Like it's, I don't know, especially as like a slightly bigger person myself, I found I need to like really be really careful, otherwise my shoulders or the phaser will just get dinged by someone from outside the doors. So you just need to be really careful when you're playing that spot, I find.
Well, I think
Um,
that was one of the green players. I think it was Peregrine or Shock that was just holding that panel that got shot out. Now, if I remember correctly, they're not especially broad across the shoulders. And they were taking up like half of that panel. So I
yeah,
think you're quite right. There's n- there's not enough room on that panel for, two players
mm,
standing side by side. Um, and I'm assuming that that's a one player. Well, it would have to be for crowding.
yeah,
It's definitely a one player spot.
yeah. I remember when
One
I
in.
my first look at the Hobart Arena, I was like, oh my goodness, is this it? This is all I have? I was like, this is all I have to protect myself? Is there more? Are they going to add something? But it is like it looks small, but you can make it work for sure. Like you just need to be really careful, as I was saying. Run
Well,
is done. Not a good sign for the other teams, and they're
um,
ahead by 10k as well. My goodness.
yeah. So on top of their bases, they've got 4K worth of pack point lead as well. Um, a little bit of that is some denials on the other team, but not really a whole lot of it. Um, all right. Okay. So someone in the chat earlier did point out that Karen's name is Aaron, so it is just K Aaron or Karen. So,
Yeah, thought so.
um,
Makes
but
sense.
700% tag ratio. Now, sure, that's only 7 and 1, but still showing he's holding that red base very nicely. Leper with 150 tag ratios, CV with over 200. Um,
Wow.
so they're having a very good pack on pack time at the moment. Gonna
Oh.
gets denied, trying to hold that T like almost all the way around the T, both front and back sides of it. Um,
I'm a little surprised to see that even with those denials, one upper ahead of Team Magma on the pack points. I would have thought that Team Magma were getting more pack, but guess not.
Gandhi shots in. Ooh,
Oh,
it's denied. Um, yeah, look, the one up boys are, I think, known and somewhat notorious for being very good on the pack points.
mm,
Um, but also exactly as you're saying, Team Magma, you got Mad Cans, you got Shock, you got Link, you got a lot of very good pack point players. And Gandhi finally getting his green base. Nice.
yeah, both one up and Team Magma yet to get a base. Maybe they've identified they're playing for second, but I'm not sure what the players from these teams. What do they? Do you reckon they?
Oh,
What do you
look,
reckon they do at this stage in the game?
I reckon it's a little bit early to, have completely given up on it. I very much doubt that Team Magma or One Up would, come into this game going, nah, we're playing for second or third.
Oh yeah, for
These high
sure.
level teams, surely they're going, nah, we can win this. I've got to believe we can win this, and we're, you know,
Yeah,
I'm sure they've devised some way of what do we think gives us the best chance of taking the win here?
Yeah, I don't think they go into it playing for second, but once you've seen Runt get both the bases and the Gandhi gets both of his as well, and you've gotten denied a few times, do those thoughts maybe start creeping in, I think? I'm not sure.
Well,
But
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here a little bit. There are some players, and I'm gonna talk more about league here than Nats. Oh, as yeah, gets denied at green. Yep, for another shot. Um, you know, sometimes you rock up to league and it's kind of like, oh, someone's just rolled through and they've finished in the first minute. They've got both their bases. That's fine. The rest of their team isn't going to get through. Now, that's not the case with the Vikings. I'm not saying it is. But sometimes if you look at game and you look at the players, just because someone gets their bases early doesn't necessarily put their team in a commanding position, if you get what I mean.
yeah, no, I can see that. That's a good point.
That
Well,
said,
Team
Twinkle's
Mac
getting his green and Madcan's getting
nearly
denied.
got the base. Oh, goodness me. Denial City for everyone. Quite
Yeah.
a few denials.
Um, so yeah, but I think at this point, and maybe I'm looking at this a bit late, I think 100% the other two teams are going, we're probably not winning this, or more to the point, what we're doing now isn't working.
Mm.
What do we or can we change up to, at least make sure that we can secure second? With Link getting his blue base while we were talking.
Yeah, so Team Magma now quite far ahead of One Up. They must have heard me talking and started picking up the pack points a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, so these positions could change for second and third, but they are quite far ahead. Team Magma, like,
Well, I think the struggle is that blue would, putting shots into and getting his green. Nice work. Um, blue would need to start being a lot more aggressive,
mm,
and I suppose the risk you run of being more aggressive is you've got to sacrifice defense a little. Um, and yeah, they're only a base behind on green because Madcan's just got his red. You don't like if you go base for base, if blue gets a green base at the same time green gets a blue base, so if you're swapping bases with the team you're fighting with, you're not actually pulling ahead of them, if that makes sense.
mm. Yeah, no, you keep on par with whatever the gap was
Yeah.
initially. Yeah.
But Gunner getting
Oh,
their green. Yeah.
it wrapped around and tagged out Madcans. That was exciting to
Nice.
watch.
Um, so what have we got? We've got a minute left. So strictly speaking, enough time for two bases. Okay, so Shock just got their red. CV getting blue.
Oh, so that blocks out Magma from getting a base for another 30 seconds
Yeah.
because they obviously got
And
red
Karen
and blue
getting
went
their
down.
green. Okay, so which one of those bases went down first, blue or red? Red?
Red should be up first now. Yeah, red should be up first. So that's where Team Magma should be.
Look, even if they got both bases as they spawned, I don't think blue's clawing this one back.
And it was a Vikings player who got the blue base anyway, so
Yeah,
Team Magma might not know the exact timing.
yeah.
Will they get a
Okay.
blue
No,
now?
game set.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so I do believe that's the expected order.
Mm.
Um, so good win for the Vikings again, 50K, 18,000 points on second. Yeah,
Mm.
that's just, yeah, what more to say on that? That's an amazing score. Um, and then Team Magma, holding second and one up, unfortunately languishing there in third.
yeah, tough game here against the two best teams. It's always going to be tough. Getting into either base, it's like, oh, do I attack the Vikings or Team Magma? And it's like there's no good options there. You're just picking the lesser of two evils at that point.
Yep.
But they were with Team Magma for quite a while until the last few minutes of the game where Team Magma started picking up a few more bases and getting more pack points. But yeah.
So the worms really started spreading apart at about the 7-minute mark. That's where Team Magma started pulling away a bit in terms of pack points. I don't really see many dips in the blue worm for those denies. But then, yeah, Team Magma were able to pick up a lot more bases in those last 3 minutes. I'm just going to pop off the stream for a second, hopefully before this game starts. I'll be back, Stinky.
Okie dokie. I shall entertain Twitch chat. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. My whole 1 nats and 1 pre-nats worth of experience will answer any questions. How do you beat Vikings? I think that's actually a question for Team Magma, seeing as they're the only people to do it in this year. Yeah, honestly, it's like whatever strat you think to do, play standard, dump, like it just seems there's no beating them. Maybe we clone all of them, like clone all their 5 players or 6 players, and we put them against each other, and then you might win. I don't know. But yeah, they seem to be almost untouchable at times. Like that game, they got 50,000 something, and they were 18,000 points clear. So a bit insane if you think about it against second place. All right, I should probably talk about the game going in. So in this game, Rampage on red, Aegis on blue, and Cerberus are on green. So Sped picks up his blue base. I believe he got the first base of the other game he played as well. So Hobart Hellspawn early lead here. Mikey did get denied. That's why the average. That's why the Aegis. Their name's changed again. They used to be the Aftershock, and now they're the average Nexus players. Strange. Wardy also getting denied. Oh, not a good start for the Aegis, but I'm sure they can bounce back. See, pretty standard 1 in from each team. All the bases seem to have something going on, it looks like. A few players around. Cool. Alright. Rampage on keeping up with their packs. They're on the tail of Hobart Hellspawn. Yeah, all their players, as I said, the other game they played, quite good on pack points. Wardy getting shot out of green. There's no player in the red base, it looks like. Maybe just pushing for pack points. Reds are in at blue. Sadlamp is shooting. Oh, there's 4 there. Wow. Oh, interesting. Maybe they identified from the other game they played that they need to be more aggressive. So Sadlamp has blue. I wonder if they'll come home now. Yeah, they are. Interesting. I like that. It's just maybe the other teams expected them to be defensive, and then they just pushed with. I saw, I believe, 3 or 4 bodies at the blue base that game. So that base, not that game. So yeah, they tried something aggressive, and that's good. They now have a base in hand. A base to their name. The other game, they didn't get a base until the last few minutes, so that's good. Now they can, I believe, with the other 2 teams in this game, they should be able to just back their pack points. Oh, hello, welcome back.
Awesome. Yes, hello. Sorry.
We just saw a Rampage push with 4 players to the blue base, which I just said is like uncharacteristic from their other games. They weren't super aggressive, so I'm glad to see them try something, and it worked. They got the base and didn't drop one in the time as well. So that was
Nice.
exciting. And they asked in Twitch chat, how do you beat the Vikings? And my idea was if we clone them, we could like get them to beat themselves
Well,
because
what was it?
no strategy is working at the moment. They can just counter everything.
I'll quote A Knight's Tale here, where the same question was asked. You know, how do you beat this person? And the response was with a stick while they sleep. Because in the arena they're just proving to be an absolute powerhouse at the moment.
It's a little bit
Um,
dark, but all right.
in jest, please. No. We want a nice, clean competition. We don't actually want any physical harm to come
Mm.
to them. Look, they're a good quality team. They've got good quality players, and they're putting the effort in, and it's showing. So credit where credit's due. But yeah, how do you beat them? That's a very good question, and I think that's what the people almost coming to the pre-nats is to figure out how do we beat this team.
Mm.
Um, okay, shots going into lots of bases at the moment. Mikey picking up the Cerberus base. Yep, Cerberus, cool. Um, okay, so I'm not sure if this is a promotion or a demotion for Aegis, but they've gone from being Aftershock to now average Nexus players. Um,
Yeah, I did note that at the start of this game as well.
oh,
Strange, but yeah.
um, yeah, but for those that have tuned in a little bit late, we are running about a half hour behind schedule, due to some technical difficulties and some public games that we're still playing at the beginning. Um, so yeah, this is the 3 o'clock game, and they have been trying to get the games in pretty quick. So if you're holding out for a break between games to go to the loo or make yourself a cup of coffee, you might just have to miss a couple of minutes of a game you don't want to watch. Um, but here we are. So Rampage, whether it's the teams they're playing against or they listened to us during the previous game or they made the judgment themselves, have gone a bit more aggressive on the bases.
Ram gets one more, so they currently have 3 bases, and they're 5k ahead of Cerberus on second. It's good to see because yeah, the other game they were backing the pack points, which is it's fine to do, but not when the other teams have so many bases.
Well, they got
So it's good to
0. I mean, there's low base games and then there's no base games.
I think they may have had one, but yeah, they had 0 up until like the 10-minute mark or something. It was,
Yes, sorry, you're right. Spider got a base.
mm,
Um, but Green actually look like they're resetting a bit here because they've got all 5 players at home in defense. Um,
ooh.
Wildcard
I
getting
think
into
that
blue,
might
but
have
getting
been
shot
one
out.
of the infamous phaser shots there. He was in the
Hmm.
shooter spot and peeked out, and I believe the player at the door shot his phaser. So people even now in pre-nats 2 are still getting shot on the phaser. It's honestly you really don't want to peek out like with your phaser until you absolutely have to. There's like
Oh,
it's quite sensitive. Like you can't really like
oh,
pop a shot without risking getting tagged.
Wardy getting a very nice green base there.
Yeah.
So taking that one off Cerberus. Um, yeah, back to those, I suppose, phaser shots in blue. Watching people shoot from that primary shooter spot, I'm not a fan of it. Um, you seem very open to that right-hand door on the camera, and the one on the left side, yeah, you have to expose yourself more than you would like to be able to defend yourself from that spot. Um, which is actually
Yeah.
why I really like watching Twinkles in one of the previous games shoot it from that pillar spot. So
Mm.
clearing the door behind him and then actually having some proper cover that he can use to shoot people coming in that left door. Um,
Yeah, so with that, there's like a half height that extends beyond the triangle pillar, that you can't quite see, and then so if they come in the door that the blue player is walking in right now, you can
Yep.
crouch behind that half height and then tag the player shooting the base for an easy denial. But it is quite safe from the beat also. Although you can get shot off the phase, I think most of the time if you play your cards right, you can like protect yourself quite well.
Yep.
I had a bit of success from that position. More so like defending the base. Like defending the base, having one player there is quite strong. As
Oh,
well as in
cool.
the other corner as well works. There's a few spot like that's why I kind of like the fact red and blue base have 2 spots. Green base is good as well, but with now that this other corner might gain some popularity, but yeah, red and blue definitely have 2 like defender spots, whereas green there's only really the one.
All right. So blue picking up another green. So they're almost finished getting all of their greens. Um, green. So Cerberus struggling a little bit, getting denied in red. Did see a couple of times they did manage to crack in and set up, but not. Oh, hold on. As I speak, green's in again and getting the rampage base. Very nice. Um, but Polchrome getting one in return. So Cerberus may well have dumped at this stage because
Yeah, didn't
see a lot of
see
greens at red and none of them at blue. So
didn't see anyone
green.
fighting Polchrome for that base just then.
No,
There was one blue, but I think he left,
yep,
and there's definitely no greens around. So I think you're right in saying the Cerberus have dumped.
yep. Um, all right, and Spider getting his blue almost uncontested there. Um, oh, and then Pogsley getting denied by Sad Lamp. So the third team in green. Bed picking up their red. Very nice base.
Yeah, that has
Um,
closed the gap a bit between. Oh, there you go, and Cerberus have
yeah,
overtaken Aegis. Or saying that. So yeah, they're closing up. Cerberus get another red here. This the battle for second is well and truly on.
so I think Rampage, well played, have first place stitched up at this point.
Mm.
So it is now between Aegis and Cerberus for that second, because there is literally just that destroyed base difference between the two. Um, and with okay, so Reds are actually now defending green, despite a still
I think
near.
they're about to shoot it. Yeah.
Yep.
So all the blues have green, so I don't think they'll be
Oh, and
bothering with that.
yep, green getting denied in red. Um, interestingly, 3 of their players still need blue, so it's probably a bit late to do it now. But since everyone's at red, would have been worth a quick sprint over to sprint safely over to blue
Mm.
base to try to get that because everyone's
Um,
probably clustered around red.
yeah, I think so. They had 2 of each, but I probably think the blue base is slightly easier to get, just given the team plus base combo that like so Aegis are on blue, so maybe they should have hit that a bit more. But if they're all their players are already at red base, and it's up, like there's no point like leaving when you can get in and get it. So
Uh,
um, yeah.
so
Close game, but Aegis picking up a good second there, and Rampage with a comfortable first.
yep. Yeah, just a quick heads up from Twinkles in the Twitch chat. They are just doing a quick reset in the 5x3, which is what you're seeing at the moment. Um, but yeah, I think that's no, Aegis were coming into this in ninth.
Yeah.
I confirm here. So that was eighth and ninth. Okay, so we expected that one to be a good close one between those two. But keeping in mind that Aegis got so they're currently in ninth after Cascades won, but they got a win
And
over
yeah,
Rampage and Team Aqua. So that's plus 4 points for that one of what they were expected. And then they got a second against Cerberus, so they're plus another 2 in terms of expected victory points. So they've been doing really well early on in this Cascade.
yeah, that the earlier win against Rampage and Aqua was unexpected, but a very good result for their team. Should be really happy with that game, I think.
Okay. So update from Twinkles in the Twitch chat. Apparently all the team names should be sorted.
It's good. We
So
can't
thank
go
you for
wrong
that.
now.
Or if we do, it's now completely our fault.
Mm.
Um, okay. So this could be another interesting one coming up because we've got one up on red, Catalorcas on blue, Team Magma on green. Um, so we've already seen Team Magma and One Up go head to head earlier today, with Magma getting one up on One Up. Sorry, that was terrible. Um, yeah, what are your thoughts on this one, Stinky?
Um, I'm not too sure. I imagine this game is going to be like very denial heavy. Like in the games these three teams have played so far, there's been a lot of denials. I'm not.
Mhm.
Like, I just think all three teams might get denied quite a bit this game, um, just based on the previous games.
So you
Um,
reckon these three teams are particularly base hungry?
uh, I don't know. I just like that's something I noticed. There was a lot of denials like on these in these from these teams in the games they played earlier. Um, I'd love
Well,
to be proven wrong, but
I think One Up, that's part of their aggressive style of gameplay. So that's to be expected, but they just sort of absorb those denials in in the rest of their attack. Um, but yeah, so unfortunately, I think this is a third for Catalorcas. I think they would like to be doing better than they currently are. Um, but I think particularly against these two teams, um, unless they can play the strategy very well and very nicely, I think it's probably a third for them. And I'm not sure that I can pick between Team Magma and One Up.
um, yeah, we did see them play earlier against but that had the Vikings in the game, so this one's a bit different. The third team is substantially weaker, um, so maybe that will flip their result around, but we'll have to see. Pretty standard to start off with, no bases dropping just yet. Uh, Everyone seems to be defending. No fancy strategies just yet.
Because yeah, that was something interesting which I noticed about some of the earlier games. Because I remember um, Doug quite a while ago explained to me how he tried to structure the cascades so that if you had two teams in a game that were close together, you preferred to have two teams that were strong together in a game against a team that was
Yeah.
much weaker.
Okay. Okay.
Um, and
Right.
yep, yeah, slash Morrow picking up his green base, nice. Um, just because if you've got one strong team and two weaker teams, then the
Mm.
strong team can kind of go, well, we're clearly going to win. Which one of these teams do we want to absolutely destroy? Whereas if you've got two strong teams, it's kind of like, okay, I
Mm.
need to make sure that I beat that other strong team. And if the third team play it smart, then they can get a sneaky second or third, um, like we saw Aegis get over
Mhm.
Rampage. Yeah, I think that was the logic that they had behind it. So it was just a bit odd with the Cascades 2 draw that those first three games, you very much had one strong team against two teams that were relatively much
Mhm.
lower on the ladder.
Might be a bit harder given there are quite a few, like, not
Oh,
very
that
many teams
yeah.
in this comp, so maybe that limits the cascade draw possibilities. I don't know.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Mm.
Um, but okay, so one up with the early base, but Team Magma getting the better of the pack pointing at the moment. One up getting their second base, very nice. Um, so apart from a two-shot denial on Cyrix, we're not seeing it going too crazy with the denials just yet.
Mm.
Um, but I'm just looking at the worms at the moment and just seeing how steep in those first 2 minutes the green worm was,
Oh,
in
yeah.
terms of just accumulating pack points. Oh, and green's cracked into blue. And all Madcans, did he get it? No, Madcan's getting denied.
Were you looking at Little Bo shooting red base instead? I'm not.
No, I definitely saw greens in blue, but maybe he just didn't put shots in, which
Might
would
have
explain why
missed.
I'm not seeing a
Uh,
denial.
yeah.
But yeah, I didn't see Little Bo shooting red base, but I did see that it came up on the scoreboard. So nice work, Little Bo, getting the Catalorca's first base.
And Shock picking up another denial. The
Hmm.
Lorcas came flooding back there. There was like 3 people walking in the base as he was shooting.
Hmm.
So they're now reset. They've got the one defender in.
Yep. So the three teams actually pretty close together in terms of pack and bases. Green team, oh, Link shots into red, gets their first base. Very nice.
Mm.
So I think the only thing holding the green team back a bit were those 3 shots worth of denies. Oh, snake in on green,
Oh, good
getting
one
denied
there.
by green team. Oof. Um, yeah, so green and blue both a base each, and green with 3 shots worth of denials, but still, what is that? Just 1,000 points pack advantage. So they're
Yeah.
doing very well on the pack at the moment, and keeping up with one up, who only have that base advantage at the moment. Blues cracking into red and shots into red. Oh, hybrid getting denied in
Oh,
red.
yeah. Just looked like another phaser shot there. He was shooting a base, and the player lunged in the door and managed to tag the phaser. Unfortunate there, but they're keeping up with the 2 quite high ranking teams, so that's good from them.
Okay, Gunner shots into blue, gets denied, and then there was a green player that cracked in, but I don't think they put any shots in. Oh, now shots in.
Oh,
Silex denied by Little Bow, so nice work there, Little
yeah,
Bow.
you could see the
Um,
Blues coming in there. That was going to be a tough base. There was quite a few of them like alive while the
well,
base being
it's
shot.
it's absolutely crazy in here at the moment. You've got at
Goodness
least 2
me.
red attackers and at least 2 green attackers, and you've got at least 3 blue defenders. So yeah, there's a party at blue base.
Mm. The denials are coming thick and
Yep.
fast for all the teams.
Yep. So yeah, with those denials and with all those points at blue base, Catalorcas of, well, they had leapfrogged Team Magma into second, but now Team Magma getting back up there.
There's about like 8 players in the blue base. My goodness,
Yeah.
very very busy. But Blues have cleared it out. They're back in their defensive positions.
Yep.
It looks like a deep breath, if you will. So, it was very very busy at one stage there. My goodness. So yeah, one defender in each base at this stage. Quite close. Good jump from Catalorcas at like keeping up.
Yep.
Another base and they're up there with first as well. Um, yeah.
Um, yeah, no, this is very good. And you made the call earlier, and 100% denial city. Oh yeah, putting shots in and getting, oh
Oh,
no, getting
huge.
denied by Wham Fox.
Wow.
Actually, you might be able to comment on this one. I heard from Preenet's one that there was some difficulty putting shots into blue base. Do you maybe
Um,
think that's what's happening, or because I
like
thought he had that?
it's not difficult. It's just like a very small spot to aim at because you don't hit the base unit itself. There's a small like
Yeah,
little
it's literally a reflect, isn't it?
square of like I don't know foil or metal or something, and you shoot that, and then the shot goes up into the base. So you have
Yeah,
to, and the square is not very big, so you have to like if you aim at it, it will hit. It's not
yeah.
like it's unreliable, but it is quite a small target. So
Mm,
especially if you're like trying to defend yourself as well, like you have to do a 180 or to watch the other door to do that, and then hit the target can be like difficult sometimes.
yeah.
So um, I
Right.
struggle to take the base if I also had to then shoot some other people at the same time because then I might miss one shot, which might be what's happening there. I wouldn't
Yeah.
say it's hard to hit if you aim in the right spot. But maybe while shooting other people and transitioning back to shooting the base, it can be difficult. Yeah.
Just get good, ladies and gentlemen, is what Stinky's saying.
Ah,
Guinea putting shots into green. Sorry, Stinky, I'll stop throwing you under the bus. But
yeah.
Gunner
I,
eventually gets blue. But yeah, back to the point. You made the call early in the game, denial city, and the game has not disappointed in that fact. A lot of denies on one up. So even though they are those two bases up, they've been denied a lot. So's Team Magma, but not as much. Which is why even two bases up, there's only 2 to 3Ks difference between first
mm,
and second.
mm. So yeah, Magma can definitely jump up into first here. One up are expected second, I believe. So they're doing
Yes.
well at the moment.
Hmm.
Just need to not get denied more. Guinea getting his blue base,
Yep.
giving them some more breathing room.
Oh, okay. Simi getting denied at red. Now have I oh okay, so Me6 is still in defense, so I don't think they've dumped, but I wouldn't
No,
be surprised if they do at some point.
they need
Um,
to do it soon, or at least start attacking a bit more. They're
mm,
going to need two bases in this last little bit of
oh,
play in order to catch second.
nice. Okay, so it looks like Blues just pulled a third attacker because they do still have two people in
Mm.
defense.
It's close now.
Uh,
They can definitely make it
oh,
exciting.
yep,
Oh,
because Little Bo gets
Peregrine
that
on a blue
base
though. Oh, did not.
and
Ooh,
gets the deny on Peregrine. That's very
wow,
good for them.
wow.
Very good for them. Um, that said, is that Link? Yep, Link putting shots into blue,
Oh no. Oh,
finishing blue. Yep, but this is almost very good for blue team because their base can't go down again, so they
mm.
can abandon that base. Their two defenders, and they can go and help the attackers somewhere.
They get a
Um,
base now. They need to get it very, very soon though. They
yeah,
can clinch second.
yeah. So good game one up, locking that one in.
Oh,
And yeah, Team Magma second. Okay.
close
Um,
one. They should, even though they got third in that one, the Catalogers, they should not be disheartened. That was, as you said, second and like fourth or fifth, whatever one I passed. That's a
yep.
very, very good effort there. And they're ahead on pack points.
They're in it. They just
For sure.
needed a last minute base or another base in there somewhere. Um, but yeah, no, that was a very good game to watch.
Mm.
So one up, uh, getting a first with an expected second, so that's very good for one up. Team Magma obviously expected to win, but getting the second, and Catalorcas expected third. Um, yeah. Okay, it took me far too long to get that joke in the Twitch chat. More denials than the African River.
I understand.
Denial. Yep,
Yes,
that's
yes.
dad
Wait,
jokes in the chat. Yep. Um, okay. Next game could be interesting. Um, Vikings red, Archangels blue, Rampage green. So what is this? First, third, and fourth? Let me get
yeah,
my ladder.
yeah. Um,
Yeah, first, third, and fourth. Um, okay. Thoughts on this one?
yeah, this is interesting. I think I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but my Vikings in first. Oh. But I want to lean towards Rampage. They showed that they can like be aggressive, but still that they have the like incredibly strong pack point skills. So although they are against two home teams here, I don't know if that makes a difference. should be a good game, this one, I reckon. But I think they might be able to get ahead of Archangels. I don't know though. I'm only like maybe 60% sure, you know. So
Yeah,
gonna be a close one, I think.
yeah. Look, and Twinkles made it to green very quickly there. I know it's a very small arena, but that was still very quick.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, first, third, and fourth, I think it's a good thing that we can't make a clear prediction on who
Yeah.
wins. Well, okay, I probably agree with you, Vikings first. But with these high level games, and the beauty of a three-team game is, they might try to play Vikings out, um, or, Archangel. Yeah, I don't know. Weird and wonderful things can happen in these sorts of games.
Mm.
Um, but I think with the form that Vikings have shown, probably a first.
Green Bay's very busy at the moment.
Yep.
There's quite a few players there. That'll be good for the Rampage. They can build lots of pack points. No bases just yet. Still very early days, but yeah.
But also pack points still pretty tight. Minute and a half in.
CV on at
CV
green.
getting denied.
Denied. There looks to be 4 greens defending. It looks like, I want to say. So they don't seem to be in a hurry to get bases this game. That's for sure.
Well, look, and I'm not sure if this is the thought process, but knowing that the Vikings like to play a very attacking, very aggressive game, and maybe too the Archangels, maybe Rampage are relying on the fact that pack points are just going to come to them,
Mm.
so they can, defend with 4 and still be getting some pack points, and if they've got one
Goodness.
out.
That Twinkles just managed to dodge 2 people like shooting at him. Did you see that? Like, he was wiggling like a non-stop right there, like those inflatable people out the front of the car dealerships. He was
Oh
just back and
yeah,
forth.
yeah.
Yeah.
What are they called? I know
Um,
what you're talking about.
yeah, they just like always back and forth in the wind. That's what he was doing right there.
Yep.
He managed to dodge 2 people's shots, and whilst his teammate was under the base, and then so yeah, CV got the base there. That was very exciting.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay, so as you say, deep breath. Rampage doing quite well on the pack points at the moment. Archangel's down a little bit. Twinkle's starting shooting the base from.
Oh,
Okay, I saw that one. That
he's
was
a
amazing.
a
That
bit
was
too
very
good.
good
It's not fair.
because he
Kinda,
put the first
goodness.
shot in from that nook, the second one in
Mm,
from the panel, and then the second one in shooting like almost sorry, the third one from around the panel
yeah,
while shooting players. That was mwah, beautiful.
he's unhittable at the moment. He's just dodging everything. Wow, that was. Take notes, everyone else who's not a Vikings player.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I can get my body to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's always risky moving between panels like he did from the corner to the tee, but made it work.
Oh, look, I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I think he's good enough to pull it off. That's for
Yep.
sure. And both Rampage and Archangels picking up a base like almost in sync right there. Um, so
The nice thing for Rampage though is that that's a Vikings base. So on paper, the harder team in the harder base, and they managed to get one of those. So
good point.
nice
They're
work.
going to be hard to come by in the late game, I'm sure.
Mm.
Uh, Rampage still defending hard.
Yep.
They like to do that. Yep, 4 players back again still.
Yep. Um, 5 minutes in, and Vikings have a base and another 3K in pack points lead over second. So starting to walk away a little bit with this one. Just look at that worm,
Mm.
nice steady incline.
the first game that we commentated today where Runt hasn't got both bases in the first 5 minutes.
Well, maybe they're switching it up a little bit.
Mm.
Um, trying different things in these sorts of games.
They're trying to be entertaining. They're letting Twinkles go crack bases. He's very exciting to watch, I must say.
Oh yeah. But it might also be speak of the devil. I see Runt running around in blue base now. Um, oh, and Easy Point's also getting a red base. Nice. Um, but and Leper getting his green. Has green left?
Mm.
Green may have left.
They might be trying one of their
Oh no,
multi-person attacks. Okay.
there they
They're
are.
just
They
on
were
the
just
extremities of the base, yeah.
pushed very high. Yep. So they may have done a quick push or something, and Red's just been able to walk in and get a nice easy base there. Um, yeah, when I didn't see any of them, I thought, have they dumped? Why would they dump? Like, where have they gone? Because I think the point you made in one of the previous games was they've got the pack point ability to not worry if they're a base or two down,
Mm, mm.
which is what, well, we're seeing at the moment. They're less than 1,000 points behind the Archangels, and the Archangels are up a base. Um,
Also, next time, guys, Twinkles gets an insane base, or anyone gets an insane base, remember, Twitch has the feature where you can clip like the past 30 seconds or whatever. So I need to remember to do that. There's there's like 10 hours of footage, so we want to have a few of the highlights, like saved, I guess. Gandhi in on green, picks it
Gandhi with a
up.
very nice green base. I think it was Twinkles covering him from that little pocket area as
Yeah,
well.
he was there helping out. They've now got 4 green bases, the Vikings.
Um, so blue hasn't gone down at all.
Mm.
So maybe it could just be maybe a little bit of respect to blue team, the fact that they're very good in defense. Because no one's cracked it yet. Because not for lack of trying, we have seen the other teams getting into the base, but no one's even put shots into it yet. Yeah. Um, but okay. The blue and the green worms are pretty much overlapping at the moment. Oh,
Very busy.
sorry, just
Green.
watching that blue player. Ladies and gentlemen, please step to the outside and don't just stop in the middle of a base and turn around and walk back, because like exactly that situation
Don't know
where
what's
there were
coming
two
behind.
reds sprinting in
Mm.
the door behind him, that was very close to people running into each other. So um it yeah, if you're playing, please just don't stop. Please just try to stay out of the way and make sure it's safe before you try to exit the
Yeah.
base.
Also, never walk backwards. I don't think I've walked backwards ever. It's
I
just a bad idea in general, but you'd be surprised the amount of people who take like one step backwards and they've walked into someone.
Yeah. Um, oh, look, I think we've all done it subconsciously, a couple of times, but certainly watching players take like 5 or 6 or, walk backwards for a good couple of meters, it's kind of like, no, there's no way you had any idea who was behind you. Please stop walking backwards.
Twinkles is now done, picked up his blue base in that
Nice. First
sequence.
blue base of the game.
He's done. And Vikings, yeah, comfortably ahead. Rampage have just overtaken the Archangels. Despite being a base down, their pack points are proving good enough at this stage in the game. Run on it green. Finishes nicely.
And ooh,
They are done with the green.
yep. So I don't know. Just sorry. Thoughts running through my head at the moment is second and third are very close, and I don't know. Like Stinky, if you're on one of these two teams, what would your thoughts be in the game? Are you feeling like you need to be more aggressive, more passive?
Uh,
Do you start focusing a team given there's only a minute
it
and a
is
half left?
bit strange because Blue might think they're doing quite well because their base has only dropped the one time to a Vikings player, but in reality, they're not. I mean, they're only on par with the Rampage, so
Yep.
they might have a false sense of security at the fact Rampage haven't got their base yet.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, it's very close. So I imagine like being in the game, it's probably quite hard to read. Like I struggle on like reading the game and knowing who's winning at each stage. Like on a normal day, and now this is like a really close one. So
Yep.
I think it would be really hard to know who's winning. And then, so I think if you have any doubt that you're not in a position you want to be, so in this case, if you're not second, like you should be making a play to get like a more secured second place, really.
Like 100%. I've made calls in games where I've panicked and gone, bugger, I'm in third or I'm not doing well, and then I've lost the game because I've made the wrong call. But that said, Archangels getting themselves a green base, so pushing themselves, I think, comfortably into second. So green would need to get two bases, the last two bases right now. Um, but no, I think that's game and set. Um,
And
and
that
as
was the
predicted.
expected result. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Archangels in second, Vikings first. Rampage were like, if you look at the green and blue worms, that game really close until the last 30 seconds, in which
Yeah.
denial
Yeah.
and base to Archangels, so it spreads out. So it was a 5k difference or whatever, but it wasn't. I don't think that
Oh,
it tells the tale of the game. Like it was
oh,
much closer throughout.
um, have a look at poor Wildcard
Oh,
gone negative.
yeah,
Um,
never like to
that's a
see that.
big off. You never. It's horrible to be negative.
Um,
I think I did it a couple of times in my first Nats, and it was yeah, big off.
it's a hard game, two
Yeah.
very strong teams, so I don't think he can beat himself up too much. Yeah, that as the team overall did quite well. They were fighting for second very hard there. They were second for with a few minutes left, but yeah,
Um,
Archangel's just getting that one base and Wildcard getting that denial. But yeah, massive game from Twinkles.
yep.
Uh, to be expected, really, I think.
Actually, at 14.5K, that's a monster game.
Yeah.
Just having a quick look at the Vikings. Gandhi broke the Yahtzee at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. And Runt, the only player on that team with a tag ratio less than 150. That's insane.
Yeah, wow.
Um,
Yeah, they're just so good at getting the pack points. The Vikings, they can push out and then fall back when their base is busy, and they just win all their duels and stuff.
yeah. Um, okay, so any final comments on that game?
Uh, Not particularly. Just that Rampage shouldn't be disheartened and shouldn't like make any drastic changes. They were right up in the fight for that second place there, but
Yeah, look,
unfortunate. So yeah, don't be that game was still good from them, I think, even though
yeah.
they didn't get the second.
Mm.
Um, all right, this game we have Hobart Cerberus on red, Catalorcas on blue, and Adelaide Aegis on green. Okay, so this is the bottom three teams. Am I right in saying?
They're all in the bottom half, but I don't think it is the actual bottom three. Uh, okay, so Catalorcas came in sixth, and then Cerberus eighth, Aegis ninth.
All right.
Um, that said, we've seen Aegis upset a couple of times today.
Mm.
Um, So that should be quite a good game. And then Catalorcas, I I want to back Catalorcas to hold this and have the win. Um, just because of the experience that's on that team. Um, yeah, I almost feel like the Catalorcas are sort of the gatekeepers here. There's the bottom three, and then there's the top six sort of thing. So
Mm.
yeah, I Catalorcas, don't make me eat my words here. Um, I think Aegis are going to give them a run for their money. But I want to back the A. Yeah, I want to back the Catalorcas, but I think Aegis are going to make them work for it.
Okay.
Um,
I'm inclined to agree. They did have a good upset earlier,
yep,
um, so they can definitely make this game interesting.
yep,
I have to see how it plays out. Looking to be quite defensive at the start. Once again, no early bases.
yep.
Um, I don't think it will stay that way for long. I imagine there'll be a base dropping very soon. I have a sneaking suspicion. Um,
Um, ba, ba, ba. Looks okay. So there's some action at green again. Red's having a look at green. Um, suppose the other thing I suppose is to not count out Cerberus. They bring a certain amount of um, home knowledge.
mm,
Um,
saying that,
and they're still
I did
keeping
not
up,
agree.
but and Cerberus with the first base.
I think that's
Very
the third
nice.
base in a row. He's got the first one in all their games so far. I think he's got the first base of the game. Um,
Nice.
yeah, I was saying that the other game. Simi's on at red.
Oh, getting
Denied.
denied.
Oh, Sped could be finished within 30 seconds. No way. Oh,
Oh,
excellent work from him.
red.
Just as I
Nice.
say, he got his green, goes on to get his other base, so he is done. Um,
Oh, the blue. Sorry, I was just watching the Blues attacking red. Little Bo was putting shots in. The two blue players got tangled with each other, and then Little Bo got denied.
yeah,
So it's a big off there. Um, yeah, big off.
wow.
Um,
All right. Not how we expected this game to. I would
no.
go. I thought the order might be flipped almost, but how about
Yeah.
Cerberus proving us wrong? Very good early bases here.
Little Bo.
Oh,
Oh, being very expensive in attack at the moment. Um,
hmm.
so yeah, so Cerberus making us eat our words at the moment. That said, Aegis keeping up on the pack points. So if they get the two bases that they're behind on Cerberus, that'll put them into first. Um, and Catalorca's just struggling in attack at the moment. Um,
Yeah, so they can bounce back for sure, though. They're not that far behind in all things considered, and they have the experience and players to like claw back at a game like this.
um, how familiar are you with the players that are on Cerberus? Because I feel like most of them would have played Prenats 1.
Yeah, so they have like I think I can put a name to most of their faces. I like we played them a few times. They
I think.
they're like considering they haven't played a Nats, they're all quite like strong players.
Oh,
I guess it's because it's their home
Nelly.
arena.
Oh, two shots tonight in green. Yep.
They're all like quite strong players.
Mhm.
I think. Yeah, as,
Because I think Flick might be the only name I don't recognize from Prenats 1.
I
And
think they might
Nelly,
have six or something as well. So maybe they're like sitting someone else, and
yeah,
then the game you saw. I'm not sure though. Yeah, it doesn't sound as familiar as the other ones.
we can. Sorry, one, two, three, four, five. They've got seven actually for
Ah,
Prenats 2.
there you go.
So the players that are sitting this game are Rizla and Disney.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because I
Yeah.
was
So,
gonna ask from an attacking point of view, Sped's gone out and gotten in their two bases. Um, is it kind of strong attacker, Okay. Thank you, Ninja. Apparently Flick did play Prenats 1, but this is a new alias.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that would be why it's not as familiar to me.
Cool.
Um,
Um, but
yeah, I
cool.
guess they do have Captain Morgan, who has played several nationals before. I think I'm right in saying several zone
Yep.
events for sure.
Yep.
He's
Clutch
quite
Morgan.
experienced. Yeah. Um,
Um,
so he's. I was talking to him last night. So I was like, "What's it like playing an event and just going home to your normal house?" And he said it's like a weird feeling. That's
I
always
reckon it'd
yeah,
like the part of the good thing about going to these events is the team atmosphere
yeah,
of, just hanging out with a bunch of cool
like
people for like two
yeah.
weeks.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. I certainly heard uh some of the more experienced WA players, let's put it that way, in days gone by when Nats have been held in WA, they would still get some
Ah,
accommodation somewhere as a team. Um, so apparently last time that Nats was at Willow, they all had accommodation in a hotel or something in Fremantle for the event.
ah,
So,
right.
hmm, um, but quickly back to the game.
Yeah.
While we've been yarning, Hybrids picked up his red, so first base for the Catalorcas. Um, Simi got two shot denied in red, unfortunately. Mikey managed to pick up a red, and Dominator managed to pick up a green. So
Just
lots of bases going
yeah,
down.
close off on earlier. I do think Cerberus are good, but like I wouldn't expect them to be winning, judging by the caliber of players on the other two teams. But they're good players for sure. But like we've got as you say, players who have finished in like top five in Nats on the other teams. So I wouldn't
Um,
expect this, but yeah, they're very strong players, that's for sure.
but I'm actually still gonna back Aegis to catch this one up actually, because we've got about 3.5 to 4 minutes left. They're only 4K behind and they're down three bases. And I reckon they've still got the firepower in Pogsley and Wardy and Mikey to pick up a couple more bases.
Mm.
Um, so I think Cerberus have played a really good game so far. Um, uh, and I don't want to say it this far out, but I think Catalorcas are making it real hard for themselves in the last 3 minutes of this game. But I think Aegis can. Oh, Wham Fox shots in, finishes his red. Nice
I'm
work.
going to have to leave you for 1 second. I'll be back momentarily.
Yep, no worries. Um, all right, cool. The stream is entirely mine. What? Um, no. So, um, blue base looks pretty quiet. Green just got shot out by red by the looks of it. So we've got reds pushing green. So Cerberus may be looking to just keep focusing green base as what they might see as the easier base to crack and destroy. Um, so what else have we got going on? Red have got a player in, but they don't look too distressed, so it might be pretty quiet. Likewise, blue base, we've got Meeseeks moving backwards and forwards, watching both of those doors. So it seems pretty quiet. All the action looks to be at green base again. So, oh, Flick putting one shot in, getting straight up denied. Um, the rule of thumb that I hear is that if you get denied for one shot, then there was never a chance. If you get denied for two shots, it was worth the risk. And here we have Clutch Morgan. Oh, beautiful work getting his base. Look at that. Like two or three people diving him, tags them while shooting the base. Mwah. Beautiful work, Clutch Morgan. Um, so Adelaide Aegis still within striking distance, but starting to leave it a bit late. Cerberus putting themselves in a good position. Um, Depending on how they play this and depending on their read of the game, maybe just try to lock green attack out of getting any bases. Um, Green attack Speak of the Devil. Oh, nice deny there from Simi on who was that? Wardy putting shots into blue. Green player by that pillar. Yeah, so green looking to be a lot more aggressive on the bases at the moment. Maybe realizing that they need to try to catch up if they want to take first. Or hybrid shots into green. Oh, getting denied by Mikey there.
Uh,
Um,
I am back. I needed to let my family know I am still alive.
fair enough. Fair enough. Always good
Yes.
to let the family know that, still alive and well. Um, so in the meantime, oh, you missed a beautiful Clutch Morgan base. But
Ah,
anyway, I think Cerberus, yeah, I think this game's pretty set here. I think we're running out of time
mm,
for anything major to
mm,
happen. Even with two bases, Aegises aren't catching up Cerberus. And likewise, the difference between Catalorcas and Aegis. So game set. Um, Aegis down four bases, but only, what is that? 7K difference. So
mm.
did very well on the pack points that game.
Yeah, they only had
Um,
the one base as well and were still 6k clear of the Catalorcas.
yeah.
Yeah, a few of their players were a little expensive, but I don't think it would have mattered. The Aegis just were getting more pack points overall, I think.
Well, it also looked like they've been trying some different combos out in attack. Because I
Yeah.
suppose the other thing to keep in mind is that Cerberus and Aegis are actual Nats teams, whereas
Mm.
Catalorcas is a mix. So these are players that don't normally play on a team together. Um, so with this team, there's a little bit of everyone finding their position in the team, and how they synergize and what roles who takes what. Um, but yeah, they seemed to be trying Little Bow and Simi Bear starting out on attack, and unfortunately they struggled. Um, yeah. Okay. Thank you to Arkrage in the chat. Aegis actually isn't Aegis. We've got players from three Adelaide teams in there. So Aegis, Aftershock, and Anomaly. Um, but at least you've
Yeah.
got that state familiarity with the players.
Mm.
They've probably played with and against each other enough to
Yes.
know who
And
goes
and
where.
you guys must cut Elmo some slack. All the Adelaide team names start with A, so it's quite easy to confuse. Um, there was times where it's like, I think Aegis was the only team that I knew who they
Oh,
all were
that's
and
just
which
because
team
they
was
kept
what.
beating
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, true. You do become familiar if you're looking at looking at people as they shoot you. Mm.
It's kind of like we're in the same area of the ladder and we keep having to play you and you keep beating us. Just please stop. Ah. But no, thank you for that update. Um, so thoughts on actually, so quickly on that last game. Sorry, I know that we've got this game starting up and this is another high level game, so we should watch this as much as possible. But Cerberus coming in ninth, getting the win. Um, Aegis holding their predicted second, and Catalorcas unfortunately predicted first, getting third. So
Yeah.
very rough outcome for that one.
I wonder how
Um,
much that'll change the ladder after Cascade 2. We'll have to wait and see how their other games go.
yeah, I think a fair bit because they were tied on victory points, Catalorcas and whoever was below them. So
Yes.
they were in sixth on average score, not on victory points. Um, Next team name Adelaide Alliteration. Yeah, probably.
That's very well played there.
Um, but back to this game because this is what second, third, fourth. So this is actually a really good one. So Team Magma on the wrong color. Red team is on blue. Um, Getting the first base. Um, but Archangel's Rampage keeping up on the pack points early game.
Yes.
Um, so I don't know. I think this one could go a little bit either way.
Mm.
Um, I think we saw Archangels get one over Rampage in the previous time they played, but only at the last minute by a base or so.
Yeah, this
Um,
game is actually quite similar to that other game they played because I believe Vikings was the third team in that game, and so you've got another strong team as the
yep.
third team. in terms of
Mad
the
King.
Archangels versus Rampage battle. So
Yeah.
maybe they can take what they learnt from that other game and see if they can sneak a first in this one. But I think Team Magma uh, like should win this one. But I'd love to be proven wrong.
Yeah, well, there's the Archangels picking up first green base. Um, so as you say, similar to the fact that Rampage is on green again, but the Archangels have red this time. Whereas the air quotes strongest team this time is on blue.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I know it's not part of their game style, but it feels like a lot of Rampage games I watch, they are very close games. And as you say, they
Yeah.
rely very heavily on their pack points. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's something that they can work on just to be a little bit more aggressive on playing the bases. Um,
I do feel
but
it
it
works
seems to
more
be
often than
working.
not, though. Yeah, exactly. So I just guess in like a game like this where the other two teams are quite strong, and you back your pack points as much because especially a team like Team Magma, all their players, being from Queensland, just instantly makes you very good at pack points.
Well,
Um,
Mad Cans, Link, Shock, Peregrine, Cyrex. I mean, I don't want to go and try to play pack points against that team.
mm, mm,
Um, that said, they are keeping up on the pack points though, as you say, but not catching, which is what we've seen in previous games. Um, that
yeah,
said,
it just seemed to
despite me
be
looking at the climb in their worm right this second,
yeah,
a very steep climb in that worm for a 30-second burst there. Um, but looking pretty quiet at green. Blue looks very empty. They must be pushed really high. It doesn't even look like they've got a player in the base. And red just with the one
uh,
player chilling inside. Oh, gets tagged by a blue player, I think. Yep.
oh, who's that? Link?
I want to say that looks like Link.
Yeah,
That
he's
long, thin,
in, but
lanky frame. Yep.
three red players come back and collapse, clear him out.
Yep.
Yeah, blue base is empty, but I'm sure they haven't abandoned it. They probably just pushed for time.
No. So we've
Ah,
got that player holding,
mm,
well, kind of holding inside, but not in your
uh,
normal
yeah,
under/shooter spot. Um, oh, here we've got, yeah, easy points. Yeah.
yeah. All right, so I guess if the base is clear, we should assume there's someone in that little. I'm not sure what I think we were calling it. I don't remember what we were calling it at Prenats one, but the little tight corner as you come in the door.
Well,
Um,
just keep an eye on the game for me because I'm quickly gonna jump over to the Prenets 2 draw, which does have the maze map.
okay.
And it's a see, because actually it would make more sense to call that little area pillar, wouldn't it? But then you've got that triangle spot where you can shoot the
Yeah.
base from, which I've been calling pillar. So I don't know, you could maybe call it pocket. But then it's not
Mm,
really a shooter spot, it's more a defensive spot. So anyhow. Um Getting back to the game very quickly, all the teams are very much tightly grouped with their pack points. Um, but Team Magma and Archangels just with that base advantage at the moment. Um, Said we've got a green player that's just cracked into red. Oh, that was a funky little hold to shoot around that side of the pillar. Nice. Um, we've got that blue defender holding that pocket pillar place we were just talking about. Polchrome shots onto red, gets
and
their red, puts
finishes.
them
See
into
that? And
first.
now just with that one base, they're up into first.
Yep.
Even against two incredibly strong teams, they can still
Oh,
pack point incredibly well. So
yep.
it's good from the Rampage. I
Yep.
wonder going into the second half of the game what the other two teams will do. I don't
Well,
think any team can be confident that they're ahead at this stage. It's
no,
probably very hard to read and know what's going on.
I wouldn't want to be trying to call this in game. Um, but yeah, Rampage making me eat my words a little bit. Just playing their game how they do and doing it well. Uh,
Very, very close game, which is what we like to see.
oh yeah, second, third, fourth,
Yeah.
very good. Um, there hasn't even been too much in the way of denials either. Easy points have put a shot into blue, and where are they? Mad Cans a shot into green, but otherwise not much in the way of denies. Um,
Mhm. I think that's
uh,
just as you get higher up the ladder, there's going to be
easy points.
fewer denials. Oh,
He
good
got the
base.
base.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's
clutch
massive.
base. Um, that said, not as clear of second as you would like to be when you're a base up.
But I do think
Um,
the other two teams might like now have to react. They might
well,
not
well,
know that they're only 1,000 behind.
not necessarily, because you've made the point that Rampage normally play their games focusing a lot more on pack points than bases. If they're only a base down, I don't think they're going to be panicking. And likewise, Team Magma, looking at that lineup, I don't think they're going to be too worried about a base down.
Yeah, still very close, as you say. Pack points
Yeah.
from all the teams very strong.
Yeah. Um, so I'm just trying to think. Expected order is Magma, Archangels, Rampage. Um, Mad Can's quickly doing a tour through green. Oh, red's cracking into blue. Yep, shots into blue. And Sega, oh, getting denied by Zam. Um, actually, that's very good for them. Um, so Rampage pulling themselves into first with that denial over the Archangels. Oh, Rampage player set up in red,
That looks
waiting.
like oh, he's cleared out anyway. Yeah, it was all three colors at the red base just then,
It,
but red have set back up, one in the middle and one on the V. Oh, that looked like a okay, never mind.
oh, Sega shots in again, gets it this time. Very nice.
Yeah, finishes the blue base, and they're
So just under
now
2 minutes
mm,
left, and oh, Link shots into red. Gets red base. Nice. Mm. And this, I think, is what we've seen a lot in, well, Prenets 1 especially, and a little bit here, is relatively low bases, and then the last 2 minutes,
mm,
it's a lot more frantic as people start to pull the trigger. Oh, green players almost getting very close to each other. They're on that panel there for a second. Um, red base. Okay, red defenders setting up back inside. Uh, blue team, we're assuming are defending from just much more
the
aggressive positions.
or in that little spot that you can't see on the camera.
Yep. Um, okay, because Rampage, again, down 2 bases on the Archangels, but if they get one, it'll pop them into first.
Oh, and there's a green at the V at red. Oh, he's gone.
No,
Um,
tagged out.
so they seem to be attacking the red base, maybe having a read that they think it's a bit easier.
Okay, just over 30 seconds. Green player in red. Uh, oh, okay,
Another
blue
phaser
player
shot up the
shooting
top.
green.
Oh,
Oh, very nice
finishes.
base there from Link.
So that
Okay.
puts them
Um,
ahead. Not much time left in this game. Very
I
clutch base there. They weren't in first, I believe. Yeah, they were in second until they got that base.
oh, Spider shots into red. Finishes that base, surely.
Oh,
Yep, nice. Okay. Time for, yep, okay, very nice. Oh,
wow.
oh.
Wow. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay, okay, if there's anyone in the lobby, um,
Goodness
because
me.
apparently the Prenats 1
Massive
commentary,
base.
yeah, apparently the
Oh,
Prenats 1 commentary was going out into the lobby. Um, so anyone listening in the lobby, if they're streaming us in the lobby again, can you please let us know the final scoreboard?
Wow.
Also, a ref there talking to one of the green players. If there's a term there, it won't impact the outcome there because Rampage is already in third.
Oh.
But
Just,
yeah, what is that? 2 tags between first and second?
and just if you look at the second half of the game, the lead changes and like the second, third changes like 10 times. It looks like the
Oh,
worms are
all over the
overlapping
place.
and yeah.
But Jellyhawk with that clutch base at the end, very nice work.
Yeah, it seemed
Because yeah, that
quite
got them the game.
uncontested. Yeah, I don't know what. I guess Blue wanted to get a base themselves and then thought that would be
Well,
enough.
because we
But
don't know where the defenders are, they could
mm,
have tagged them all on the way in, and this is what I absolutely love about the 8 second DX on the format that we play at Nationals, is you've got that extra 2 seconds more than what we're used to in WA with the format that we play. So it's so nice being able to tag those players and go, I've got 2 more seconds than I'm used to shoot my base. So maybe the cards fell in the right direction for them.
mm,
Um, but yeah, if that stands, Archangel's getting the first over Team Magma. So those two teams flipped unexpected order. And Rampage, good game, but third.
yeah, to get that base at the last second, even if you had shot all the defenders, still like very high pressure. So good to stay composed and finish the base. Like if you even hesitate 1 second, it can be the difference. So good job from Jellyhawk there. Take a lot high pressure game against another high level team. So
Mm.
good work there.
Mm. Okay, so coming up, hold on, that one again. Let me double check because I feel like we've seen Cerberus, Catalorcas. Where are we up to?
We were half an hour behind, so maybe the
So it's uh
middle game on the screen at the moment.
no, I think oh, hold on. Okay, we've just had the 4 o'clock game, so
Yeah, so
Archangel's Magma Rampage. Okay, cool. So we're up to Team Aqua on the wrong color on red, one up on blue, Catalorca's green. Okay, that's the game we're up to. For those that came in late, we were half hour behind schedule. I think we've clawed it back a little bit, due to some technical difficulties at the beginning of the day. So we are about a half hour behind schedule. So this is currently the 4:15 game. Um,
who's taking this one, Elmo?
I'm thinking one up, one up for the win, and I don't know. I want Catalorcas to get that second, but just the way that they've been playing today, I can't rule out Team Aqua taking the second. Um,
Yeah. Although they did have that one strong game, the Catalogers, this is against the two higher level teams where they're only 1,000 points behind and they were in second for a while. I don't remember. It might have been Vikings and one up or something like that. And they were really up there. They weren't lagging behind, so
ooh,
hopefully this
okay,
game they can keep up as well.
so yeah, coming into Cascade 2. Okay, so this is teams 5, 6, and 7. And coming into Cascades 2, Catalorcas and Team Aqua were tied on victory points, but Catalorcas had the higher average score. Um, so we do expect a good tight game, well, between all three of these, because they're clustered next to each other on the ladder. Sorry, just got to have the right screens open in the right order. But Catalorcas, the Wham Fox with the early base, two early bases.
Wow.
Has blue dumped?
Does look quite empty.
Because I know one up are somewhat notorious for dumping, or at least being very, very aggressive with their
They
attack slash
hadn't
defense.
dumped in their other games, but looking at the blue cameras and the fact, yeah, the base has been shot, um, I'm assuming you're probably right in saying that.
Because we've got okay, Simi, yeah, without any, yeah, without
Okay,
an
yeah.
attacking partner by the looks of it. So yeah, blue's dumped. Um, so green's currently cycling their blue. Um, so assume at some point in this game that Team Aqua are also going to get 5 free blues. Um, and let's see if one up can muscle their way to 10 bases. Um, and the poor blue ref now looking very bored. Oh, Gunner, no, Vector? Vector shots into green, gets denied. Dark Passion getting his dumped blue, beating the other green attacker to it. Um,
The one-up dump have not gotten inside a base just yet. They were at red a second ago. They
oh,
seem to be,
yep,
yep,
okay,
there you
Snake
go.
in red, gets his red. Very nice
Good
work there.
take.
Oh,
Now,
actually, I like that shooter spot because you've cleared the door behind you on the
yeah,
left because and you're covered from the door on the right of the camera.
mm,
So
yeah,
if you can set up with one of your team on the outside of that left door and you clear it and shoot it from that panel,
mm.
oh, I like that shooter spot.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's just such a small base that people can such a small maze and base that people can rotate around to that door very quickly. But as you say, if you have a teammate, it'd be quite strong. I guess I'll have to give that a try next time I'm back there.
um, okay, so Vector getting one shot denied in red. Meeseek's picking up his dumped blue with Hybrid just keeping an eye on him, making sure that a red didn't sneak in for a cheeky denial there. Um, and I think that's Griffo now in blue, getting their dumped blue. No, Cheeto, sorry, getting their dumped blue. Um,
Yeah, so assume both Catalogers and Team Aqua have 5 bases each.
yep.
One up. They're going to be going for 10. See whether they can get there or not. They've got 3 so far, which is good. I think they're still at red, are they? Yes, there's one blue player in the door and they're shooting. He got
Oh,
denied, it looks
do ya?
like. Oh, have
Oh,
they done a
I think they've split
split dump?
dumped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's 2 at each base, it looked like, at least. Saw 2 at red and then there was 2 at green just then as well. One blue's under, shooting, and
Snake,
gets it.
very nice. Um, so one up and Catalogers equal bases. Catalogers up, I want to say less on pack points and more the fact that one up's just been denied a whole bunch.
Yeah,
Um, Moss picking
it
up
does look like
their
that.
dumped.
Mm.
Gunner picking up their red.
Yeah,
So
so
very nice.
bases are dropping thick and fast here. Um, One up, if they can get a few more bases and be clean with it, then
Hmm. Oh,
it's
Gunner
really good.
getting.
They're in a good spot now. They've got 6.
Actually, they've got a massive roll on at the moment, just
Mm,
bouncing between bases. Um, yeah, apart from a couple of those early denies, they've been really good the past. Yeah, well, look at the past minute for that blue
yeah.
worm. It's just,
Wow.
step, 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 step,
Mm,
bang. Um, so the other nice thing is once they've whether they finish or when they feel they've got enough bases, they can just split and defend,
yeah.
both green and red bases and just lock everyone else out of bases and
Mm.
getting monster pack points. Um,
Quite close at this stage. Still anyone's game. Just have to see how many more bases one up can get.
Hmm.
Both Catalorcas and Team Aqua have a base still to get each, so they're basically all at 29,000 at this stage.
Ooh,
So
yeah,
it's
Wham,
very, very even at this stage.
yep. Wham getting a nice deny on Guinea. Guinea back in, putting shots in, gets the base this time. Very nice.
Wow.
Um, so yeah, in terms of ooh, so yeah, even One Up have recovered back on the pack point deficit they had from all those denials before, because they're now 8 or 9K up, which equates to those bases on Team Aqua, um, and about the same to Catalorcas. So they're in a
Hmm.
very nice position here of having those extra bases, and they're keeping up on the pack points. Um, Griffo, all right, so it's only Little Bow that needs their blue.
Yeah.
Um,
There's no rush really though. You
no,
got there's
no.
still half the game, so yeah, and especially
Um,
not worth fighting the other team over it, so you can just get it whenever.
but the thing that the other two teams are going to struggle with now is that they're going to have to be fighting One Up those other two bases, and they've got, well, apart from Little Bow needing their blue, um, they're going to be fighting the defenders and the blue attackers at both of those bases. Um, so yeah, no, this is interesting.
Hmm.
Um,
Very, very close game.
so yeah, what green and red really need right now is each other's base. Um, yeah, so I think the chat's um, agreeing with us here. So One Up in a very strong position. The other two teams haven't got their each other's bases yet. Um, and yeah, whomever of red and green get the next base will secure that second position. Although that said, One Up, if they want to maintain first, I think need to um,
Get
speed
one
up a
more
little bit
as
on the
well.
pack points.
Yeah.
Because at this point, if Catalorcas or Team Aqua get a base, that'll
Mm.
probably put them ahead of One Up.
Oh,
Dark
good runs
Passion,
there.
yep. Shots into green,
Wow.
nice.
Just as you say, they need a base.
Yep. Um,
And there's a blue in at red, but didn't
they
start
might already
shooting.
have. Oh, this is a very good game. Um, so Team Aqua, who are in green, oh, have green dumped? Green may have dumped.
Wow. So
Oh,
Meeseeks picks up his red as
yep.
Moss picks up his green, and now One Up
Yeah,
found
that's
themselves in third. Whoever
that.
whoever said in chat One Up win, you've managed to jinx them now.
Well, to be fair, I was saying that as well like a minute ago. So the commentator's curse. It's a real thing. We've
Mm,
done it.
yeah, 2,000 points between first and third at this stage. So I don't think anyone's set in stone at this stage. Um,
Because I think the Catalorcas, have they dumped?
they might have just tried one like fast hit to red while the base was down,
Yeah,
because it was shot by Dark Passion beforehand. So
because I'm thinking if the Catalorcas dump has triggered this flurry for people going everywhere, and yeah, they may have just done a one base push, as you've said, because now we've got Meeseeks back inside the base. Um,
yeah,
so Team Aqua starting to pull away a bit. Red team.
yeah, one base here from Catalogers, and they're right back up with the Team Aqua. Guinea's
Oh,
on it red
Guinea shots into red.
and takes
Gets
it.
red.
See,
Okay, second.
now green have no bases they can get before the end of the game.
But blue can still
However,
get a green. So if they rush over there with Vector, no, Griffo's
oh, and
game
wow,
set. Game set match.
yeah,
All right.
very close up until the end there. Team Aqua pulling away with the last second base. Very clutch right there.
So for Team Aqua, this is real good because on the ladder, well, they're all clustered next to each other, but on the ladder, predicted third, getting a first. Very nice. One up, predicted first, getting a second, and Catalogers second, getting a third. But no, that was a really good game to watch. Really good game.
Yeah. Once again, you can see the lead changing a bunch. One up were in a commanding lead, so people in Twitch chat were right in saying they looked like they had it won, but they just didn't get any more. They only got the one base at the end. They slowed down the bases in the second half of that game.
Um, all right. So then next game, Team Magma on red. Love it.
Ah, well,
Um, and then Aegis Cerberus on blue and green. Now, Aegis Cerberus coming into Cascades 2, 8th and 9th, but I think we've seen in a few games today
yeah,
that they've
both
been
picked up
punching,
some good wins. Yeah.
yeah, they've been punching well above their weight. So I think, what is it, second versus 8th and 9th? I think Team Magma will still have the win on this one. Um, I'm looking to, okay, there's the game we're up to. But yeah, I think this could be a more interesting game than maybe the ladder tells us.
mm. I'd love to see either Aegis or Cerberus try and blow this game open because I don't think you beat Team Magma playing standard. So I'd love to see a interesting tactic here, whatever it may be, whether it be dump or something else. Just try something a bit different. I think because I don't. If you want to play for first, that is, which I think they should be doing. Because I think if you play standard, Team Magma probably have you beat just based on the players they have on their team.
Well, I can't remember who was saying it, but remember someone telling me if you're the strongest team in the arena and everyone plays standard, you're gonna win. Um, so I think it's in their interest to try and not play standard because it's well, unless you're just trying to play for second, but it's no fun playing for second. Always play for first. Um, all right, so
Link
Link,
on a blue,
yep,
like he'll get that
yep,
nice and clean.
shooting. See, actually, looking more and more at that pillar spot where Link shot it from, it seems to be much more of a lefty spot. But that said, so's facing. Um, I'm sure the lefties around Australia are finally going, yes, a base that's built for lefties. There are no good right shooter spots here. Because I know Red Devil has often bemoaned the fact that particularly at our PK arena, most of the bases are set up for right-handed shooters.
Mm. I think you can make anything work if you're good enough. Like you can do switch holds or whatever it is that make and shoot from left-handed spots or whatever it is.
Oh, I tend to agree. So, ladies and gentlemen, the commentators are saying just get good. Um, so Link with that first base. Actually, wow, they're on 5k worth of pack points as well. So they are absolutely pulling away from this game. Um, I I feel like it should be too early to say that this is a game for second between Aegis and Cerberus, but I
Mm.
also feel like I'm not wrong, unless they do something drastic. Um,
Oh, what are you getting denied there? I couldn't
yeah.
see who shot him, and he was looking around as well. Must have been a long shot of sorts.
Ooh. Actually, one thing looking at this this arena, and Stinky, you've played the arena, so correct me, but it looks like all of the all of the full height barricades, I'll say, go all the way up to the roof. So there looks to be absolutely no possibility of roof shots at this arena. Is that right?
I run. There used to be a few, but Run made a massive effort for Prenats 1 and for Prenats 2 to get rid of most of them. Um, I
Nice.
don't really look up at the roof and try much in this arena, but there might have been a few spots, but I don't think it's a common practice people do.
Yep.
Yeah, there used to be a few, but I think he's gotten rid of most of them, which is good because no one likes getting roof shotted. Um, yeah. Apparently, you
Um,
can reflect off one of the elevator doors, which I tried but couldn't get to work. Uh,
you
there's elevator. There's the shiny doors between green and red. So apparently
yeah,
you can shoot
no.
off those. I just couldn't get it to work though. Maybe I was aiming in the wrong spot, but
You weren't at Darwin or at Rumble, but there were actual mirrors on some of the walls in those arenas. So like it wasn't just like reflective alfoil or whatever on the roof. There were literal mirrors that you could get reflex off of. It was a humorous time, is all I'll say on that one. Um, but yeah, having a quick look back at this game, Mad Cans has since picked up his blue. Um, Wardy, after having not a very good time, eventually got his green. Um, Sped shots onto blue, gets
oh,
denied by Cyrex. Nice
I think
deny
that
there
was
from Wardy.
another phaser shot. It looked like
Mm.
Sarex ran in the door after he'd already been shot. So
And as we speak, Madcans picks up his green, so he's all finished. Nice work. Um,
still very close between Cerberus and Aegis. Only a few hundred points difference. Um, so yeah, I think you're right in saying that it's really a battle for second this game.
yep.
Uh, Sped on it blew another denial. Quite expensive this game. Rather
Yeah.
characteristic, he was very clean and fast getting his bases the other games, but yeah,
Well, look,
maybe
I'm just gonna say 5 shots worth of denials, and he's still positive with like a 138 tag ratio. So
mm,
he's just
he's
being
allowed to
maybe
be a
a
little
little bit
expensive.
reckless. I think he's being maybe a little bit too eager on his bases, a little bit base hungry. But otherwise, yeah, no, doing quite well out there.
Yeah, still close at this stage. Obviously apart from Team Magma, who are pulling ahead, but between Aegis and Cerberus, very close still. They are right next to each other on the ladder, so makes sense, I guess.
Yep.
Uh,
Um, and really Cerberus, about 1,000 points. It's really just those extra denials that Speds copped over the denies that Wardy had. So very close game between these two teams. Um, and yeah, kind of as expected, Team Magma just walking away with this one a little bit. Um, okay, hold on, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so just about the halfway mark. Team Magma's on just under 32,000. You reckon they're going to hit 60K?
mm, I don't know because the other teams are still defending. If there's a dump, maybe they can get 60k because then there's just more bases and stuff like that, and more points in general. Whereas if it's like a standard game, more people are defending and stuff, so less bases and less points overall. If one of the team dumps, I reckon 60 is on the table, but otherwise I'd probably say no. Um,
Link into green, gets his green base, very nice. Uh, I don't know, I reckon they're on for 60. Um, I actually reckon they're going to get 10 this game. I reckon they can get 10.
yeah,
Um,
I guess there is
I-
still half the game left, and
Mhm.
yeah, Hobart Cerberus don't look to be defending super hard.
Hmm. Well, Nelly just picked up her green base quite nicely, um, pushing them up into second.
There were reds at green, but they just left. Maybe their own base got busy. And there's multiple green bodies at blue. Green being shot.
Red destroys green. Very nice. So that's shock.
Red are done with green base.
Okay, so it's just blue. And blue is where a lot of the pack points are at the moment because green's attacking their... Oh, green's dumped.
Yeah, I
That's
was
why red
gonna
have
say
finished
I
green. Green's dumped.
haven't seen them there for a while now. So yeah, they might well be on for 10 bases and 60k. That is Team Magma. The other teams, Aegis on par still with Cerberus. One base down, but very similar score overall.
I think with red having finished green, I think blue have enough... Oh yeah, blue definitely have enough time to finish that base.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. If they cycle it quickly, they'll have plenty of time, I think. And then they're gonna get to 5 bases. So it's just whether or not Hobart Cerberus can get 5 bases themselves. They do have one of Team Magma, which is good. And they're
yes.
not in a base at the moment, but they're back at blue, it looks like. Trying to get more of the blue base. They think it's the easier one.
So, and I think this goes back to something that we talked about many, many games ago. Your Cerberus here, you're dumped. Okay, you've just destroyed... Oh no, it
Oh,
gets denied. You're at blue base. Let's say that you're in and set up. If
yeah.
you get it, do you quickly bounce over to red while the base is down for 30 seconds? Or do you just assume that you'll
Oh,
Oh, team denied.
that's
No.
not what you want to see in a game like this. They can easily get second here if they're clean with their bases, but Team Denials are
Yeah.
not
that-
good at all because you lose the 500 as well as the negative denial bonus. Am I right in saying that's how the...
I can't remember if you get a negative denial bonus, but regardless, you lose, what is it? The 500 for that player putting shots in the base. You lose the 40 for getting tagged. You get at least the negative 150 for tagging your own player. And if you go negative 250 as well for the negative denial bonus, that's a lot of points.
Yeah,
Um,
it's really...
750, 900. That would be 940 points negative, just for a one-shot team denial. Okay, thank you, Drake. No negative team denial bonus.
Okay.
Um,
Wasn't sure about that one, but good to have that clarified. Still, not good at all. And now Adelaide Aegis are rolling through the green base, cycling it quickly. Cerberus are falling further behind. They need to start. They need to get some bases quickly. This game is coming towards a close.
okay. I think that if they want to win, get second, this is Hobart Cerberus, they need to bounce over to red because one base won't be enough. But two will. So they need to get red, and then they need to come back when blues respawned to destroy it again if they want to get second. Otherwise, this is game and set. SSG just needs to pick up their dumped green, and even doing that will clinch the game for Aegis. So,
There's just not much time left.
yep.
At all. I think
So
it's probably a done deal at this stage. Not quite 60k for Team Magma, like you said, but still
no.
pretty good. I mean, with 3 extra bases, it would have been exactly 60k. So,
Yep.
yeah. If they had got 10, they would have got the 60k. Obviously, they don't need to. They had the game won, so
Oh yeah.
why risk denying yourself? Just pad your stats and all that. So Aegis coming out ahead. They weren't ahead at points, but when Green had dumped, they cycled it pretty quickly, got through 4 out of the 5, which gave them enough points to beat out Cerberus. Yeah. I do like the attempt at a dump. You did get quite a few hits at blue, but I think just needed to be a bit cleaner on some of the takes. Sped was expensive at the early stages of the game as well, like you said. But yeah, I think if that game's played again, it could go the other way.
Yeah, yeah. Um, okay, so next, actually, this is another interesting one. So Rampage Red, Vikings on blue, one up on green. Um, where are we? The 4:45 game. So first versus fourth and fifth. Um, actually, because this is going to be interesting because we've got, well, Hobart Vikings again, broken record, probably first, but then second and third, we've got a much more aggressive team in one up versus a much more defensive team in Rampage. With
An
I think
unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
exactly, actually, exactly. So I will be very interested to see how this game plays out. Um, also working in their favor, the more defensive team on the stronger base of red. So this could be interesting. Um,
Fulcrum's under green though.
mhm.
Wonder if he'll shoot in a second.
I just don't think he felt safe in there.
I mean, if there's even a doubt in your mind and you hesitate, just don't shoot at that point.
As soon as you hesitate, it's
Yeah,
too late.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Gets the base.
Yep. So they've either dumped or they've done a quick three-man push to green and over to blue and gotten that quick base. Gotten the Vikings base, so that's very good.
Yeah, maybe one up to the one team that can beat out the Vikings.
Look, let's not jinx them again, all right? We thought they had the game sewed up last time they played. Let's not jinx them again.
Very
Because
true. And
Vikings are only 400 points behind and they don't even have any bases. So
Twinkles
um
was at green. Looked like he was gonna shoot, but didn't feel comfortable. Um, so looks like red and blue are defending, but green, looks like blue and red are fighting for it almost. Fulcrum shooting green, gets it. Now they're up into first. Still very close. All teams within 500 points of one another.
I just want to know where on earth they're getting their pack points from. I would really love to know where they're getting their pack points from. Because
Uh,
they're 6.5K, just over 2 minutes in.
uh,
And
Run usually
only
likes to be like right in the thick of things almost. Like right in the like just outside of base where you can see multiple people and just
Mm.
like if he shoots three people and dies, then it's like good for his team. So I think he just likes to shoot a few people. If he gets tagged, it's not the end of the world. And just move back a panel. Um, yeah, and all their players just win every duel, so it feels like that at least when I play them. All right, one base apiece, but Vikings pulling ahead.
Oh, Guinea, more shots into blue, gets blue. All right, so that looked like another 2 or 3 man push, but okay, Runt return serve by um, getting a one-up base. Um, so interesting that one up. I don't know if they're not pushing red because I'm sorry, I don't normally look at the red camera too much. I need to look at it more. Or whether they're just not cracking in through that red defense. As we say, them being a more defensive team,
Yeah, they usually
maybe just holding it out really well.
have like four people back at this stage in the game at least.
Mm.
They'll just collapse back and like they might push a bit for some pack points, but then they'll collapse back as soon as the attack rocks up at their base. So that might be why people are struggling to get in.
Mhm.
Except for Runt though, he makes everything look easy.
Okay, so we've got a red player that's just gone through green. That looked like Spider. Okay, Gunner.
Oh,
Or getting denied
denied
by
by
Runt in blue.
Ooh.
Um, yeah, okay. Vikings skipping away with this one.
Ah,
But then one upper base, but Rampage just absolutely monstering them on pack points at the moment. Um, okay, given fair, they've lost 1,000 points in denies. Um, but yeah, Rampage a base down and vying for second.
yeah, quite
Um,
close at this stage. I wonder if we'll see a one-up base soon. They can't be far away. They're always attacking, it seems like.
um, okay, so l- let's say that you you one up at this point. How are you feeling? You've got two bases. You know you've lost 1,000 points in denials, but I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good at this point, even though on the scoreboard shows that I'm behind. What are your
Mm.
thoughts?
Well, you need to look like you can obviously tell how your own pack points are doing. So maybe have a conversation, like because none of them are doing amazingly. So maybe just have a conversation. My pack's not that good. My pack's not that good. And then you obviously know that Rampage on red, they're probably going to have a pretty decent pack score. So maybe you do know you're behind a bit.
Mhm.
Um, maybe that leans you're leaning towards more of a offensive play. But
Well, you've actually made a really good point there because looking at the tag ratios of one up, Guinea and yeah, they're on less than 50% tag ratio. Vector's on 70, Gunner's on about 65. Snake was on 100, but now he's 90 odd. Um, they're just not having a good time of the pack on pack parts of the game.
which is fine. Like if they're not the best, like if they're not gonna have good tag ratios, that's all right. Just go in and get your bases. Like that's what they're good at. That's what they've done in games gone past. So uh,
Just get your
don't
bases. If
hesitate.
only it was
Dump,
that easy.
just dump, dump.
Um,
Oh, he's gonna
but
get blue. He is. Wow. All right.
but yeah, Rampage doing really good on the pack points at the moment. Um, they're not quite catching the Vikings, but they don't seem to be losing as much ground to them anymore. But still a massive 6K gap, 9K gap.
Mm, yeah, one up certainly a close, but they have that base and they're still down, so they must know that tag ratios and yeah, a whole variety of factors, there's a few denials and whatnot, that they must know they're not comfortably in second, that's for sure. So they must. I feel like if I'm them, I'm making some type of play. I don't know what it would be, but and it's easy to say looking at the scoreboard with all this data in front of us, but
Oh, it's
um,
look, I've certainly watched back streams of our games, and the commentators have been saying one thing, and um,
yeah,
as you
counter.
say, it's easy for the commentators to say one thing, but you've got to rely on what your read of the game is and what your read of the situation is, and how best you think you can make,
Mm.
you know, the best of the situation that's coming your way.
I don't
Um,
envy the captains of Rampage or One Up here because yeah, it's a tough call to make. I'd love to be
well,
the captain of Vikings though. It'd be pretty easy. All right, guys, go kill, um, and or go shoot bases, and you just win the game. Feels like.
yeah, with CV getting another blue. Um, because yeah, as you said before, Rampage are sticking true to they're being amazingly good on the pack points. And they're down a base on one up. but as you say, they seem to rely on pack points, so you know, they're probably feeling pretty good. Um, One up, I want to say probably have the experience to realize that they're struggling. Um, but yeah, even from the outside looking in, I'm not sure what they would do or what they could do to change the situation of this game.
Yeah. It, in
Um,
green, I might find. Oh,
oh,
by Runt's absolutely racking up the denials this game. He's up to 5 shots worth.
yeah.
And sitting at 13,500. Still time left in this game to score even higher.
Yeah, Vector was just a little bit in no man's land from where and how he was shooting that base, and even there, he got it that time, but I just feel he was overly exposed to both doors. Um, I appreciate that you can't be 100% safe when you're shooting a base, but that just seemed a bit risky for me is all. Maybe he had better comms and better read on what's going on around that base, but it felt like he was very exposed. Snake now cracked into blue, holding that facing shooter spot. Holding it very well, actually. Um, if they pick up this base, if they can crack back into blue and get this base, that'll bring them super close to Rampage.
Yeah. And if they get blue, it means Rampage can't. So
Oh yeah. So there was a bit of a baseline breach there, and refs picked it up on it. So, and actually a massive shout out to all the refs. They're all volunteers from the other teams. So, and the game can't go on without you. So, massive shout out to the refs.
yeah, for sure. Especially at least in Prenat's one, I don't think there was a proper ref roster or anything like that. So it was just people going to ref,
Mhm.
like showing initiative and going to ref. So that was really nice.
Okay, and Polchrome picking up sorry, so yeah, Polchrome picking up blue, I think, and yeah, Gunner picking up a red. Um,
Who got or like what color got the termination? Did you end up seeing? I missed it on
blue,
the
blue. So it
blue.
was one of the blue defenders.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So not
Baseline breach trying to get a denial, but
nice.
I don't think it influenced the yeah,
Yeah. Not as much of a big deal as opposed to if it was a red or a green because they're much closer together. But
and game.
wow. All right. Rampage getting the second there. Vikings obviously quite far ahead and one up in the third, which I believe was the expected result. Rampage were on paper supposed to get second. Um,
Uh,
good base, good game from them.
hmm.
Uh, quite a
And yeah, that
comfortable
is the expected order. Yep.
win. Yeah, they just back their pack points. Massive game from Spider. Goodness me, 280% tag ratio.
What?
Yeah, second highest score in the game, and he only had the one base.
um, yeah, damn, nice work. Um, okay. Yeah, so wow, one up, two bases up, and still 6K down. So yeah, they were obviously not having a good time of it. Only Snake with a positive tag ratio, and only just. Um, and yeah, Spider and even Zam, 7,000 points, with no bases. That's a monster game. That's a really good game.
Mm.
Um, So yeah, Spider and Zam, strong carry there for that team. Nice work.
Yeah, good stuff. So the next game we have, I believe it's the 5 o'clock game. So Hobart Cerberus in on red, Hobart Archangels on blue, and the Catalorcas are in on green. Although I don't see anyone coming in the arena. Right, what's going on?
Uh,
There we
uh,
go.
there they are. Yep, still
So
just packing up.
getting started momentarily. Who's taking this one and why?
Um, I feel the Archangels here with the win. Just on the form that they've shown today. Um, Again, I want to see Catalorcas hold second. Um, but yeah, wouldn't be surprised for a Cerberus upset here potentially.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, I think Archangels not necessarily comfortably first, but definitely Archangels to hold on to the win. What are your thoughts?
Uh, I do think, yeah, Archangels probably got it won, but I don't know. I feel I have a gut feeling that the Cerberus are somehow gonna either win or make it very, very close at least. They had a really good game before, but then they also had one not so good one just recently. So I don't know, maybe this is like another good one. As we
All
see
right.
Dominator in on green. Looks like he'll get that cleanly. Oh, of course.
No,
As soon as I say that. Oh, he looked
I
very
think
frustrated there.
I think he missed shots on the base and on the people lunging him. So he he was
Well,
very close to getting that base. I thought he had it, but
yeah, it did look like it, but the Greens came in, got the
yeah.
denial. He did not look happy about that. Let's hope he doesn't. The mental doesn't
Yeah,
waver.
he doesn't go off the rails
Stay
on that one.
focused. Yeah. Um, because yeah, it's really just one denial. It's not the end of the world. Um, but it always sucks getting denied early in a game. I feel because then it's like that's you have to play the whole game knowing that you've been denied just recently.
It,
In
it
that
sets the
game.
tone a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So should still be fine. Um,
And it actually is interesting how much of this sport is a mental game. Um, you wouldn't think it. It's just laser tag, air quotes, but there's a lot of thinking and there's a lot of mental fortitude required, especially self-assessment in the middle of a game. And yes, I've been denied, but I've got to make sure that that doesn't send me down the rabbit hole.
Especially if it was a denial where like you missed a shot in the base, that's probably even worse than getting denied by as opposed to just getting shot normally because you should have had the base. Those
Mm,
ones annoy me personally the most because it's like, oh, I should have had it. Now I need to still get it as well as losing all those points.
yeah.
That can be really frustrating. But
And then it's always in your mind, the back of your mind a little bit. I missed shots the first time. Now I've got to make sure I don't miss shots the second time, which yeah, doesn't always help. Um,
Catalogers are in first at this stage, but still early days.
mhm.
Uh, no bases just yet. A few denials, but no bases. Every team looks to be defending pretty standard. One player in each base.
Um, Seems to be a bit of action over at blue. Green looks reasonably quiet at the moment. Um, Not much happening at red. Uh, let's see who's doing well on the pack points. Oh, okay, easy points
Oh, he's gonna get
into
tagged. Oh
green.
no! Someone
Oh,
tagged Lilbo lunging in there. I don't know whether it was easy points or his teammate, but they get the base and they're up into first place now. Didn't look like he was going to get that because I could see Lilbo far back coming in the door, but must have got tagged out before he could make the denial.
hmm,
So Archangels, only team to get a base so far, and they are ahead.
yep.
Only just though. Walkers on par with the pack points.
Yeah, so I think the catalogers with those because they've been getting those denials and those denial bonuses and also staying pretty strong on the pack points. Um, so just having a quick squiz at the tag ratios, etc. You got Captain Clutch Morgan with a 450 tag ratio in red base, 942 against. And Mantis as well. Actually, probably the bigger shout out to that 24 tags to 11. She's on, so over 200% tag ratio. She's doing very well at the moment,
And I think
wherever she's playing.
she's definitely not in the base because there's another blue in the spot on the camera. So if you're getting that kind of tag ratio from outside of the base, that's very impressive. Um,
Well, she must be playing that sort of mid area because I don't see her in the base and I don't see her attacking. So she must be playing that floating, very pushed up, very
yeah,
much pack point focused role in the middle, and doing it very well by the looks of it. Um, red base still quiet. Actually, everything must be happening outside of bases because all of the bait. Oh, hold on, some activity on green. Nice. Okay. Oh, we've got, by the looks of it, red attackers at both blue and green. Oh, Sure Kitty shots into red from that back
Red
B spot. Very
take
nice.
giving the Archangels their second base. Now 6K clear. Saying that
So, oh,
hybrids on
hybrid
a
shots.
blue.
Oh, two shot denied by easy points.
And was close to getting that one, but the blue players came in
Yep.
from each door, and yeah, hard to defend yourself if
And
there's two defenders lunging.
and Cerberus, as we speak, picking up a Catalorca's base. So pushing them into second. Um, oh, okay. A lot of reds setting up in green now. We've got two on the inside. Um, okay, and the green defenders are still there, just trying to crack back in. But whoever that is holding that T position is doing a really good job
It was
watching those
set, yeah,
doors.
there you go. He's getting the base now. Oh no. He was in
And
there for
blue
so long.
player,
The
yep,
piggyback. Oh,
yep. The piggyback is strong. Nice work, Sega. And hybrid as we speak.
oh.
Oh, okay. So three greens at red. Um, they may have pulled a third attacker to help them get in there. And that may have caused that drop. Um, unless they pushed the third as soon as they dropped the base, in which case that was nice work. Um, so Catalorca's back into second, getting that base, 3K clear of Cerberus. Um, about 8K behind the Archangels, so 3 bases that they need to catch that one up.
Mm.
Um,
Catalogers are still definitely defending hard.
mhm.
I think there's one red player. Yeah, you can just see them on the other side of the V. Yep. So
Actually,
that's to Morgan. It looks like so. Red is still defending, just trying to get the green base as well. As we see Sped shooting again. Looks like he'll get this one. Oh, I've got to
No,
stop saying that.
denied.
I've got to stop saying that. Oh, it's my fault. Sorry. Whoopsies.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Um,
Yes. Mr. Macy's came out of nowhere. It seemed on that camera. Sped's under
don't
again.
do it. Don't do it, Sped.
Um.
No, don't.
Oh,
Okay,
I think his teammate
it's
must have been up. Got
okay.
me.
So there must have either been another red or that blue player tagged me six as he was lunging.
So
Yep.
Cerberus now have two bases, and they've almost caught up to Catalorcas. Yeah, just a few two-shot denials not going their way, but they're right up there with them. They do have that extra base, but
Yep.
right up.
Drake in the chat with a Mushuism. You got to spend money, which I think is what Sped's doing very well there, but does eventually get their base. Um, see a lot of red attackers at green.
Green is
So
very
red,
busy. It looks
yeah.
like.
So red may have realized that they're having better luck cracking into green than they are into blue. So focusing that. Um, so
Looks like
two
one of
at
the red players is in green.
Yeah.
The green players again will probably start shooting. Oh,
Okay, so both red players shot out. Um,
still very close
just
between the Orcas and the Cerberus.
yeah. So just over 2 minutes. Oh, go on, Morgan. Come on, clutch, Morgan. I mean, I still want
The W.
Headlockers to win, but I
Mm,
do love a Captain Morgan
fair
base.
trade to WA by saying that.
Oh, well, come on, half the team's Queensland, but no, that's fair. Um, the problem is that with that extra base to Cerberus, Catalorkers need to change something up here. Um,
Mm,
because red team just seem to be getting in way too easy. Um, so I'm not sure whether it's worth accepting that red team is getting in and cycling the base far too easy. So just leave it. And
yeah, well
hope.
now they've
Oh,
got 4, so is there
um,
much point? And then Archangels obviously have 2 themselves, so is there much point spending putting lots of bodies at home to defend it?
well,
Is it
I
worth trying
think
to
that the Catalorkers are now too far behind the game to try and defend because they need to get
mm, mm.
2 bases and not drop any to catch Cerberus. Um, but their defense doesn't seem to be able to keep Cerberus out. So, do you dump? Well, a
Need to
minute,
start
about
getting bases,
yeah.
even if it's not a dump, you just need to make
Well, last
third
time
or
the
whatever
base,
it may be.
yeah, last time the base went down when Red got it, do you just dump it and hope that what's just happened happens, where you have red and blue fighting over your base while you try bouncing between the other two?
If
Um,
blue get it, it's actually good for the Catalorkers because it stops the Cerberus from shooting their base, but they need to start shooting
100%.
bases themselves, which the little boat does. So it's
Um,
quite close now, but I'm not sure they're gonna have time. They need to start shooting
they need to crack
ASAP.
the base that
Mm,
no one's gotten yet.
yeah, it's
Nah.
close, but I think they probably needed to start attacking a bit harder, a bit earlier, the Catalorkers, that is. But once again, I always say this, it's easy to say while
Yep.
commentating. They might have had the read that they were doing better than
Yep.
we were. Mm.
Sitting in our air conditioning at our computers with all the data available to us, it's very easy to say, "Oh, you should have done this and you'd win."
Well, wasn't that close in the end for Archangels. They comfortably had the first, more bases and more pack points than everyone else.
Yep. So yeah, I don't think any surprise that the Archangels won. And a bit of an upset here with Cerberus getting the getting the second over the Catalorkers. Yeah, I don't think the Catalorkers are having a good Cascade 2 at all. I haven't been keeping track of the results, but
I've
I
got that.
feel they're dropping down to at least seventh, if not eighth at this standpoint, and I hate to say that. I legitimately hate to say that. But it looks like they've had a rough Cascade too.
There was a few expected seconds where they got third, and that just you need to get the expected results going your way in order to maintain position on the ladder. But there's still a few. They'll still have a few games left, so maybe they can redeem themselves.
Oh, this is the 5:15 game.
Yes. Team Aqua.
Yeah, they have one more game, and
Okay.
it's against
Oh no.
Archangels again and
Oh,
Rampage.
oh
Um,
well.
no. Positives here. That's an expected third. So anything they do better than third is a positive for them. So they've got nothing to lose on that last one.
So you're saying they should just dump? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, for the memes, maybe. Um, well, maybe it does require something drastic like that. But again, if you're playing Archangels and Rampage, Rampage, a very good defensive team, and actually the Archangels, another good, very defensive team. Um, I'm not sure that dumping and giving both of them 5 free bases is a good idea. But
True.
what else do you do? Because standard doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Um, Anyhow, I'm sorry. I'm just going to duck off for a moment. I should be back in a minute or two. I'll be back.
Right, I shall entertain Twitch chat. Any questions? Chuck them in the chat. Please don't ask how to beat Vikings. I'm the last person who would know how to do that. Does Wazzy Woo still play? So he still plays like laser tag. I'm not sure whether he'll be at the Hobart just due to school. He's in high school still, so and I think he's in an important year this year. So he he's like playing the performance comp with the Orcas. So if he can go, he will go. I'm assuming, but I'm assuming he probably won't just because of the timing of the tournament. It's like during school, um, so probably won't go. Which is a bit like me in Darwin, begging, please let me go. But school is important, and once you're out of school, you can play every nats you want. Having fun commentating, yeah, it's been good. It was a bit awkward at the very start because they had like a very very long delay, so I was struggling for stuff to talk about. But now it's good because we actually have the games to talk about. Speaking of which, Vikings in on green, Team Magma in on blue. I think I already said this, and Team Aqua on red. Starting, Moss got denied. Team Magma are ahead on pack points, but it's very early yet. So I think Vikings are probably gonna win again. As much as it pains me to say it, I'm getting a bit sick of watching them win every game. But I think this out of all the games is probably the one where it's like the order's probably most definite. Like as in, I don't think I'm like almost certain that the order will be Vikings, Magma, Team Aqua, but love to be proven wrong. Team Magma did get one win against Vikings in the round robin, or one of the Cascades or something like that. But Vikings have looked good today, been putting up lots of massive team scores, so it would surprise me. No bases just yet, but still quite early. Looks like green base is kind of busy. A few players at that. Can't see anyone in blue base. Maybe they're pushed out for points, or they're playing in that spot that you can't see on the camera behind the triangular pillar. There's a green in. Oh, very empty. Twinkle's 2-shot denied by, I didn't see who that was. Madcan? No. Yes. So he's been getting his bases very fast and cleanly, so a bit uncharacteristic for him, but he'll still probably end up getting a ridiculous score. Just because that's the nature of the Vikings players. And Blues are back in and defending. I cannot tell who that is with the cap. But they have one in at the moment. There's a few reds in at green. That looks to be Moss on at green, and he gets the base, putting Aqua up into first, but only just. So good base from him. His teammate was in there as well, helping him out. Still very close, only 1,000 between first and third at this stage. I don't think either Magma or Vikings are panicking after that base. Yeah. Looks like everyone's back home defending. Nothing out of the ordinary. Vikings are pulling away. But their worm graph, it's like a 45-degree angle almost. It's going up very steep. They're just getting a lot of pack points. Pulling ahead of Team Aqua, who have a base, who are ahead of Team Magma, but only about 1,000 points. Who's that? Looks like runs in at blue. Nice base from him. Clearing the base and then protecting himself. So it looks like that spot's pretty good. You can do like he was doing a kind of crossover handhold to tag the other door player. Because if you've come in from one door, it's more likely the defenders from the other door are going to be coming at you. If you've come in from that door, you've probably cleared it. So he didn't look at the door to the right of the blue camera because that's where he came in, and just cleared out the other door cleared out the base and started tagging the other players coming in the door. Very nice from him, and they're now quite far ahead. A combination of that base plus the pack points, and runs in at red again. Looks like he'll get it. Oh, thought he might have had that, but cameras are a little out of sync with the scoreboard, so he gets denied. There was a lot of bodies coming back to deny him there, like 2 of each team, it looked like.
And I'm back. And wow, looks like it's been a busy couple of minutes while I've been gone.
Yeah, it was close to start. Kings just decided, all right, it's enough. Time to go get back points. So they're pulling ahead.
Well, I would like to point out that Team Aqua and Team Magma are at a bit of a handicap here because they're on the wrong colors.
Very true. I
Um,
didn't expect it to beat Vikings color combination.
uh, but yeah, okay. So a couple denials on Twinkle, couple denials on Run, couple of denials on Griffo.
And they're still so far ahead. Like, how does that happen?
Okay, so seems to be pretty busy at red base. Twinkles and Run cracking into blue, and Twinkle's very nice, taking it from that spot, shooting the people lunging at him. What else? So, wow, yeah, 9K lead over Team Magma. Team currently second on the ladder, I believe.
Yeah, they
Um,
were second heading into the Cascade 2, and I'm assuming they're still second. Um, yeah, so they're this far ahead of second place. Oh,
and Twinkle shots into red, gets denied by Hasbro. Very nice. Um,
red base is yet to drop. They're doing a good job defending that.
yep. Oh, and okay, interesting for Team Aqua, not playing Dark Passion this game. So, okay.
Uh,
But nonetheless, doing quite well. Mad Can's in on, oh, gets 2-shot denied. Shock going for the
Feedback from his
piggyback
own
on that one.
teammate. Yeah.
Yep, no, that's good. That's nice. Twinkle's getting denied again in red. So it's as you were saying, red team doing very well to, oh, and
Another
another
one.
denial on,
Cheeto
ooh,
getting that one and the one before. Twinkle's now being a bit expensive, but he's been playing well the other games, so you can't
yeah,
bash him too much for that.
no, but well,
Close
this might
game.
also be very good practice for Twinkles and for the Vikings. Being able to identify when you're having a bad time on attack and know when to swap it up. Because sometimes you've got to make the call yourself, or your attacking partner's just got to tap you on the shoulder and go, mate, whatever's happening, it's not your game. And Runt gets his red. Nice. Yeah, it's not your game. Go home and send me someone else. um, but yeah, So we now also see some reds cracking into blue. Are we seeing a return of serve here? Yeah, with Moss picking up the blue base. Nice work there, Moss.
So he's done, so he can go home and reinforce the base at home. Although saying that, green are set up, so is and they're about to get the base, so maybe don't go home for another 30 seconds. So that was Gandhi getting the red base.
Yep.
And now have 2 of each base, Hobart, so if there are any crazy shenanigans in the last few seconds, they can go to whatever base and still be fine.
Well, yeah, minute and a half left, and no one has locked themselves out of any of the bases. So still plenty of opportunity for shenanigans. And there's Link
Looks
gets
like
the
it's from
Vikings base. Very nice.
pocket
At the same
spot.
time, Leper. Yep, very nice. Griffo shooting blue.
Each team's got one of the other bases.
Yep.
Very short span of time. So all the bases are going to be down for about another 20 seconds, roughly.
Yep.
So maybe just set up in one of the bases and either
Well,
defend or get ready to shoot it.
we can see that there's a green set up in red.
Looks like
So hopefully it's either
Twinkle.
Twinkles or Karen.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, Twinkles. Yep. Gets his red. Very nice. Finally got there. Um, and then Cairns denied by Gandhi in green. Nice work. Reds
Oh, if
cracked back
Cheetah
into
gets
blue.
this,
Has
they're up into second.
has
Wow.
blue left? Has blue dumped? Because there's a lot of reds there and I don't see any blues. In fact, where are the blues?
Maybe walking over to red right now.
Well,
They
because we've
all
got
turn up.
Karen set up in red,
Oh, they
putting
need to
shots
turn up
into
right
red.
now and stop him. All right. So they can't get red for the rest of the game. So they
No,
can only
they're locked
green,
out.
which is
So
very tough. Wow, they might. I
this
said
would be a
it.
massive upset if
I
Team
think
Aqua can come on, couple of tags. Nah. That was almost an amazing upset there from Team Aqua.
I said at the
Um,
start of the game, this is the one that's like I'm most sure of the result. I was like, oh, Vikings will have it one, and then Team Magma will come in second. I was like, it's gonna be clear cut, but it was very close in the end there.
yeah.
Thought Team Aqua might be able to get the second, but just a few hundred points, a few tags. Wow.
So yeah, if anyone's listening in from the lobby, and if there are any differences on the actual site scoreboard, let us know. But yeah, otherwise, going to assume that that stands. Like credit to Team Aqua. They took it all the way to Team Magma, and almost got the second. So nice work.
Yeah, they will sure be happy with that, even though it was the third. They'll or maybe not happy, but can't be too disappointed. Um, yeah, so close. Very unlucky not to get the second though, but yeah, going forward, knowing that they're that close to those two teams, will their other games, hopefully they can carry the momentum. So next game is what one did we just have?
So we just had the 5:15. So the 5:30 is the one coming up.
Battlewalkers in on red, Rampage in on blue, and Archangels in on green. So this was the Cattlewalkers next game, which was going to be very tough. Yeah, two very strong defensive teams on blue and green. So we'll have to see what will happen, but it's going to be a very, very hard game. So I do not envy the position of any of the Cattlewalkers players.
Yeah. Because look, you've got Hybrid, who's an incredible pack point player. So yeah, maybe if the Catalogers also try to make it a really defensive game, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. But as we said, it's an expected third, so they've got nothing to lose by mixing it up this game.
I'm leaning towards Rampage win here, even though I believe they're expected below Archangels. I think because obviously they're both defensive teams. I think I don't know. I just have a feeling that the Rampage guys might get a lot of pack points this game. Um,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind an upset.
Opposite
That'd be
game,
interesting.
uh,
Just need the fifth player to yep before the game starts. Thank you.
uh, it should be like the close game, but just judging by how much pack the Rampage guys have been getting in their past games, um, I'm leaning towards them this game. But
Or maybe if you can try to shut that down. If you've got some other good pack on pack players, do you just find a way to shut down the Rampage pack getters?
I don't think
'Cause-
there's probably very few players who can shut down a Spider though. In all honesty, he's yeah, the other game he had almost a 300% tag ratio. So if he can replicate that, I think they'll probably do quite well. But Archangels home arena finished in third.
Yep.
They're probably looking to
We
win this one.
just need a couple of players on green and one on blue to pull their trigger, please, so that they show up on the scoreboard. um, but sure, Kitty and Sega out. I'm assuming racking up some very quick pack points.
Yeah,
Um,
at the start, Rampage don't seem to be getting many pack points at all. I wonder
well,
what's going on.
Sad Lamp, he's finally got a tag 4, but he's 1 to 6, so
Yeah,
he's not been having a good start to the game.
there's
Um,
one player in blue.
okay, so seems pretty. Oh, okay, some activity in red, but otherwise green and blue look pretty quiet in base.
Um,
Um, oh, got some attackers at green as well. Mm, there is some activity, but Archangels seem to have it under control. Um, blue again, unless there's a player in that sort of. Ah, there is a player in that pocket area. They've just
yeah,
posted up
don't think
on that
he's
pillar.
fired a shot yet. I think he's just inside the base, but there's not much action at all.
Yep.
So they might be getting starved a little bit. The blue team, they're
Hmm.
picking up many pack points at all. They're not that far behind the Catalogers, but are 2k behind the Archangels, who are their
Or,
main competition this game.
or hear me out here. Pure Kitty at the moment with a 260% tag ratio, 13-4-5 against, or 13 to 6 now. So maybe they are pushed out and just having a bad time against the Archangels at the moment.
Mm, that could be a possibility. Um, there is one Spider was at green just then,
Yep.
but there's yeah, as you said, the other game Archangel's quite a strong defensive team. It's going to take a good base crack
Mhm.
to get their base.
But yeah, after that slow start, Rampage starting to catch up to the Catalogers um, on those pack points. So everyone's, well, Archangels have pulled out to a little bit of a lead, but otherwise the other two teams are closing up at the moment. Um, haven't really seen too many hard pushes into bases yet. Everything seems to all be happening out in the arena, a bit of brawling. Um,
There was a game to have 0 bases. This might be the one, just because the nature of all 3 teams is to be.
that's a big call.
No, no, not. I'm
Uh,
not saying it will happen, but if there was to be one, because there's many get like Rampage play games with 0 and 1 bases quite often. I don't think there will, but I reckon it's if there was to be a game, it would be this one. There's going to be very few bases until the last few seconds. Um,
okay, so we see both Hybrid and Spider over at green at the moment. Um, and actually, Catalorkers and Rampage now starting to reel in that Archangel's pack lead.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of, respect being
There's
played
one
by all
green
three
and
teams
red.
here. But
Taker starting to shoot. Will he get denied? Oh, he gets it.
nice.
Very nice base there. Nice and clean. And so now they're up into first.
And yep, no zero base games. I was living the dream. The first 5 minutes, no bases.
There wasn't even anyone really inside any of the bases, apart from obviously their own defenders. But the green had a little bit of action, but there was like red and blue cameras had absolutely no one there up
Yeah,
until Sayo jumped in and got the red base. So I guess everyone's just kind of on the extremities of the bases, trying to snipe and get some pack points.
because yeah, the other thing is that it's not a very big arena from what I've heard. So
Mm,
um,
it's quite small.
in terms of actual distance, it's not
Oh,
far between bases, but there's a lot of corners and angles. Is that right?
um, yeah, like if as soon as you've pushed your base, you're kind of at the next base. There's
Oh,
yeah,
Me6 denied in blue.
few like corners and stuff around all the bases, but I think they changed a few things from previous ones. I'm not exactly sure, but there's like yeah, if you can push your base and suddenly be sniping their base within like a few meters. Lilbo denied as well. Looks like red have just rocked up at the blue base because their base got shot by easy points.
Yep.
I wonder
So
if they've done the D word, done dumped. I don't know. Don't want to say it because they
well, it's not something I've seen that team do a
yeah,
lot of.
exactly. It would be strange, especially this stage in the game. They'd only dropped one at the time they all rocked up at blue. Uh, yeah.
It's like I've played on a team before where during round robin of a comp, we would on a regular basis do a dump. Not necessarily because it was our standard strat, but so that if we actually needed it in a finals or on another occasion, the dump was well drilled and we knew what to do. And I actually think that Reds dumped here as well because they've got like 4 players in blue. And Mr. Meeseeks does finish the base. Okay, very nice. I thought he got denied there, but he did finish the base. Um, so, okay. Interesting thought, although I don't think it's happened. Potential base swap, red and blue. Um, Mainly because I just don't see very many blues. Oh no, they are still on the doorways. Um,
I do like to see a hybrid getting denied, unfortunately there. I do like to
yeah,
see a base swap from the cattle Catalorkers because they're the they're not going to win playing standard against these two teams. So a base swap would be a way to try and maybe get a good result in this game.
but the thing is that the base swap blue would have needed to go to red to keep green out of it. That's the point of the base swap. But okay, blue's now there, but green already have 3 of them, so it's not ideal. Um, because even if um, you know, blue don't let green get any more reds, um, they're still well potentially 3 bases behind. I don't know. Because yeah, green's now cracked into blue and gotten blue. Um, so green is still getting their bases. So the base swap, if it is what's happened, hasn't really worked.
Yeah, it looks like red just got kicked out by the greens there. They were set up, probably about to shoot as soon as the base came up, but didn't get a chance. Blues are getting the cycle on at red. Now 3 of them have finished.
Okay, and Mantis getting blue as well. So, yeah, it does look like both blue and red have dumped their bases, but green, while still sort of defending their own, is still getting through those two other bases.
The bases
Um,
are dropping thick and fast here.
yeah,
So Rampage have caught up. They do have that extra base in hand, but they've caught up with Archangels,
yeah.
and that looks like
So, uh, so look, mm, so yeah, blue and green really need each other's bases right now, so it's almost back to parity, although Zam. Okay, so they've got all the dumps. So now blue team needs green team's base. So green team really just needs to focus on defending their own base of the blues. Because, well, again, easy to say looking at the scoreboard.
mm,
The Catalorcas aren't catching up at this stage. They physically can't catch up. Churikitty time denied. All right. Looks like because she was still up, the base just wouldn't take that shot.
strange.
But does get it the second time around. So
Interesting.
um,
Sure what
but
happened.
with that time deny and Polchrome getting the green, um, Rampage now neck and neck with Archangels.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
still
very.
time for both teams to get a base. But do you rely on pack points? Oh, Red's attacking green.
See if
This could be very good for Archangels.
Rampage down. Yeah, Rampage will have nothing to shoot.
Jellyhawk for the dumped blue. Nice. That. Ooh.
Blue need to start.
Rampage need to get this green if they want, but the
Green
Reds are in.
base. Oof. It doesn't look like they're going to get it. There's too many red bodies there.
Okay, GG Archangels.
It was a close fought game at the end there between the Archangels and Rampage. Um, just yeah, same number of bases, but I guess throughout the game the pack points were slightly better for Archangels.
Yeah. But look, to their credit, the Catalorcas did kind of do what we suggested and mixed it up. It didn't work, but they had not much to lose.
That was
Um,
expected third for them. So
yeah. And look, I think Rampage played that very well, but Archangels just too strong and still able to muscle through the base swap.
yeah, it was a close game, but Archangels managed to hold on. Must have been a bit scary at the end, but yeah, I think they knew that given they had all those bases available to them, they could just shoot them, try and get as much pack points as possible when they get the result.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure. At some point during some games, it becomes less about your team getting bases and sometimes just making sure that the team you're fighting with isn't getting bases at all. Um, and realizing who you're fighting against. So I would hope that the Archangels had the read that Rampage were the threat, and were probably extremely happy when the Catalorcas rocked up to their base to help keep the Blues out. Um, but let's have a quick look for honorable mentions. Um, uh,
Um, yeah,
Actually, nothing stood out too much on any one of those players. So just a really good team effort from all the players, really. Um, no one with amazing 200 plus tag ratios. Um,
that's always going to be hard though to get a tag ratio like that in a game where everyone's going everywhere, base
yep,
swapping, doing who knows what. It's going to
yep,
be hard to get like a good tag ratio, but good scores across the board from the
yep.
Archangels players. Um, Yeah,
or
just
even Rampage, much the same. Everyone contributed, everyone did their part.
yes. So the next game is the 5:45 game, which is one up in on red, Cerberus in on blue, and Team Aqua in on green. Um, yeah.
Um, Thoughts?
Um, I'm not sure. I'm not.
Yes.
All these teams have had good games, but they've also had a few like not so good ones. So it's, I guess it's just what version we get of each team will determine the ranking. Um, yeah.
I tend to agree with that statement. I I would still like to think that One Up could, sorry, would take the win on this one. But again, Team Aqua and Cerberus have really punched above their weight in some of their games today. Um, so an upset wouldn't surprise me. Um, but according to where they came into Cascades 2, 5:45 game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so fifth versus seventh and eighth. Um,
Right. Okay. So they're not hugely far apart on the ladder,
no,
but
no.
okay. Hmm. And One Up do have the stronger base, although I'm not sure how much that matters if they end up playing aggressive. Um,
Well, look, they've got, just because they do play aggressive doesn't mean that they can't defend, um, or that they don't defend on occasion. So I think when the circumstance calls for it, they can quite well. It's just that the normal style of play that we see from them tends to be a lot more aggressive. And we see, yeah, getting the first base of the game, getting their green, sped, spending, and earning this time as well. Very nice. Picking up a red base. Um,
so
that's it. Look, I think against these against these two teams, I think One Up could do their normal dump or split dump and muscle their way through. But I also think they might identify the fact that if they play standard, they should probably win this one.
mm, yeah.
Um, we had Guinea in red for a bit, but gets shot out. Um, the green defenders set back up inside, but watching well, not the wrong door, but
Gunner
watching one
is
way with a red
taking
attacker on the other door, and Gunner
gets
getting a
the
very nice base there.
so second green base for One Up now. They're up to 11,000 points.
Um,
Cerberus with 6,000 in second. Team Aqua close behind them.
yep,
Dark Passion in at blue, shooting from the corner
yep.
and gets it.
Oh, Dominator in red, putting shots in, gets the base. All
Wow,
right, nice.
lots of bases just then. So
Bases everywhere. Do
the red and blue
do
base
do
will
we
be up
dare to
for a lot.
dream of a 30 base game, given how the early game's going? I know it's a big
Has there been
call.
one this comp? I
I
know there was
don't
like
think so.
in
There may have
Prenat's
been
Fun, there were some
one.
games with like 28 and 29 bases. I'm not sure there was ever 30 base games. I'm not. I don't think there'll be 30 bases in this one, just because if once that gets to where most people have both bases, there'll be enough people at each of the other bases to make sure it doesn't get taken. It'll be too busy to get late in the game if it is a 30 base game.
Okay, that's a fair call.
I just feel like this is probably like a 30 base game would be pretty difficult in this arena. Um, we saw it a few times at Bendigo, or at least really high base games then. Um,
Nick, two shot denied by Moss. Nice work there, Moss.
so Team Aqua have closed in on One Up,
Yep,
base down, but close behind on the actual score.
yep. So I think that denial that they got was really helpful. clawing back that 1-up lead. Team Aqua doing very well on the pack points at the moment. A base down on 1-up, but slowly reeling in that lead. Cerberus having a good crack at green base as well. Blue base looks pretty chill. Red base looks pretty chill. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's set back up in their bases, defending hard. One up still ahead, but not by a lot.
I think that's Speds set back up in green base. Yep, putting shots into green.
Looks like he'll get this one.
Yep, very nice. Very
But
nice.
he's finished, got both his bases. So he's freed up, doesn't have to worry about getting any bases for the rest of the game. And now it's really close.
Yep.
Only a few thousand between first and third here. One up still in first, but haven't gotten a base in a while. So they still seem to be attacking the green base. There's a red player on the B-door there.
Yeah, it's interesting that we haven't really seen them push blue for whatever reason. But yeah, they're still also actively defending their base. Vector doing some nice work on the inside there, moving between those panels.
Well, red and green are a bit closer together than red is to blue. Not by a lot, but if they
but
are still defending and they want to push out, then it's probably to the green base.
okay, that's fair.
But I'm not
But
sure. After.
yeah, red is still the more isolated base, correct?
Yeah. So green and blue are very close together. You can get from red to blue, but it's like a lot further. There's more like
Yep.
panels, and stuff. But
Okay, and with that denial on Guinea, I think Team Aqua have climbed up into first place. So a base down, but taking the lead. And even Cerberus is slowly starting to catch up to 1-up. So this could be, oh, okay. Griffo shots into blue.
looks like they'll get
Very
this.
nice.
Third blue base for Team Aqua. So they're now quite far ahead of One
Oh,
Up, especially with that denial now as well. Cerberus
yeah.
are now catching up to One Up. One Up could slip down to third here if they don't get a base soon, I think.
And that would be well, I think it'd be a massive upset if 1-up were to come third to Aqua and Cerberus. Still 4.5 minutes left in the game. Plenty can change. Disney gets denied by Cheeto. But yeah, certainly looks like Guinea and Snake are both really struggling to finish that green base.
Oh, the team
Team
denial.
deny.
It
Oh,
didn't. I believe the Dominate was shooting from the green box or pocket area, and his teammate was trying to shoot one of the other players coming in and might have just
yeah.
missed. I don't think it was a. It must have been a
And Snake shooting it
accidental
from that front box spot that we can't
misfire.
really see on the cameras
Wow.
and getting the base.
Big turnaround there. Looks like Cerberus are about to jump One Up, but One Up with that base and now a bit
Yeah, just
further
before
clear.
that, Griffo getting their red, and actually by the looks of how green is starting to cycle red may well have dumped, realizing that they're having a really bad time in attack. That said, only one of them still needs green, and I'm not seeing much activity over at blue.
Maybe they think they can just get it later, or yeah, they want to finish one base before dumping as a team because we have seen them split dump. But maybe if they group up as a team, they think they might have better success than that other game. So they're still at home defending a little bit, but I think yeah, we'll see still trying to attack green as well. Yeah, blue base is being left alone for the most part at this stage in the game, as you said. Looking very quiet.
Well, part of it is it looks as if they're okay, and Dominator gets their green. Um, I don't know. I'm wondering if they're being just left alone to starve a little bit. Um, Moss getting their red. Um, and I'm not sure if maybe red with that dump are hoping that blue and green will fight over their base a little bit.
Mm.
Um, yeah, because there's still what, just over a minute and
Reds
a
are in a
half.
green.
Yep.
They need the
Yeah,
player.
but
They
but
need
Gunner
Guinea to
Gunner
come.
has.
Yeah, so they need Guinea to come and get inside in order for him to shoot the base.
But yeah, I think again, easy to say watching from the outside.
Mm.
There's no way that they're going to catch first, so now they've got to really consolidate that second and make
Mm.
sure that whatever Cerberus do is that they can't catch up.
It's been a really good game from Team Aqua. They got the 3 hits on blue and have now got a bunch of hits on red
Yep,
in the second half of the game. They've also been defending well. A few shots worth of denials on a couple of their players.
yep,
Um, yeah, their base has only dropped. It's dropped a bit, but if they're getting bases themselves, it's not a huge issue. And they're now finished with red, with Cheeto
yep.
getting that. So I think they just honestly just keep defending. They don't need any more blue bases. They can go there if they want, but I'm not sure I would bother. Um,
Oh, look. Yeah, I don't know.
Defend your own base, get
Part
as
of me
many
wants
pack
to
points as
say
yeah.
is that you still play standard off of your base, but you sit at blue, and like even if you know that you've won, maybe make sure that the team you think is coming second
Mm,
isn't getting
always
any
getting denied.
bases.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Didn't well, Jam denying Disney at home. Um, because I think does Blue Base have time to spawn? Does Vector
It
have
looks like
time?
looking at where the green. Wait, who got
Yep,
the
Vector putting
last?
shots
Yeah.
in. Yeah, he's got time.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice work.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Clutch base, but had time.
So Team Aqua winning that one with 51,000 points. Big team score from them.
That's a very good score.
Yeah, they got 8 bases in the end. And yeah, they looked pretty dominant from the point where they were starting to cycle red. They looked like they just knew what they were doing. One up, got a few bases early and were in a good stance in the first few minutes, but the base the bases they were getting just halted. They didn't get any for like the middle portion of that game. Um, yeah,
Yeah, as you say, strong start. And then yeah, unfortunately got stonewalled a bit and a lot of denies. Um, yeah, Snake and Guinea just struggling in green, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, no, well played by Team Aqua. And I suppose honorable mention to Cerberus.
mm.
Um,
Yeah. Maybe they needed to pull some of the other players out because we did see Dominator and Sped attacking for most of that game. Disney did come out at green towards the end, but maybe they should have when they should have been trying to fight for red a bit more as well. I know it's easy to say, but it's always hard to make a call in the game. Um, they were close to one up for a period of time, but they got denied, and one up got a few extra bases. So
well, look, if Cerberus had tried fighting for the dumped red a bit more, then I think the complexion of this game would have changed a lot because then your green team, Team Aqua maybe wouldn't have gotten as many reds as they did, or at least not as easily.
mm,
And One Up may have had an easier time at those bases that they were attacking, which I think is the play that One Up were were trying to see if it would happen, to see if the other two teams would fight over their dumped base, and they didn't. Um, so yeah, if that had happened, I think it would be a very different outlook on the game. But yeah, probably what we should focus on is this game that's just started. Is actually the top three teams. So this is potentially a finals preview. Um, so Vikings blue,
I
Archangels.
think the Vikings have dumped. They've done this. They don't do this often, but I believe they did this either one game, like yes, the other day, or one game at Three Nights One. They just dumped
Well,
right off the bat.
well, it looks like yeah, green have gone to blue, and blue are at green. Um, so yeah, maybe they're playing out Team Magma here.
Wow.
Um, but we'll see what happens. Um,
Because once green and blue finish each other's bases, they have the choice to either hold out Team Magma or go attack Team Magma's base. So we'll have to
see,
see what decision both teams make when they do finish the cycle.
this is the risk here because it if you do what they're doing right now and then play standard off of those bases, then you're essentially guaranteeing that Team Magma is in third. But as soon as one of those teams breaks ranks and dumps again to the third team, um, then just chaos reigns. Because all of a sudden you're potentially handing Team Magma 10 bases, unless the team that hasn't dumped again then defends two bases.
Mm.
Um, but
So,
yeah, so which is why this is potentially very messy and
mm,
relies a bit on nerves of steel, from
yeah.
the two teams that have initially dumped and maybe the team that's been left out in the cold.
Mm,
Um, if they can crack one of those other bases and force the issue that they will also have at least five bases, then you force the other two teams to potentially go, well, bugger, I now need six or seven bases.
yeah. So
Um,
as Team Magma, you've got to be feeling not happy with this because you both teams are currently going to have an extra 15,000 points because they've got five of each other's base. So you need to really do something to get back in this game. You cannot afford to um, just sit back here and keep defending. You'll need to attack heavily at some point,
yeah,
um, or just hope one of the other teams rotates off the base and
yeah,
leaves you five free bases. But I'm not sure. So we've got a green setup, even though they're all finished of blue. So it looks like green, and same thing with the blues in green. So it looks like they're gonna swap bases and then hold Team Magma out. So yes, so both Hobart teams have five of each other's base at this stage, and Run also has a Team Magma base.
yeah.
Wow,
So that puts the Vikings in
exciting.
a really good spot.
Bit of
Um,
a spicy start.
hmm, yeah, so and yeah, so we've got green set up in blue and holding, and blue set up in green and holding. And yeah, red's just trying to make inroads somewhere here. And here we have a green shots
Oh,
into
good take. So now both teams have six bases apiece. Vikings ahead on pack points, which is to be expected. Um,
yeah, but not as much as we've seen in the past.
mm,
Mainly because I think both teams dumped, so weren't getting a lot of pack points in those first 4 or 5 minutes. Um, but I think we might see a bit of business as usual with Vikings starting to pull ahead on pack now. Um, but yeah,
and Team Magma don't seem to be defending their base, and if they are, it's
well,
not. Oh, they are defending it a bit, but
yeah,
I was saying that there was a few people from blue inside and see these shooting. Will he get it? Oh, nice space. So Vikings look like they're both defending green and attacking red.
Yeah. Um, I think I don't know. I think to a certain extent, even if you've swapped and a holding, you've got to keep some sort of pressure on that third team so that they're not just left to their own devices. But also that third team, they're going to have to try and make something happen as well, because they're going to know that if they do nothing, they're 5 bases behind, and good luck making up, 15,000
Mm,
points worth of pack points.
definitely.
That's a lot of pack points to try to make up. Um, so they've also got to be trying to be proactive and do something about this. Um,
This is just
the
a really, really hard game for Team Magma.
Yep,
We can see them at blue, but greens are locking them out of that at the moment.
because yeah, essentially Vikings, and this is where I don't know, the mindset from the Archangels of maybe it's we can't beat the Vikings, but we're gonna make sure that we beat Team Magma. So maybe they've swapped and they've gone, right, cool, Vikings are gonna win. And so long as we hold this base, we're gonna beat Team Magma. Um, yeah, it's a big off. It's a very big off. Um, yeah, I don't know, because Green Team don't even have to try and push red at all. Um, if they think they're no chance of beating the Vikings. Yeah, so I think Ninja in the chat makes a very good point that considering this is an expected third for Archangels, they get a second tier. That's technically a win. They're plus 2 points in what they expect.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. From 1 point, it's well played. Oh, actually, okay. Jellyhawk in red base, 2 shots in, and gets the base. All right. And Easy Points also gets a deny on Cyrex
Pyrex,
in
yeah.
green.
He came back right at the end there. They haven't been back at their own base, but turned up
Yep.
just as they heard it being shot. Link also trying and getting denied. It's
Mm.
got to be so frustrating for the Team Magma here because they
Yep.
need to get the bases, but it feels like the whole world's against them. You've got both teams trying to deny just you. Um,
Yep. Um, but look, the
oh wow,
okay, I think red had yeah, I think red's dumped. They've been forced to dump because nothing's working by staying at home. Um, unfortunately, I think the Vikings had too many of red base to kind of force the Vikings and the Archangels to fight over it.
mm,
So I think the two Hobart teams are just going to cycle this somewhat naturally, and both end up with 10. Um, but look at this, Archangels, making me eat my words,
yeah,
keeping up with the Vikings. Um,
yeah,
and that would be an upset. That is actually something I would love to see, an upset where the Archangels beat the Vikings.
yeah. Peregrine did get one green, but it's all his team has at the
Um,
moment. Although Mad Cans is going to pick up blue, but it really feels like Team Magma just getting these bases for the sake of it. It doesn't feel like they can salvage a second here just because of how many bases the other teams both have. Um,
hold on. Eight. Okay, I think mathematically, okay, if everything goes perfectly, I think Team Magma can finish from here, but yeah, everything would need to go right, and the other two teams would need to start going negative in terms of their score from here on out, which I don't think's going to happen.
Mm,
Um, but that said, Link
good base.
finishes. Okay. And this is where I think for this to work, they either need to be split attacking or bounce attacking. Um, because you can't afford to sit at a base and wait for it to come up. They don't have time for that. But it's whether they can actually crack those bases with that split attack or that bounce attack. Um, and I think Vikings with that 10 bases and there's extra 3k pack points, probably yeah,
Mm.
Archangel's not able to catch that one.
Unless Archangels pick up a bunch of pack points and denials on the red team here.
Yeah, bucket load of denies.
Yeah. It was
Cyrix,
an exciting game. Good to see a base swap from the start. Interesting to see how what each team did. Team Magma just didn't seem to have many options at all. Can't really blame them for getting third here. It feels like
mhm,
like you can only maybe they dumped too late. You could argue, but it was going to be a tough game
yep,
regardless.
and bounce back. I believe you've got time for another blue. Go, 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 go. I know it. Yeah, okay. No, timeout. No time. So yeah, much. Yeah, look, I'm actually impressed that Archangels were that close to the Vikings at the end there.
Mm, mm,
Um, but yeah, as soon as that base swap happened at the beginning, and I think you're right, maybe Magma left it a bit too long. Uh, yeah, I think the issue was is that Vikings got too many of their base too early to cause the required fighting over their base at the end of the game for them to catch up. Um, yeah,
yeah.
they were in a rough position, and I think made the best of what they could at the end there.
Mm. They managed to get 5 bases, which is pretty good considering both teams they had a target on their back from both teams there.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so that was the 6 o'clock game.
yeah, yes, yes. So we've
All
got
right.
last game of Cascade 2 now, is that right?
Yes. Um, and then I'm not sure if there's a half-hour break or not before finals. Um,
Um,
or whether
Maybe a bit
they'll.
less considering we were running late.
Yep. I think it'll depend on how quickly they can turn around updating results and fixtures.
Yeah,
Um, So I
good
don't think
point.
it'll be the full half hour if there was a scheduled half hour. I think it'll be as quickly as they can get the games back in to try to make up that time. Um, but I think the good thing is that the tech no, Vector's on one up. Um, at least some of the tech gurus have finished playing all their games, so can be working on that in the background. Um, But yeah, so this is the final game for Stinky and I, and then coming in for commentary after us will be Drake and Red Devil. So stick around and yeah, help those guys out in commentary.
Mm.
Um, but okay, so Aegis, Team Aqua, one up. I feel oh no, Cerberus instead of Aegis. Okay. Okay, thoughts on this game?
Cerberus instead of Aegis. Why'd you say what?
So I was looking at this game going, oh, hold on, have we already played this game but just on different colors? But no, the
Oh, okay, right.
545 game was One Up and Team Aqua, but it was
Mhm.
Cerberus in,
I'm with you
but this
now.
game we've got Aegis.
Alright. Predictions. Hmm. Team Aqua did have a good, comfortable win in that 545 game, if my memory serves me correctly. They,
Yes.
yeah, they
Yes.
got the win by quite a bit. And One Up got second.
Yep.
So I'm inclined to say Team Aqua win again, but
I'm
Wardy is about to grab a blue base.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go for the dark horse here, and I'm actually
Ooh,
gonna back Aegis for this one. I
okay.
because it's been a weird day, and it actually wouldn't surprise me if Aegis would get the W here.
Mm.
So we'll see where that
One thing
goes.
though is that they are sitting Mikey, and isn't he one of their stronger
Well, no,
players? Am I right?
Wardy is also one of their very good players. So I think Wardy was the actual Aegis lead attack.
Yes.
Yes, Mikey's on Aftershock, and a very good player, but likewise, none of the players that are in there are slouches either. So I think they've got enough strength
Mm.
and
All right.
gameplay knowledge in there. But
Let's
yeah,
hear that.
Mikey would
Mm.
certainly help in this game. Yeah.
Uh, yeah. So they just have the only base. Team Aqua don't have many pack points at the moment, but that's only because of the denials. And can't see any one-up members in the. Actually, there's one on the edge of the base, so they're
Yeah.
still defending. Um, no fancy shenanigans just yet in the game. There's a,
Uh, okay, we do have some reds near the green
yeah,
doors.
poking around.
Oh, um, poor Jam having. Oh, okay, two shot denied in green. I was gonna
Yeah,
say he's negative 400 odd, and he's 8 for 14. He's had a bad start, but yeah, okay. Um, where are we? So all the action. Oh, actually, there might be a bit of interesting stuff happening on the back door of Red. Actually, Red's starting to see a bit of action. The defender there being shot out, blue in.
M's on that red.
Yep. Okay.
Denied. Looks like another phaser denial
Oh,
right there. Greens might piggyback off this. The base is timed out, so they can't shoot at this stage.
well, also when he leaned out to look out that door, I don't know, his body like naturally rolls and brings that shoulder out as well as that phaser.
Uh,
Um, so I don't know, maybe needs to find a different way of holding that panel, or just needs to be conscious of that shoulder
mm,
sneaking out when he goes to peek at
mm.
that door.
That red
Um,
V is similar to the green T in the fact that it's also not very wide and big. I'm like,
yeah, it
sort of
doesn't look
same when
very
I
big at all.
yeah, same when I walked into that base for the first time. I'm like, is this it? Is this all I have? It's like the bases, our home
Oh,
arenas all have like quite wide panels, so you don't really need to worry about like getting shot from if you're behind it. But on these ones, you need to be very conscious of where you're positioning your sensors.
yeah.
Jam gets green base.
All right,
Um,
he's positive. Woo!
yeah, but they just still with a pretty comfortable lead. Uh, Ahead of one up by a base and a bit. Uh, your prediction might come true if they can keep this up.
Well, we're 5 minutes in, so still plenty of time for
Mm.
things to happen. Um, yeah, so poor Team Aqua. They're on the right color, but on having a bit of a rough time with it. Jam, unfortunately, has been very expensive. Um, so even though they've got a base, they're still about a grand behind one up. Um, that said, Gunner's also put two shots into red, so um, yeah, one up seeming to do a bit better on the pack points at this relatively early stage of the game. Dark Passion in, putting shots into all right, and gets his green base. So they're now
Oh,
finished.
Ginny denied.
Oh,
That was couldn't tell who that was coming back to deny him, but
yep,
good denial. But there's two more one up guys in.
yep.
Oh,
In fact,
denied
I
as
see a lot
well.
of do see a lot of one up at red, so they may have
And not
pushed.
many at their home base. Oh,
Yep. Okay, so
obviously
maybe
lunging
they've.
his own teammate out of the green base there. Uh,
Oh,
and green are back. They have one player on the B door. And
yep.
yes, so looks like You might return to some normality with people back in their own bases.
Oh, it okay,
Or
looks
saying
like they
that,
may have just pulled a third. Oh, no, there's the third defender.
ooh, another
Dark
denial.
Passion.
Dark Passion at red base there.
So, yeah, red team doing really well on the denials, actually.
Mm,
Wardy's got 2 shots, Pogsley's got 1, Exile's got 4 shots of denials, very nice work. And Pendragon's got 2, so, um, okay, Wardy
well,
shots into green.
denials
Oh,
from
gets shot
for
out.
everyone in this game.
Um, so yeah, it seems to be the one-up games in general where there's, denies
Yeah,
everywhere. Um
very true.
I
Um,
just realized I was watching the Twitch instead of the Discord. Whoops. Um,
nice. Um, so Asia still in first, one base down on Team Aqua, but still ahead. Uh, Team Aqua
Guinea gets this one.
might
Yeah,
drop to
nice.
third now. First base for one up, but they've been back pointing quite well.
Um, was yeah, Dark Passion getting denied by Gunner, so that's good for one up. Um, getting those denies instead of the red team. Um, still with 4 minutes left, a nice tight game. And one up on a tear at the moment, pulling back those pack points. Nice little jump in their worm. Uh,
Mm.
Team Aqua just plodding along there. Um, okay, we've got Aegis in green
40 under
base.
red, 40
Shots.
under green, I mean.
Yep.
And
Okay.
he gets it.
Securing that second. And also return of serve, Guinea gets the red. So base a piece and one up have gotten some more pack points in that exchange there and taken the lead. Very nice. Um, okay, and then we also have one of the one-up boys in blue getting shot out, not getting comms on that left-hand door there.
Blue clear out the base. They're back in the defender spots. So look
Oh,
like
and very tight, going tag for tag between Aegis and one up.
mm,
3 minutes left with a red under green base.
always.
Was Pogsley putting shots in? No. Oh,
No, that
and
was yeah at blue base who
yep,
gets that cleanly, and one up have now jumped into first place and have
yep,
an actual lead, so they'll stay in first for a little bit here.
yep. Unless Aegis can get a base here, but also one up still pushing pretty hard at red. Someone just getting shot out there. Um,
They do have a lot of people defending it though. The Aegis do.
yep.
Uh,
But
I
that
can't
said,
see their attackers.
the one up worm starting to climb a bit with those pack points relative to Aegis and getting another base. Oh, Moss getting a green one. So this is actually really good for green team because it wasn't red that was getting their base. So that's really good for them.
Yeah, I haven't seen the red attackers for a little bit of time here. I don't know if
Um,
they're focusing on defending or what's going
or
on, but
and
I haven't
Gunner
seen them on the
picking up
cameras
their
for a
blue.
while. Yeah, so one up are pulling ahead here. They've got two bases just now, and they just haven't got any for a while.
Well, 3 bases in a minute. That's very nice. Um, Picking up a deny on Dark Passion as well. Dark Passion being very expensive in red base at the moment. Um, what else have we got?
Mm.
Just looking at a
Ooh, there's a blue in at red. I wonder if he'll
yep,
start shooting.
yep,
Looks like he'll
and
get
gets
this.
the base. Nice.
So Moss is done.
Pogsley shot. Oh, getting denied at green. The blue getting the deny. Oh, okay. So Team Aqua now catching up on Aegis. That's
Yeah,
tightened up a
did
lot
not
actually with those
see
last couple of bases.
that coming. Yeah.
Um, Oh yeah, because Aegis is still doing much better on the pack points, but Team Aqua just
Mm,
getting those bases that
yeah,
Aegis have been struggling to get.
cleanly to pull away from Team Macro at this stage. They're not in a comfortable position. They're only 1,000 points ahead at the moment. Um, they were at green just before. Can't see them on the cameras at the moment. Uh,
Ooh, okay, so one up secured first. That's a given. But these last like 15 seconds could go either way between nah, Aegis pulled ahead here. Would take something silly for Team Aqua to clutch the second. Nah, no time.
did get a bit hairy at the end for
Yeah,
ages. Um, Team Aqua got two bases and closed up the gap a lot, but it wasn't enough. So
yeah.
one up coming first, 38,000, five bases, and then Aegis and Team Aqua, just 1,000 points separating them. Uh,
So
oh,
yeah, after a well, relatively slow start for one up, went for a bit of a tear in the back half of the game. Um, so yeah, good work, one up. And then age, actually, I think that's expected order. I don't think we've had a game where it's finished in expected order for a while now.
just not be below Team
Oh,
Aqua.
no. Aegis was expected third, so they came second. Okay, so not quite as expected.
So yeah, good Cascade 2 overall from Aegis. We did see them get a few good seconds, and I definitely remember one notable win. And in this game as
Yes.
well. So good Cascade 2 from them. I wonder how many spots they'll move up.
hmm
Keep refreshing Facebook if you would like to know, everyone. It will be posted shortly, I'm sure.
Um, do, do we have-
It's in chat. They just got one first, 4 seconds, and one third. So very good Cascade 2 overall from them. Uh, yeah, I'm sure they'll move up at least one spot. I don't know the exact points of each team on the ladder, but just
Okay,
keep
so
this.
considering they came in ninth, so had six expected thirds, so eight, four, so they're plus 12 for what their expected number of victory points coming out of it was. Um, so where okay. They will probably jump Cerberus, but coming into so after Cascade 1, um, Aegis were on 28 victory points, Cerberus were on 30, so they'll probably jump them. But Team Aqua were on 40 points, tied with Orcas. So
Not good.
unfortunately for all of their good work, I don't. Yeah, they'll probably just move up into eighth, which is a bit
So
rough because they did very well.
it's good going into finals though, knowing that they can beat Team Aqua and a few of the other teams around them. So although they
Oh
managed
yeah,
to get into eighth, I reckon they can climb even higher in Ascension slash finals.
yep.
Um, so keep an eye on this team, everyone.
Um, all right. Um, well, I suppose Stinky, unless you need to run off, I suppose we can chat a bit more about predictions for finals and any surprises from Cascades
Um,
before Drake and Red Devil jump on for finals.
I don't have anywhere to be, so
Mhm.
happy to keep talking.
Right. So, all right. So we've talked a bit about Aegis. Were there any other big surprises or movers or shakers that you saw today?
Um, the I'm not sure how many points down Archangels were on Team Magma, but they weren't.
Uh,
I don't think they'd overtake them. They might be closer though, because Archangels definitely beat Team Magma in one game and then had another few good results.
yeah. Okay. So this is just data that you can get from the the ZLTAC Facebook page. AJ posted the team ladder after Cascade 1. So coming into Cascades 2, ooh, sorry, Discord just beeped at me. Excellent, cool. One of your commentators is coming online. But so Vikings came into Cascades 2 on
soon.
64 points. Right now, hey Drake.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you guys keep doing your wrap up. I'll jump on in a sec.
All right, cool, thank you.
Okie
But the difference between Team Magma in second and Hobart Archangels in third, Team Magma won 56 points coming into Cascades 2, and Hobart Archangels won 48. So, relatively speaking, they would need to go +8 on whatever Team Magma did, just to tie on victory points. And there was like a 5K average score difference in
Yeah.
favor of Team Magma. So given that base swap game, so the last game that they all played, the big points difference in favor of the Archangels over Team Magma will help that. But now that's after playing 17 games. So it might not quite be enough to bridge that gap.
Do you reckon they did it though?
I don't think they earned enough extra victory points to overhaul Team Magma. I think they certainly drew closer, but I don't think they earned enough.
Do you reckon they'll get him in the finals though? Because yes, hello everyone. I'm Drake, joining in for finals commentating. But yeah, just to start with some predictions on that. Now that the main part of the competition is over, we are up to our final segment there, where basically everything kind of resets. It just comes down to, your 1 or 2 games or however many versus those teams. Do you think that they'll get them in finals in a head-to-head?
I'm gonna say no, and that is for the pure reason that I'm not 100% sure, but I'm imagining Archangels have probably not played that many final series on like a really high level, whereas the Team Magma, like the players on that team, have probably played like a dozen finals or whatever, almost, right? Like I imagine Maddie Hands and Link have been to many grand finals in their time, so across the 3 games, making the correct calls and all that stuff, I think they're probably going to do a better job of that than the Archangels players. So, like, Archangels might pick up a game in finals, but across the 3 finals, I think Team Magma will get second to the Vikings, unless there's another base swap, something like that.
Well, yeah. So in general, I tend to agree with Stinky that if these 3 teams end up in finals, over a 3-game series, the finals experience that Team Magma have will see them through. But the fact that Archangels are getting into and getting more experience, presuming they make it into the 3-game final series, can only bode well for them. It'll be a good learning experience for, when they do start getting into these situations more and more. Because finals is a very different kettle of fish from your standard games. So I think experience and cool heads will see out if these 3 play in a final series.
So Vikings, Team Magma, and Hobart Archangels, 1, 2, 3. Both your tips on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna lock that in.
What's your dark horse?
Ooh.
Good question.
One up? You reckon they got a chance to get up there?
I don't know. They haven't convinced me. There's been a few of the games today where they dropped, like they didn't finish where they were expected. I don't know. There's
Yeah, I can kind of see that because again, finals is a very different kettle of fish. And again, I think the experience that One Up have in a final series will help them. I just don't know about Rampage. Yeah, I find it hard to predict with that team because a lot of their games seem super close and very, I don't want to say passive because they get very good pack points, but it's almost
Mm.
like if their pack pointing doesn't work, then they struggle. Um, Because the problem is that looking further down that list, as much as I would love for the Catalorcas to be doing better, I don't think they can dark horse it into finals. Likewise, Team Aqua or Cerberus. Like my darkest of dark horses, maybe Aegis doing a massive
Ooh.
climb.
From 8th.
Yeah, so assuming that they're in 8th at the moment. So from the Spoon game, would be my darkest of dark horses.
Fascinating. Yes, the results have been posted from after Cascade 2 in the Zone ZLTAC Australasian Championships Facebook group. We have Hobart Vikings first, 100 points, 20 points clear of Team Magma in second, tied on victory points with the Hobart Archangels, both on 80 victory points with 37 and 34.8k average scores. In third, jumping up a spot, is One Up on 68 victory points. Rampage dropped down 2 behind them on 66, and 2 behind them, Team Aqua have jumped up to 6th place with 64 victory points.
Nice.
7th and 8th, Catalorcas and Adelaide Aegis, both on 52, and Hobart Cerberus on 50 points in 9th place.
There we go. It's a very busy Cascade too.
Mm.
Yeah. Stick around, everyone. Make yourself some popcorn. I think Elmo and I are going to be
Yeah, I think
jumping off.
Holmes, I think you're there. You'll be joining Drake.
I am
So,
here, and I will be joining Drake. Oh,
Welcome.
good.
right.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you everyone in the chat for sticking with us. Hope you have a good day and you enjoyed our commentary. And we'll hand it over to Holmes and Drake. Have a good
No
one.
worries. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Good luck,
Elmo
guys.
and Stinky, thank you very much. Been a pleasure listening to you guys.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Well, Holmes, how are
Hey.
you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm pretty damn good. How are you, Drake?
Yeah, good. Good.
Yeah.
I'm excited for some finals laser tag. I've been
Nice, yeah.
watching a bit of the stream earlier today, or most of the day today. It's been some interesting games. Bunch of upsets happening today as well. Very close games throughout. But it has been fun. Have you managed to catch much of this competition?
I've just been watching today, supporting the Aegis lads. But yeah, no, we've seen a couple spicy games. You know, cheeky base swap from the Hobart teams is always fun to watch.
That was a fun one, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to be the third team in that game. That would have sucked. But yeah, no, I'm keen. I was just pulling up the Laser Sports Academy final predictions we did to see how close we are so far. And yeah, there's a lot of things of not what we expected, I guess.
Yeah. Let's run through your predictions from that versus where we're at. I've just gone through what the current ladder is going into finals.
Yeah.
We will have the first game will be Catalorcas on green, Adelaide Aegis on red, and Hobart Cerberus on blue. But while we're waiting for them to set up, let's go over those predictions.
Yeah, so we had Vikings in first and Team Magma in second, which lines up with what we've got so far. But then we had One Up in third, And we had Archangels in 6th. So that's Archangels I think is the biggest mover from the predictions.
Yeah, +3 on that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, feels good. So very nicely done, Archangel. And that's not like they've been dipping in and out. They've been like 3rd the whole time. So color me impressed. Prenats won, they were 3rd on the ladder at one point, but then they dropped off afterwards. So yeah, Runt was saying that the team's been working hard and really been getting their stuff together. So well, obviously we're seeing the result of that. Pretty groovy. So yeah, 1UP we had for 3rd, but are currently in 4th. So that's not a massive mover. Rampage we had in 4th, and they're currently in 5th. We had Catalorcas in 5th, but they're currently in 7th.
7th, yep.
And then it was Team Aqua, Aegis, and Cerberus with a predicted 7th, 8th, and 9th. So currently the bottom 2 are kind of lining up, but yeah, there's been a couple big movers.
Yeah, Aqua and Catalorcas. Well, sorry, Aqua was sitting in 7th at the end of Cascade 1, and have had a massive Cascade 2, climbing up, picking up a heap more points than what the Catalorcas did. We're knocking them down in that spot there, but other than that, yeah, not too bad. Pretty close predictions on there.
Yeah, I think one of the big things we said in the predictions stream we did for Laser Sports Academy was we could see Team Aqua like climbing up quite a lot higher depending on how well these like Queensland rookies adjust to the Helios 2 and the arena and stuff. And I'm guessing the answer is that they've done a pretty decent job because like obviously they're in 6th at the moment, but they're like pretty well clear of like the bottom 3 teams. So yeah, they're doing something right. I haven't been able to watch many of their games, but have you seen much from these Queensland rookies?
I haven't been following them specifically on that, but they've been playing really well. Again, like I think it's their first comp for most of them, first away comp for this Prenats. If they might have played Prenats 1, I forget. But either way on that, like it's always hard adapting to a new arena, a new system away from home, and just being away from home in there. But their results, especially in that final set of 6 games in Cascade 2, have really shown their adaptability, and they've, adapted to this new arena. And it's really great to see. I don't have exactly what their results are in the Cascade 2. Maybe I'll try and grab that up for everyone.
Were you supposed to be commentating with Red Devil?
Yes, I believe so.
Because he's in the chat saying he's been replaced. Red Devil, if you want to jump on the stream, mate, you're more than welcome
Feel free.
to. I think I'm not sure what happened. I just got asked because they thought you weren't going to be jumping on. But if you're still keen to do it, mate, since you've made the time to be available, you can jump in, I reckon.
Yeah, just
nothing wrong with 3 commentators for finals, I reckon.
Very much so. Yeah, just jump on the Discord whenever you're ready.
Yeah, no, so Hasbro was formerly Hazmat at Prenats 1, so he's got like 1 comp on Helios 2 and in Hobart under his belt, and he's been playing like the last line position. So, but otherwise, Cheeto and Jam haven't been to a ZLTAC event before, but Jam's been playing in the local scenes and leagues and stuff for quite a while now, and has been getting lots of love in the chat and stuff. And then Cheeto's been playing a lot. Is definitely the most inexperienced one, but they've been getting plenty of hype as well. So you never know with these Queensland rookies, man. It's a bloody crucible for just like super talented players. And they just have a way of generating really tall lefties as well, which just isn't fair.
Yeah, pretty much. Like there's something that's good to be said about being tall. There's something that's good to be being a lefty. Just having that, unconventionality from like what most typical, the majority of the population is. But having them both combined Like it just adds that extra little
Just a slap
the
in the
chance card.
face.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah. I I've been curious. I haven't been watching enough, but has Red been generally getting pack point leads in most of the games? Because that was what was happening at Prenats 1, and then that was part of the couple changes that got made to the arena was to try and limit their pack pointing ability.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's had that much of an effect.
Not much.
So looking at the current ladders and results, again, these are not 100% even because some will be misbalanced because of who played who. It was an 8-game round robin. So people didn't play even number of games in the round robin. And that is, half of what the thing was. But these color statistics really speak for themselves.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
No, I just saw that.
Red has 26 wins and 11 and 14 seconds and thirds. Whereas blue has 10 wins and green has 15 wins. So red has more than blue and green combined.
That's interesting. I feel like
Crazy.
Prenats 1 wasn't dissimilar to that either.
Well, I mean, I think probably the real telling part of that is, your second, third, and fourth place teams have all got 4 wins on red and and a second and a third, but then they've got like 1 and 2 wins on blue and green.
Yeah. God damn. Yeah, because there was on the red to green side of the arena, there where the reload is, it was a half height, and you could just shoot over that thing and into green base. And that was a pretty crazy long shot. And so they made that a full height to try and limit some field points towards green. And then the other thing that red had was from the red to blue reload. You could just absolutely light up the front door of blue and have a field day. And they added panels to, I think it was a case of the panels were added to make it that you had to go closer. You had to get closer to the base to still be able to field point. But it's one of those things when you've got fast players and stuff, if it's an extra 2 steps, it's probably still going to be a thing, right? But no, that's crazy.
Again, another arena. It just I don't know what it is. It just happens that red always seems to be the strongest. Honestly, I think the best way for us to make red less strong is repaint it.
Yeah,
just swap it over with like blue or green or something like that.
that'd make sense.
I'd actually be fascinated to see if if you just completely just swap red and green, if red is still the strongest base.
Yeah, that'd be funny. I actually the last few arena changes we've made in Adelaide, I've designed myself, and so not our current one, but the previous one, I think I made red so I didn't mean to, but just I made it really, really bloody hard to win games on.
Good.
Maybe that was a subconscious thing.
Yep.
I definitely didn't do it on purpose, but it is possible. You can have a red base that is it's a bit dookie.
Well, I do see that we've got some players in the arena for our first game of finals. We've got Catalorcas in on green, seemingly choosing green on this.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Adelaide Aegis have
Choosing
picked
red.
up red on their second choice, and Hobart Cerberus have been given blue on their choice there. The record with these guys, Catalorcas have gone 50-50 against both of these teams. 2 and 4 against Aegis, 3 out of 6 on Cerberus. And Hobart Cerberus have got the slight edge against Aegis, winning 4 out of the 7 times they've played each other.
Interesting.
So
But I
very
think the
close.
more important thing is when those wins happen. I'd wager that more of those wins happen in round robin and Cascade 1. But we're into the thick of it. Here we are.
Ah,
Who
there
have we
is
got?
a team of 4 playing in this game, says Twinkles in our
Oh,
chat.
really?
I'm not sure which one it is, because they both look like they got 4. Catalog has gone out with a little bit of a pack point lead at the start there with Hybrid and Wham. Just picking up a couple of extra tags there. Wham on his Infinite at the moment.
Well, they just stop the game there. Keep the infinite tag ratio.
That's it. That's the dream, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I wonder who's not in the arena. That's interesting.
Azzy Villain hoping Cerberus can pull an upset. Ninja saying looks like Cerberus is missing a player. Let's go Aegis and up the Aegis from Fuggen. Yeah, just you guys watching in the chat, let us know where you're watching from, and as well as who you're backing from this. You know, if there's anyone in the foyer as well, let us know you're watching as well.
You'd think by now. I mean, there's not 2 teams playing with 4. You'd think by now
There we go.
we would know. Here
Aegis
we
got
go.
a 5th.
All right, happy days.
SSG, I think.
Yeah, I think I guess they just weren't. She was like, I think my understanding is that SSG has been last lining, and I guess they just like weren't getting attacked, so that kind of makes sense. Is it you don't appear on the scoreboard until you get tagged or tag someone, or is it you don't get on the scoreboard till you pull the trigger? Do you know?
Captain Morgan is 0-4-0 against 1 shot fired. So
Okay, she didn't pull the trigger. All
Yeah.
right, checks out. Pretty even in terms of the pack points for Catalogers and Aegis. Obviously, Cerberus with 4 players are going to struggle to keep that up, and especially from Blue. I think from Prenats 1, I feel like a lot of the struggle that Blue had field pointing was not necessarily that they don't have good lines of fire. It's that red and green are just kind of like, you're just it. Obviously, all the bases are set out in kind of a triangle, but blue really feels like it's in between red and green sometimes, if that makes any sense, in terms of like where those teams want to field point and stuff. So it makes it really hard to just like establish yourself anywhere. So
I don't want to curse out on Exile, but currently sitting on 12-2 tag ratio.
men's yeah, he's
Too bad.
he's come off from a few years of retirement for a hip surgery, and he's smashing it.
Yeah, back at it. Or there was one of the Reds. Who? Mikey with the
I
hat?
think that was Mikey, yeah.
On the inside there of green. It's about the only action we've seen inside these bases so far. But it does show that we got the Reds. Reds are out over at green at least a little bit.
I mean, it's what you expect from a finals game. It's a pretty safe field pointy start.
It's really strange how that happens. Like it just feels like everyone wants to play defensive from the beginning of these games, even though like it's the same as any other game of laser tag. Yeah, there's a bit of a difference in that if you with this final system, you do need to win games to advance in the thing. The winner of this game will be playing against Rampage and Team Aqua in the next game of the comp. So it does play out a little bit differently, but it's just strange that people are, Wardy's on, and Wardy picks up the first base.
Big from Wardy.
Game.
Well done, mate.
That is a huge early base there for Adelaide Aegis.
Now everyone else is going to be quaking in their boots. I wonder if like a pretty common strat teams do when they have to play with 4 is like it's either you just like dump straight up or you hold really heavy and then you dump with the last like X amount of minutes.
Couple of minutes, hybrid done. Oh, 2-shot denied there by Wardy, and Mikey's on green on the pickup. Rebound picks up that Catalog. Oh, sorry, picks up the Catalog base. Hybrid got denied at blue.
I didn't see
was.
any greens there either. It looked like green completely left to go to blue.
Yeah,
And
they
then
might have.
so that I think they've like gone to do a quick dump to blue to like even out on the bases, and then Wardy's gone and denied them, and then Mikey's been able to get the base before they came back home because they're home now.
Mm.
So that's what I reckon happens. They tried to blitz a base at blue to even out the
Oh.
base score. That's a big swing for Aegis. Very groovy.
Yeah, I agree that going back to what you were saying about the team of 4 playing defensive until late in the game and then go on real hard aggressive. I did see one of the Blues making it inside green base before doubling with the last
Okay.
line there inside Mr.
Oh yeah, there's one in red right now.
Yeah, so they're
Must
at
not be
least
doing that.
not doing Dominators on, and picks up their red base, the first red base of the game, and Cerberus's first base. As Hybrid is on
Yeah, it looks like the split 2 and 2.
and picks up Catalorca's first base and the first blue base of the game. So everyone's lost a base, everyone's got a base, and we are halfway through the game. But
Big pack
there
point lead
is,
for Aegis so far.
yeah, Exile 23 and 8, still absolutely killing it on those tags.
He's just beast mode right now.
Yeah, very much so.
It's my boy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the idea of like if you go into a game and you are a player down, I feel like trying to split 2-2 is probably, I don't know. Like I don't think I would ever want to do that unless it's a base where you can sit in it with 2 players and lock it out. Like the red base, for instance, you could maybe get away with it because you can have one in the sandwich, one on the V. But blue isn't really a base I feel like you can hold with 2 in very well. And I mean, they're not even doing that. They have like someone on the side door. So I don't know. Maybe they just really back their 2-man defense. But for me, if I was ever going into a game with a player down, you definitely have to. I think you want to really pull out the strange stuff like holding your base and not dropping any bases until the last 3 minutes, and then going out and doing a like smashing bases and bouncing really quick, and then hoping the 2 teams fighting over your base, they kind of cancel each other out and you're able to catch up.
So you reckon? So let's say the standard, 5-person teams. You kind of either play a 2-3 or a 3-2, as in 2 attackers, 3 defenders, or 3 attackers, 2 defenders, or a 2-1-2, where you got 2 defenders, 2 attackers, and kind of one sort of in the middle who's not strictly either of those, just kind of being where they need to be. But you reckon if you've got a 4-player team, you stick together with all 4 most of the time?
I feel like, or like at the very
Like a
3-1,
1-3?
your captain's out there like in the field points, like ready. If there is something that happens in the game, they're in a position where they can react to it.
Yeah, because you really need to be...
but also I think the captain ideally would want to be close to home. Oh, bunch of denials. Sheesh. Yeah, I feel like if you want to do that, you really need to like not drop any bases because you need to give both the teams a reason to fight over your base at the end. And if they have your base, then they don't have a reason to go there, right? So they've already dropped one, which is a bit.
Wardy picking up that one shot denial there on hybrid. Wardy having the only 3 denials, the 3 denials on there, all on hybrid.
Yeah, he's all over him. He's in his head rent free right now. Every time hybrid shooting a base now, he's going to think Wardy's coming around the corner.
That's it. We were talking a little earlier about how those early denials can really shake your confidence, and none more so than getting denied in finals.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of been a bit static. I mean, I'm surprised the Cerberus haven't gone yet. They got a minute and a half left to go. If they're going to go, they kind of really need to be ready to pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, they need to have gone like at least 30 seconds, if not a minute and a half ago, I reckon. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what the strategy was. going into this. Maybe just backing their 2D and their 2 attack, but very strange.
Yeah, well, either way, all of these teams are going to get another game in finals. As I said, first place will go into the next game, game 2, against Rampage on red, Team Aqua on green, and they will be on blue. Second place will drop down to play against the losers of that game, and the third place in this game will go to our 8-9 knockout elimination game a little bit later on. So it does look like, unless we get some big action in the next 30 seconds, does look like it's going to end. Or speds on, and picks up a blue base. Unfortunately, I think that Simi Bear's on blue, and with Hybrid covering her, picks up that base there. So there's now 3k.
Well, but blue just getting the red base means Catalorcas aren't going to be able to get another base.
That's it. There
So
might
blue might have just sealed the deal.
just be time.
I don't
There's like fractions of a second. It's too risky. Yeah, that's it.
I didn't even come up.
Well, GG.
Big from the
Adelaide
Aegis.
Aegis picking up a 2k win all on pack over Catalorcas. And
10K one
Hobart
base.
Cerberus in third. Well done there, Wardy. 10k one base, 57 tags. Very solid.
He's popped off.
Yeah, and those
Oh my
3
goodness.
denials as well.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah, no, very. Is anyone in chat on site and know why Cerberus have to play with 4, and are they going to have to play with 4 later as well? Because that's unfortunate timing. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan was for Cerberus. Looked like they were kind of like half committing to both their defense and their I didn't see them out a whole lot either. I feel like when kind of like what I was saying before in a roundabout way is if you're playing with 4, you really need to like commit to something.
Yep.
You can't just play a standard game. But nah, well done, Aegis. Big win.
Yeah.
Aegis
Well
had the
done.
one of the biggest climbs in Bendigo Nuts, actually. So
Yes.
maybe we'll see a repeat.
Tassie Villain says Cerberus played with 4 because their captain lost a bet.
Now, from my experience, Drake, this guy's full of something. I don't trust a word he says.
While I don't doubt that that's true, that is absolutely the kind of thing that they would do. Who is the Hobart Cerberus captain? Is Dominator, who played that game.
Yeah. Villain's full of crap.
Yeah, that's it. But that's also a team of 7. So
oh, that's awkward.
kind of strange on that one. So they've got Sped, Flick, and Captain Morgan and Dominator played that one, with the Rizzler, Nelly, and Disney all sitting that game.
Interesting.
Wow. That's real unfortunate, and the reason why you'd want to bring subs or bring 7 players.
Yeah, the one good thing about having a team of 7 was like, well, at least if 2 of us die, we'll still have a full team.
We still have 3 of them.
What on earth has happened here? Poor guys. All right, what's our next game? Yeah, we got Rampage Red, Team Aqua Green, and Aegis on Blue. Back
in their back-to-back games.
Yeah, well, they're fresh now. They're warmed up.
That's it.
Fresh off a win.
It's almost almost a benefit on there to have that, that one warm-up game in there just to get fresh. It's a bit stressful when you're getting a little bit later in the thing and you play 7, 8, 9 games.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember one up in Sunny Coast, and they went on like an 8-win streak or something on the last day, and by the end of it, they were all cooked. They were deep fried.
Actively not wanting to win anymore because they just wanted to lose and go to sleep.
Yeah, it's time for pub and a beer.
Yeah, that's it.
Time for a slap at the pokes.
That's it. Well, all right. So Rampage Red, Aqua Blue, and Aegis Green. What are your tips in this game? And likewise in the chat as well. Make sure you stick your tips in there. Who you're backing in this game? What are your thoughts, Holmes?
Well, if we're going just based off of historical data, Spiders teams love to be lower than they probably should be going into finals and then going on like a big win streak. Like Prenuts 1, they did the same thing and they had the biggest climb of the entire comp for Prenuts 1. So, history has a way of repeating itself. But also Aegis, we're having a bit of clash where Adelaide has typically been known for going on bit of a streak on the last day as well and climbing a few spots. So only one team will prevail, huh? But I think just off of that, either Rampage or Aegis is going to walk out this winning, and obviously being Adelaide, I'm going to say Aegis is going to walk out this one. Wardy's going to go and terrorize everyone this game as well.
Lowlance in the chat tipping Aqua, Team Aqua on this one. Yeah. I reckon Rampage are gonna have this.
Yeah, I think just based off of like if I was placing money, knowing that Rampage is the top seed and they're on the base, which has more combined wins than any of the other bases, you'd kind of have to put money on Rampage. But I believe in the boys. They're gonna pull through.
Sleepy Frost Pain in the chat as well, tipping on Aqua. As well, Prometheus, Aegis to upset them again.
That's true. Yeah, that was the one win Aegis got in Cascade 2 was against Rampage. So maybe they're living in their heads rent free. Who knows?
Maybe. Aegis has a record of 2 and 4
Mikey's
against.
2
Got
shots.
it.
Massive.
Very nice
Mikey
early base
popping
there from
off.
Mikey. Again, another one. There's some of the Reds were holding up on the inside of green there as well. On the back of those blues getting in. So it's just saying that Aegis currently have a record of 2 out of 4 against Rampage and 2 out of 4 against Team Aqua. 2 out of 6 against Team Aqua. So they're definitely not undefeated against them. So they've taken some wins off them.
No, it's doable.
That is what I like about this kind of a competition as well, is that things are really close. And even if you are looking at, like on paper, the second bottom team going into finals, there's still a chance for them. And, picking up wins in this arena can come from anywhere. Just a couple of bases out of the blue, out of nowhere, can really change how it works.
That do be true. And I mean, like in these finals games where it's typically low bases and field point heavy, the bases are inherently more valuable. And if you start off in a lead, now the other teams are like, all right, well, now we got to catch up. And they're going to start opening up, and then that can make more opportunities for other teams to capitalize on. So we'll see how we go.
You got to not panic. You got to not panic when it comes to finals.
That's right.
The guys were saying a little earlier about how mental this game of laser tag is. And you've really got to keep your head about you, because there's so many things going on throughout the game as well. And you really need to keep your wits about you and not panic when these kind of weird situations develop in a game. And it's about how you respond to those things. It's all
you
part of the game.
gotta keep it cool. Back yourself, like to just because you're down one base doesn't mean you start like, all right, dump. We're gonna dump to catch up. It's like, well, no, you can just like keep playing the game out on its merits. Back yourself to back your defense to like not drop any more bases, and back your attackers to be able to catch up. You know, at
Russ-
the end of the day, if you're making drastic strategic decisions just to catch up on one base, it's probably because you're trying to like account for like a skill discrepancy.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
If the skill discrepancy isn't there, then yeah, you need to chill and just keep playing the game on its merits and back yourself. But
Well,
on these
that
last
was-
days, on these last games, it is very stressful. So
mm,
we got green back in blue. Oh, shooting everyone.
it's just holding on the moment.
He's got guys on both doors. So.
Doubling with that one on the inside.
Okay. Rampage in the sandwich of blue.
Red's in blue. Oh, one shot denied there. Dark Passion. Oh, Dark Passion's on.
Mm.
Oh, Dark Passion picking that up there.
Yeah,
It was
that was
the
a big,
red that was looking at it as Dark Passion put the shot.
big swing for Aqua.
Yeah, huge.
What's crazy is red is the top, like Rampage as the top seed on red actually have the least pack points right now. I wonder if they're trying something different or if they're just struggling to put it together this game. That's very interesting.
Spider 14-10, Zam 14-18, Polchrome 12-14, Wildcard 7-9, and Sad Lampon 3-4-0 against. As one of the greens is on blue, Jam one shot denied there by Mikey in blue. So yeah, Rampage Wildcard's on green. Oh, two shot denied there by Dark Passion, who gets back home after picking up that base over at blue. Yeah, that's an unfortunate one there for Wildcard. They really needed to get that base there.
Mm. It's interesting. So my understanding going into Brilliant 2 is Rampage were going to play Wildcard primarily in the last line position, but they've got him out first now. So I guess they've made a change since they've been playing there.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe that's what it is that they've gone into this game and the first 4 minutes have not quite been going to plan, so they've pulled a wild card literally, and tried to change things up just to mix things up and see if wild card is able to get in. Was able to get 2 shots into the base, full to his credit.
Yeah, I also think the last day is the day for wildcards.
Yeah, for sure. It's absolutely the chance. If you're going to go, there's no more saving it. Whippet was saying that they're placing bets on Rampage throwing this game so they can climb. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Was thinking earlier. You got to sandbag for a bit. You get more training games before the big event of the ZLTAC Championships in August. Why not get some extra training games in finals in this, really low stress, low pressure environment of finals laser tag? Why not? This, elimination kind of games. Oh, a lot of action around blue. It's Dark Passion's on red.
Crabs in a bucket.
As Dark Passion takes that easy and walks out, it looks like red is empty. All the reds are deactivated at the moment. And as I was saying, a lot of action down near blue base.
Yeah, green's pulling a pack point lead as well. Scary.
Yep. There we go. One green on the inside. Oh, just tagged out there. Green on the inside of red base, all by themselves. We do see a red back. So I haven't pulled a full or a dump for the game and abandoned their defense. It's just a aggressive attack while their base was down. Or opportunistic, unfortunately not able to capitalize on it. Or Jam gets one shot denied at blue.
Brilliant.
Well,
yeah, no, Team Aqua's keeping a steady lead now, pulled away from Aegis on pack. Rampage is still really struggling on pack. They haven't really been able to claw that back either. So,
Fulcrum's on.
it looks like they're doing something. Looks like
Ogden
Red's
would be
doing
great.
something now.
Yeah, 3 of them around green. Oh, maybe green have done something.
Nah, I saw they had someone set up in red,
Oh.
and then Spider went through and said something to him, and then they ran out very quickly, and suddenly there was a lot at green. So
That's
I'm
a big
thinking
move.
Rampage is dumped now.
Yep.
Yeah, Mosses is taking the base pretty chill.
And there's a blue that just walked in behind them as well. Oh, there is one red through red, but we got red set up inside both green and blue base. We
They're
did.
all over the shop.
Yeah, everywhere. They're Whippet saying Lances are totally through their this is totally their strat. They'll bounce back and they've really been pulling that late game rampage. Picking up 2 bases now as Exile is on red. Picking that up empty, clean.
Big. No, it's gonna be that. I think Red's dumped to Aqua, which is unfortunate because it's gonna give Aqua like a massive pack point lead.
Sadland picking up that green. Yeah. Yeah, with minute 45 left in this game, Aqua have got an 8k lead at the moment, 7.5k lead with a base extra as Jam picks up a red base there as well. That is almost going to seal it for Aqua there. 10k up, 2 bases up, and a minute and a half left. There's definitely a chance for them. Sadland picks up that base there. Yeah, if they can get 2 more quick bases, they're definitely right up in there. But they're just Aqua have just got so many more pack points than these other 2 teams. Mostly from a Dark Passion and Griffo, both with 49 and 45 tags apiece, and Jam picking up another denial, a 2-shot denial there on Zam with 43 tags. And Pendragon picking up a red base there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you know, sometimes a team can really throw the game one way or another. Like if, for instance, Red had devoted most of their dump to blue initially, like we might see a completely different scoreboard right now.
Yeah. And Zamzon picks up that, and Mikey picks up counter picks up that. Whippet saying that Rampage will play for second. They get first color choice for next game and then more games, which is a really odd strategy going into a game where they already had first color choice. So,
well, I guess it's more about the getting more games, I think.
Yeah.
Which from us, yeah, I get it for like a pre-nuts. I mean, you kind of want to. The whole point of pre-nuts is to get as much exposure in the arena as possible, so it makes sense to do stuff like that.
Well, that is the game. GG to Team Aqua, and you guys in the chat that called it, especially Lance, who highlighted a message saying they called it. Well done to them. 35k, 5 bases. Rampage, 31k, also with 5 bases. And Adelaide Aegis in third, 28k, 4 bases. So that'll mean that Rampage and Adelaide Aegis will drop down into the second track game, and they will be playing the next game against the Catalorcas, I believe.
Yeah, that checks out. Man, we've seen Blue lose both games. It's unfortunate. Catalogs won't get color preference, will they? So they'll probably be on blue.
No.
Watch
yeah,
Rampage choose blue is something crazy. I wouldn't put it past them. Do a Darwin moment.
That's it.
Choose the base that everyone dislikes and just find a way of making it work.
That's it. Well, we will see what the results are, or what the color picks are for this one.
Will you be coming to pre-Nats 3 or Nats, Drake?
I will definitely be at Nats. Haven't yet sorted out my flights and leave for pre-Nats 3 yet. I hope to
Yeah.
come.
Yeah.
It is unfortunately not on a long weekend for WA, so it's a little harder. It is actually just after a long weekend for us. That makes things a little harder, but we'll see how things with work go. That will be the main
Yeah.
thing for me. But
Fingers
I am
crossed.
looking forward to being back for Nats.
Mm.
Should be a good fun time.
Just a quick public service announcement. Anyone wanting to go to pre-Nats 3 should definitely book flights and a com like 2 weeks ago, but you should do it now if you want to go. I know Adelaide has had like pretty like crappy flights to Hobart, but our flights for pre-Nats 3 were already like $500 return.
Wow.
So, and it's probably not going to go down. So, yeah,
Nope.
anyone want to go pre-Nats 3, please book the common flights like soon. I think a bit of that is man, Hobart loves like their festivals and stuff. And I believe ZLTAC announced like the date, or like announced the dates for all the competitions and stuff. And then like recently they found out that Hobart was just like, oh, we're going to host a festival during pre-Nats 3. So
Cool.
yeah, it'll be a hard time finding accommodation and stuff. So yeah, make sure you don't leave that to the last minute,
Well,
unless you have like
that's
a bunch of money to splurge.
yeah. Or why not, right? And perhaps even take a couple of extra days. If you're able to get the leave, if there's going to be a festival around town, maybe it is worth spending that time and making a proper holiday out of it. I'd love to do that if I could.
Yeah, potentially. So much stuff to do in Hobart.
Hmm.
Crikey. Well, Rampage is chosen green, Age is chosen red, Catalog is on blue.
So Whippet calling it there. So Rampage have gone from their first color choice in that last game, intentionally played for second so they can get first color choice, and they're playing out of green in this one, picking up their preferred color. Again, that's so weird.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day,
It makes
pre-Nats,
sense.
you're fighting for a bloody plastic trophy, mate. So you might as well
That's it.
make the most of the experience.
That's it.
I feel like people that let obviously, like when you go to a competition, you go to win, like no matter what comp it is, right?
Yep.
And you got to do your best. But I feel like players that go to pre-Nats and focus so hard on just like winning, potentially like missing out on like heaps of learning opportunities. And I think that's something that Spider's teams have always done really, really well, is if like for these comps and like even like things like round robin at nationals and stuff, they really maximize learning as much as they can over winning. Because at the end of the day, the only time it really matters to win is on the last day at nationals. So.
That's it. That's where the big trophies are.
And then you get a slightly nicer trophy.
That's it. Well, there is that pre-Nats 3 curse as well. Of you don't want to win pre-Nats 3 because you very rarely do the winner of pre-Nats 3 end up winning Nats. I believe that was broken this year or last year or whenever recently.
Might have been.
But all right, yeah. So in the chat, what are your tips for this game? So we've got Rampage on green, Aegis on red, and Catalorcas on blue in the order coming into this game. What do you guys think in the chat as well? You, Holmes, you gonna keep backing your Aegis boys?
I'll always back the boys,
The Aegis lads,
especially when they're on red. Like
wildcard 2-shot denied there at red. Mikey
yeah,
again picking that up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to look past the stats of like the base win rates, right? It's pretty crazy. I mean, Reds won. Oh, I don't know. They didn't win last game, but potentially the Red threw on purpose so they get more games. So that one doesn't count. Otherwise, Reds winning like stupid amounts. So me back in my home team and them being on Red, I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
Good. Well, I have to back my home team on this. They've not had a great comp, and especially not Cascade 2 has not been going too well for the Catalorcas. Half WA, half Queensland. A mixed team. It's a bit hard to play with as well.
Yeah.
Cheryl in the chat saying, "Yay, Drake, for backing that." Of course, thanks, Cheryl, for supporting us as always, supporting Yorkers as always. Are you on site watching this, Cheryl? Mr. Meeseeks' mum? You're not on site.
That's
yes.
funny. Mums in the chat is the most wholesome thing ever.
That's so good. Yeah, at the hotel. So Cheryl, Mr. Meeseeks, and Mr. Meeseeks' brother has been touring out and around Tasmania for the last week or so.
Yeah, right.
After Mr. Meeseeks' trip to Prenats 1 earlier, getting, ended up taking, it was like 40 hours in transit or something like that. Oh, Meeseeks' nephew, sorry. Ended up missing or having 2 flights cancelled and then missing the ferry or something like that because of it, and then having to get the ferry and then drive from Launceston to Hobart just
That's a
to
rough
make
gig.
it there and thing. Yeah, it was not a fun time.
They just pull into a pack point lead in spite of having a 2-shot denial on them. But I feel like if you're Red, right, knowing...
Oh, see me 2-shot denied
Oh.
there. By not sure where that was from. Maybe the front door.
It's probably just a barrel sensor shot.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're Red, you can kind of put shots onto bases more comfortably because you can kind of know most of the time you could have a pack point lead anyway. So you can afford to take some more risky ones.
Well, yeah. As we're seeing now, like Agent's got a 3K pack lead up over the Catalorcas, who have a base in hand and are still sitting in second place.
Thing about pack point leads is it's often hard to know that in a game. Like the bases is just like if you can remember, keep track of the bases, it's just like math. But tracking
Everyone should be
build
able
points
to do
is
that.
really difficult.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
If there are any of our techs that are listening here at the moment, people in the chat are asking if we can slide the finals schedule across a little bit so we can see the next game. The next game will be the Hobart Archangels on red, 1UP on green, and Team Aqua on blue.
Man, even with this is pretty tight so far, huh?
Yeah. Oh. Aegis and
Yeah.
Rampage so close on pack points there as well, and unfortunately Lilbo getting a 1-shot denial there, and the 2 shots there on Simi Bear and a 1-shot denial there on Hybrid. Catalorcas are just getting denials everywhere.
Yeah.
Wardy with 3 shots into green as well. Oh, we got some greens in blue. 1 shot in. Getting time denied. Zam.
He couldn't hit the base.
He was waiting for that diving player there, who was kind of waiting. It seemed like he was waiting for his second shot in. And just trying to outplayed himself on that one.
Well, I think it was more a case of he'd made the right play. Because he did tag the player. It was just like I saw him. It looked like he took like 3 shots, and they just didn't register on the base. Which, having played Prenuts 1, that was definitely a thing. But I don't think I saw any time denies at Prenuts 1, but I've actually seen a couple this time. So I'm wondering if something's changed with the being able to hit bases or something. Put your tinfoil hats on, everyone.
That's it.
Yeah, no, that's There's nothing more gutting than knowing you made the right play and then it just not working anyway because of something
Yep.
like the shot just didn't register. It's pretty. It's
One of
pretty.
the
Yeah.
one of the quirks of our game. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
just how it is.
Twinkles raises a good point.
Twinkle's saying, hey guys, just to clarify, Prenats 3 will be a capped event, so please take booking flights as a recommendation, but it won't guarantee your team's place in the comp if the cap fills up before your team registers.
That'd be a rip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suspect that is going to be a popular competition as well. So we shall see. Rampage picking up a Catalorca base and Wham Fox is on red. Picking that one up there fairly easily with a red on the inside of the back as well at red. Oh, they must have been waiting to come back up, waiting to leave the base until it had been finished being destroyed.
Yeah, something like
A
that.
safe play. I personally quite like doing that. If I got the chance, just to wait on the inside of the base there, just stay out of the way. As Exile picks up a
huge
first
from
base for
Jimmy.
Aegis,
Put them on the
putting
board.
them into the lead.
Massive. This is very, very impressive pack point lead right now.
Lilbo gets 2-shot denied there, making the spin and not quite getting Pogsley coming in from that back door.
Pogsley with 4 shots at denials popping off.
Yeah, and 35-22, 166% score ratio as well, killing it.
Yeah, that's a big swing. Get a base and get a 2-shot deny at home. Feels good.
Very nice. Very well played.
I can't wait to go to nationals and see the river of tears from everyone that hasn't been to a pre-nats experience getting tagged on your barrel sensor like every half a second. I can't wait.
It's gonna be good. Like it's always good when there's a new system in town. It kind of resets things a little bit as Wardy picks up second base for Aegis as well.
Huge.
And it's Zam on red.
Green and red.
And Meeseek's picking up a green base there as well. The Catalorca's last line picking up a base there.
Loves that.
And look at all the greens inside red at the moment. Rampage they pulled the trigger again.
I think they pulled the trigger, yeah. Blue, you can see blue's posted up at green as well, and red's there. God. It's an effective strategy on that last day, for sure.
Okram's on, Lilbo's on green.
Oh.
Lilbo picking that base up there. Catalorcas are not out of it. Like they've got a massive base lead, but they're only one base behind Aegis at the moment as Spider's on red. Spider can pick that up there as well. This is a really close game.
Yeah, goddamn.
It's just going to be super... and Whamfox gets a 2-shot denial there on Zam as well. That's a big one there for Catalorcas. If Zam hadn't picked up that base there, that would really seal that out for Catalorcas. Now we got Wardy on red.
Let's go, Wardy.
Picking up that base there. 1 minute left to go. Sad Lamp on red.
Let's go.
Picking that up there. Wow. 2K at the moment between Aegis and Rampage. Still time for a base. Catalorca's a little bit out of it. They do need to pick up
Jimmy, check. Oh, never mind. Shut out.
But we've got a green set up on the inside of red. And a red's on the inside of blue.
Oh my goodness.
Simi Bear's on green. Simi Bear picks up a base there. 1,100 points. If SSG gets this,
2 reds in. Oh my goodness.
Wow. All right. So all
Massive.
3 bases are down.
Wow,
Aegis,
it's
Aegis are going to
point
get
race right
this.
now.
Aegis are going to get this. They've stormed out to a big pack point lead here. 2K ahead on with the last 30 seconds to go.
Wow.
Well
Man,
done,
they really pulled
Aegis.
the trigger at the end. I think they acknowledged, so a green had dumped or gone really heavy to red,
Mm,
and they'd gotten set up. And like I was saying before, red's one of the bases where once you get set up, you can kind of like exist there.
Yep.
It's pretty hard to reset the defense once you get cracked, especially when they commit numbers. So they've gone, all right, well, you can have that. We're going to commit numbers elsewhere, so we can match you base for base. So that was yeah, it's that's peak laser tag, is making those really
It's
good
hard,
strategic decisions in those high pressure scenarios. So
real
congrats
hard
to that.
calls to make as well. Yeah, well done. A
Mm.
couple of people in chat calling out Pogsley, MVP of that game for sure. 45 tags for, 33 against, 136% tag ratio with 4 denial shots.
Yeah, he had a massive their last game, Cascade 2, I think he also had a massive red game. So he's just found his groove on one of the doors, and found like his sight lines and his pathways when he's field pointing. And yeah. God damn.
Yeah, so Aegis picking up another win there. So they'll go up into game 6, which will be against the losers of our next coming game, which is Hobart Archangels on red, 1 up on green, team on blue. The Rampage and Catalorcas will drop down into our 7, 8, 9 game, which will be our elimination for 8th and 9th place against Hobart Cerberus. Coming up in this next one. So Hobart Archangels and 1 up coming in for their first game of finals. The winner of this game will be playing against Hobart Vikings and Team Magma in our gold game, which coming up very soon, the winner of which will be our first team into our grand finals. So, tips in the chat, everyone, please. Hobart Archangels on red have got first color choice. 1 up have chosen green, and Team Aqua are back in there for their second game of finals on blue.
I hope that Vikings, when they get their color choice, choose blue just to flex. That'd be funny.
Just to do that, why not?
Yeah, but it'd be even funnier if they did that and they ended up not winning that game. That'd be really funny. But
Well,
they'll probably do it anyway.
they will have 3 chances to make the grand final. They have chosen red. The Hobart Vikings have chosen red.
Come
Playing
on,
it
guys,
safe.
live a little,
Yeah, that's it.
bro. Man,
Why
yeah,
not have
I
a
made it into grand finals, taking the statistically best base.
Yeah, woo!
Bro.
And having
Not as good of a story as I actually chose the statistically worst base and made it into finals. So
and they probably still would,
wow,
to be fair,
yeah, they probably
with how they've been
they
playing
are.
so far.
I think they're undefeated on blue and red. I think they've only dropped 1 game this comp. And
They have, yes, they've dropped 1 game to Team Magma, who, when Vikings were on green, I'm not sure what Magma were in that game, but I can find out. Team Magma were red. 43k 7 bases to Hobart Vikings 40k 5 bases. And Team Aqua got 3rd in that.
Spicy. All right, well, we got ourselves an even game so far.
Back points.
Back points.
I reckon 1 up have got the the advantage in this when it comes to a pack point game, for sure. They've been playing such an aggressive form, or they always play an aggressive form of laser tag there. They typically have that, 3 attacker style of thing when a lot of teams end up usually playing like a 3 defender sort of thing. Especially the Archangels have been playing quite defensive and build their game, off a solid defense.
Yeah.
But the chaos that 1UP brings into the arena is just
Mhm,
so
mhm.
fantastic to be a part of and to watch.
Yeah, there's definitely like two different methodologies for playing laser tag. You either find a way to bring structure, because it's an inherently chaotic game, right? So many things going on. You either find structure to help you navigate that, or you kind of just some teams and players just love to they just flow with the chaos, and you know
It's
um
all about adaptability, this game.
yeah.
You can only, you can go into each game with a game plan. But as that famous author once said, no plan survives first contact, and everyone comes up with a good plan till you get punched in the mouth or something. I don't know.
You're
Sun Tzu,
paraphrasing, but
Mike
yeah, close
Tyson,
enough, I
something like
reckon.
that. Yeah, both of them said it.
Yeah,
Good people that know their fights.
you'd be
Um,
right, Ninja.
yeah, pretty much. Explaining the difference between Aftershock and Apex. Yeah, some teams absolutely like playing that very controlling style of game there, building off the defense. And then, some teams just like to,
Guns
almost
blazing.
literally roll a dice and see what happens.
That's an exciting
Leave
way
it
to play,
all
isn't
up
it?
to chance. Yeah, for sure. And one of the difficult things for people to do as well is get a read off what you're expecting people to do in this.
Mm.
And to be honest, even if that's what's happened in this game, this is kind of what I would have expected. We're nearly 5 minutes into the game, all pack points, extremely close game there from
Mm.
Aqua with a 300-point lead over 1UP. And Archangel's only a couple of 100 points behind that as well. As Sega's on.
Hey.
Oh, one shot denied
Oh.
there by Vector.
It looked like he missed quite a few shots in the base if that was only a one shot deny, unfortunate.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of action around there as well. So, bit unfortunate there.
Man, green is like not the base you want to be attacking at the same time as the other team is.
No, not at all. There's
But
just
they've
so
done it
much
anyway.
opportunity.
Ooh. Seeing some action at red now. Blues managed to get set up in green. My impression is that 1UP's gone super aggressive for like 20 seconds or something while their base is down, and then they're going to come back. But the risk of doing stuff like that is now the other team set up in your base. But Helios 2 barrel sensors just shoot those things, and then they're out of there. But
The Blues on, Jam's on.
he's existing there. He's popping off.
Oh, getting that just being tagged out there
Playing.
by one of the Reds.
What a
Where
jam.
are the Greens? I haven't seen them in a while.
They did come back, but I think it was what I was saying where they went to go aggressive and maybe they just didn't come back in time. Not soon enough to deal with the team that's set up in your base, at least.
That, of course, is the challenge with that kind of strategy, is timing it, making sure you get back. And
Yeah.
again, it's one of those familiarity things as well. You might be used to doing that kind of thing. You might be used to knowing what the timings are at home or something. But yeah. Ninja just giving us an update on what was happening with Cerberus or in the next game. They should have their full contingent in the next one. They had someone who was having a bit of a personal situation, and the other one was just 10 minutes away.
But they have 7.
Unfortunately. Yeah. I'm not sure what the other one was. But
What about the third guy, Ninja? What are they doing? What's going
just
on?
absent. Adelaide absent.
Yeah. Adelaide absent.
Or
Yeah, someone was talking about
Hobart.
that before.
Yeah, that was my suggestion. Just for all your Adelaide team A's.
Yeah.
Got some more.
You noticed. Crazy.
Yeah. Bit hard to notice.
I think someone was saying we're going to get Adelaide Artifacts and put all the old farts on that team.
Yeah, I was saying
I
Ancients.
like that. Ancients? Yeah, that's
Someone
the
was
one.
like, yeah, that's it. Artifacts is good. I like Artifacts. You could get Ancient Artifacts and get a AAA team.
Ugh, that would be a AAA team.
That's it. That'd be good.
Well, Archangels and Akka on the board with a base each. One up still
It's easy points on.
keeping up with the pack. Oi.
Ooh. That was
Nice.
a big base there. And Archangel's picking up that base there as well. With, what, like 2/3 of the way through the game, getting their second base of the game. We've got 3 bases destroyed so far.
Right.
Classic finals showing us a defensive showcase from everyone. A little bit of nerves just to settle those nerves, just playing a bit of a standard game. Oh, we got a blue on the inside of green. Just holding that pocket position there on the right-hand side of the
that's
camera.
DP.
Love tucking in there.
Something I've seen quite a lot over the course of this comp is green's base is going down like a lot. Like it looks like blue and red tend to favor attacking green over attacking each other. That happens all the time.
I'd be really interested to see that kind of a statistic of how that plays out at the end of the competition. Is how many times each base goes off by by each color and stuff. Those are kind of fascinating, or things that are fascinating to me, I guess. Maybe some people just want to shoot stuff.
No, I'm pretty sure we're all bloody nerds, mate. So
yeah, pretty much, mostly.
Someone crunch the numbers on that one, then.
That's it.
Oh, never mind. Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's still very much within striking distance, but only like 2 minutes left of the game. So Sam's crunching the numbers. Thanks, Mark.
Good. Thank you. Team Aqua, a couple of 100 points out of it with a base in hand as well. So just killing it on the pack points there. Mostly from Moss, 29 and 9, 322%. Gunners on blue. Gunner picking up a Team Aqua base there, opening an account for 1-up.
Let's see if they keep flowing this momentum, huh?
Shurikitty's on.
Two.
2-shot denied there by Guinea.
Unfortunate.
Coming back just in time there to get Shurikitty in the back. As Gunner gets 2-shot denied there by Villain. Getting the
phaser shot.
Back.
Oh.
And picking up a base.
Nice.
Shurikitty 2-shot denied there by Moss this time. Dark Passion.
Oh my goodness. Literally everything is happening right now.
Guinea gets a 1-shot denial there on Dark Passion. Wow. All right. So that 30 seconds there.
That was mental.
Archangels went from first to third. 1-up went from third to first after picking up that base there. Couple of denials there, 4 denial shots there on Shurikitty. If she'd picked up that base on any of those, we'd be seeing a very different game at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunate.
It was worth the risk. She was close on them. Just missed getting the call. Oh, we've got Villain on. And Villain picking up a late base there for the Archangels, putting him in front. And is on.
Oh my goodness.
Blue. Oh, 2-shot denied there by Jam over a blue base. Wow.
Man, he was just spraying and praying. He wasn't even looking at the doors. I love it.
Ooh.
Man, that's what it's like with these bases, though. Sometimes, like they are, like you have to make a conscious effort to aim at specific places to hit the base, and that detracts from your ability to like watch doors and stuff without being like well practiced. So
yeah,
it's rough, but yeah, goddamn.
Close game there. Less than 2K first to third. Hobart Archangels taking out the win again. Provisional. There may be things that are happening on the site as well. But provisionally, Hobart Archangels taking out the win, 26k, 3 bases, One Up 25k with 2 bases, and Team Aqua in third, 24k with 1 base. 1 base would have changed that.
Yeah, it's that's a tight one.
Very close.
God damn. I mean, that's what you want to see. These games are way more fun to watch than the big blowout games where people get crazy scores.
Yeah, very much so.
I'd rather see the highest score be like 9k, and everyone's like within striking distance of each other.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of solo scores there, Jam did get the highest score with 9,071 points. 47-42, 4 denials there with only 1 base. No one got
There's
2
something.
bases.
There's something in the water in Queensland, I reckon.
And
There's something in the water.
That's it. Well, there's something at their league site. Cougar saying no one won that. Hobart survived. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of, I don't know. I don't think that's quite fair. I'm not going to say that, like that game was a bit scrappy, and I'm not going to say that people necessarily like lost the games on it. But it was just, like as I said, it was 1 base. It was just a coin flip. Ultimately, a three-sided coin. What do they call them? D3.
Yeah, is that even possible?
Well, I mean,
I can't picture it.
Well,
I can't picture a D3.
Yeah, it's 50-50. You either win or you don't win. So it's a 3-sided coin. Like, it's either heads or not heads, or sides, or whatever.
Look, I think this analogy is lost on me, but we got our next game coming up anyway, so we're all right. We'll cross over that.
We got this is our first of our elimination games. We've got Rampage have chosen red, Catalorcas have picked up green, and Hobart Cerberus have been given blue. It does look like Cerberus have got their 5 players in for this game as well after playing their first game with 4. So the winner of this will survive to the 6th and 7th elimination game, and we will have our first 2 eliminees in 8th and 9th place in this. Do or die. This is the game that you need to finally drop those sandbags. There's no more training games after this one if you don't win.
Yeah, that's probably why Rampage has chosen red, right?
That's it, yeah. Now's the time for them to stop sandbagging.
Yeah.
Catalorca's out to flying start here at the moment.
Yeah, crikey, that's a good effort.
Hybrid and Simi, 6 and 4-1 for Simi as well. Spider sitting on 3 and 3, and Nelly taking the lead there with 4 and 3 tags for the Cerberus.
You know what? I was just thinking, I really want to find out what the percentage of DX are. That's like a phaser shot. That'd be an interesting percentage to look at, and looking at it versus like Helios Pro era and stuff.
It would be fascinating to see that kind of a thing.
You haven't played Helios 2 yet, have you?
No, I haven't yet. I haven't had the opportunity. Again, looking forward to Pre-Nats 3 if that happens.
Yeah. And then to help prepare for that, check out Laser Sports Academy. I got a couple videos about Helios 2. I'll plug myself shamelessly.
Of course, it's good.
Yeah, no, it's I can't overstate how easy it is to tag the barrel sensors. So it's but I'm all for it. I think it adds a skill to the game rather than changing a skill or removing a skill. So
yep, I agree with that. It's good. Means you got to change your holds around a little bit.
Well, even more than that is the idea of like, peaking your phaser at different angles and like holding your shots, like not just shooting when you see a sensor, like, because if you just shoot when you see a sensor, good players know that and
that's it.
They're gonna pre-fire your phaser. So
I was just about to call out Mr. Meeseeks, who's gone on a tear, 10 tags for and just getting tagged out once there. As Simi is on blue.
Big moves.
And
did she just get power denied? She did.
Power denied. Power denied.
Oh, that's painful.
That is very painful.
Yeah.
Arthur's Hybrid's on to pick that up there.
Brilliant. I
Picking
wonder
up
if she
the
missed a
base
shot on
too.
the base as well.
Yeah.
That's even more painful.
Oh, that's the worst. Dominator one shot denied there by Wildcard over at red. Oh, that's a nasty one. Yeah, I hate to see that kind of thing, a power denial on there. That is, so someone's asking what maybe to explain the power denial. You have a certain number of health and power. Every time you recharge, you have 7 lives or 7 health, and you get 45 shots available there.
I believe
Showing
who was talking to Benny.
about the flashbacks. I'm sure, but
Because
yeah,
Benny at Prenet's one got a power deny. I think that's what that was about.
it sucks. It's just such a you don't. It's not often that I'll be running out of power. Like I'll go down to a couple of shots left or something like that, but you got to be definitely spending your power to be getting that low on it, especially when you're just about to get inside to get a base there. And sometimes, those nerves, you can start shooting it with 3, 4, 5 shots left, just miss a couple, or the adrenaline's rushing in. You're just a little bit early on your 3rd shot there, and too late. See you later, and you're out.
It's one of the worst feelings. Again, it's one of those things where outside of obviously, you missed a shot or you didn't manage your power properly. It's like you did everything right other than that.
Yep.
Those ones hurt.
It's just another little complication in this game. As
Meanwhile,
you see,
Hybrid and Spider have gotten some bases. Oh no, that was Sped and Spider.
Yeah, as Sped's picking up a back-to-back bases there. 2 bases in 30 seconds there for the young Hobart Cerberus.
That's the second time I've seen him done that.
Yeah. He's also got denial bonus shot as well on there as well. He's killing it at the moment. That's great.
Off.
But we do have Catalorcas out to still a fairly significant lead there. 1,300 points at the moment, despite the 1,500 that Simi's put into bases.
It's they're kind of tearing off. Again, I'm surprised Red hasn't got a pack point lead. Like usually Rampage and Spider's teams love playing field pointy, getting pack point leads and stuff. So I'm surprised. But you don't need pack points if you've got more bases than them, huh? Sometimes.
Yeah.
Well done, Polchrome picking up a blue.
Yeah, putting him up into first place with that base as well.
I wonder if Cerberus knows. I mean, knowing that you're on statistically the worst color and probably the base with the least field points, you probably have to assume that you're down on pack points. But I wonder if they know they're that much down on red. Hard to tell. And green.
Again, one of those quirks of this game as well. It's real hard to read that kind of thing in a game. It's Dominator's on green. It'd be good for him to pick up this base. Yeah, good job there. Not having a great game there,
Massive.
Dominator. 31% tag ratio with being denied as well.
That's rough.
Yeah.
But did you know? So Dominator, I'm pretty sure hasn't played in Nats before. But he's going to be he's captaining this team. Did you know that? And he's 15 or something.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
It's really great to see.
Rutt was saying on the Pre-Nats 1 predictions we did for Laser Sports Academy that despite him being really young, he's kind of stepped up to the plate, and more importantly, the team is really respecting his leadership and stuff, which is cool. That's a big part of it. Spider picking up his second base.
Yeah, it's really great to see. so many new players coming through all the
Mm.
time. And it's great. And we do always try and recognize those new players. Like we've got the Doug Burbage Rookie of the Year award as well that we give away to the most impressive rookie that comes in there. And typically captains or players like Dominator on that get highlighted in this kind of thing, and people who really make a name for themselves. As Lilbo and Polchrome both pick up bases there as we're talking. But
Rampage
yeah,
starting to pull away a bit.
yeah, that extra base in there, Catalorcas and Rampage have been going base for the last two, but that extra one that Rampage managed to sneak in there with Spider and Polchrome both sitting on two bases, Spider having another monster game, was Zams on green.
Taking it from the box.
Picking that
I
one up
see.
there. Solid.
Yeah, it looked like the green players looked like they were elsewhere and they just rocked up. I reckon, yeah, their base went down. They've gone to go aggressive and try and get a base back, but they haven't made it back to their base in time, and they're just they've lost it again. And that they've gone again. Surely they'll be back in time this time. Or they'll abandon ship.
Or not.
We'll find out in a sec. There's a green there.
It's fine. They're just sandbagging, so they'll get first color choice in the next game at Prenuts 3.
At Predators 3, that's right.
That's it, because this is an elimination game. Only one team will make it through and survive on this.
Yeah, it's something I've been seeing teams doing a bit more now. Is I know Aftershock did it a lot at Prenuts 1, where when our base went down, we did little blitzes to try and equalize the base that they just got and then come home. But yeah,
Morgan
I'm
on
seeing
green.
a lot of time they're not coming home in time. Clutch Morgan,
Getting the
Morgan, bro.
base there.
I love
Fortunately,
the
a little too
full
late.
commit, kneel down, looking
Kneel
at the
down.
base. I love it. That's him begging the base to register the shots.
That's it. The fingers crossed of base destroys. The pray and spray. That's it. Now, Catalorcas have set up on the inside of blue at the moment there, but Simi doesn't have it at the moment there. Spider getting a two-shot deny there on Nelly as well.
God damn, those two red guys came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Zam picks up that blue base. Oh, and just round the corner there for Lilbo.
That was a bit awkward. Man, I think that's set.
It's going to be
I
it.
don't see it changing.
9K at the moment. Rampage have the lead over Catalorcas. Captain Morgan on. Oh, getting two-shot denied there by Polchrome. That Clutch Morgan final base there would have been great to see, but unfortunately that is going to be the end of it. So we will have Rampage taking out this game, surviving to play in the next one, and then pending no other things, we'll have the Catalorcas eliminated and finishing in 8th place, and Hobart Cerberus finishing in 9th place.
You're right. Mad. Well, that puts Cerberus even for the Laser Sports Academy predictions, and Catalorcas dropped 3 spots from predictions. So that's a rough comp for the Lorcas, but it's kind of it's one of those things with mixed teams is specifically mixed teams where it's players from different states. Sometimes you can just really struggle to pull everything together. It's not a long time to sort everything out.
Finding your feet in the game as well, they just don't. You just don't have that. What's the word? That synchronicity, I guess. That teamwork that you just build up after playing for so long together with the team. You just get that familiarity and get used to playing with others.
And what doesn't help is players like Wamfox and Hybrid having not played Prenuts 1, so like kind of compounding on top of like getting used to playing with players you don't normally play with, and then figuring out how you want to structure your team and who's going to play where. They also have to get used to a whole new bloody system, which is like completely different in terms of how phaser discipline works. So
Yeah.
a lot of things to try and manage at once. So well done to Catalorcas and Cerberus. At the end of the day, like we say, the whole, even though we go to these pre-nats like to do our best and try and get as high as we can, the main purpose is the learning experience. So as long as they walk away with it, having been able to take stuff back to their respective teams, that's a absolute win in my books.
Very much so. Well, moving on to this game, we've got One Up have got first choice there and chosen red. Team Aqua have got second choice and picked up green, and Aegis have picked up blue in this. This has been the order of color choice in all but 2 games of finals. Blue has been the last one chosen in every game so far.
Unsurprising.
What are your tips in this one? You guys watching in the chat? Again, let us know where you're watching from as well. We've got people tuning in from all around Australia, New Zealand, and the world. Let us know where you're watching from as we come to you live from Hobart for Prenats 2.
Yeah.
You back in your Aegis again?
I'll always back them. They can do it.
That's it. This is what, their 5th game of the day? 4th?
Oh, something like that.
Finals?
They're fresh. They're warmed up. Pugsley had a big game last game. They're all jazzed up. Speaking up. Nice.
Yeah, this is their 4th game. So out of the 3 they played so far, they got 2 firsts and a second, I believe.
Look, like what I was saying before, like teams are just always like red and blue are just like always attacking green. It's like it's like watching crabs in a bucket, bro.
That's it. That's it.
Um,
So I reckon that the way for us to balance out red is we just like repaint the green base red
mm-hmm.
and the red base green, and then everyone can just sandwich on red for the whole game, and they'll probably still win because it's red base.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
You know how it be.
Just how it be. Red wins. No matter what arena, no matter what it is. But Aqua have got out to a little bit of a pack lead there.
Well, that can change in like 10 seconds, right?
Yeah, and mostly thanks to both Yeah and Wardies being 2-shot denied there. 2 of those picked up by Hasbro on Team Aqua.
Marky got the other
So
2
that
shots.
helps.
A little bit of ring around the Dorito in blue. One up's posted up.
Sierra or
Oh, big.
Yeah, kind of just playing a bit of a feeler out game at the moment. That no bases haven't gone off, but not for a lack of trying. A couple of attacks have gone in. We do see some greens set up on the inside of blue, but red just walks in, takes them out. Oh, and they're on. Gunner.
Oh god, that's
Gunner just picking up that.
Wardy came in and missed the shot as well. You saw the laser go all around the wall, like next to Gunner. Unfortunate.
The duck move. It's a pro strat there. Gunner, master of the drop move. Put 2 shots in, then duck. Benny claps. This is not an elimination game. This is a second track game. The winner of this will go on to play the losers of our. The winner of this will make it through to our silver game, and the loser of this will drop down into the 6th and 7th playoff game, elimination game.
Okay.
First time chat, go Aqua, says Woozle. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in there. Woozle, have you been playing much laser tag before? First time watching this. Taipan, go Aqua. And same for you, Taipan. Have you ever played laser tag before?
You're funny. Wait, are you serious?
No,
Are you joking?
I know Aqua. I know
That's
Taipan.
good. I was like, bro, that'd be awkward.
You know.
I did that on the prediction stream for Prenuts 1. I said Garn was a new player from Canberra.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Gun's actually been playing for a while. Yeah.
Yep. I I was very embarrassed.
Yeah.
He made sure he knew how disappointed he was when I saw him.
Yeah, that's it. Just I can picture Gun doing that. Oh, Yeah's on. Oh, the spray and pay out both doors.
Oh, bro. I don't reckon he would have seen that blue player on the right door either. He just went reach for it and got it.
That's
Happy
it. The
days.
risky play, but it paid off there for picking up that green base as well. So One Up have picked up the only 2 bases of the game at the moment there. They're 5k ahead of Team Aqua, so down a little bit on pack, but having 2 bases in hand and having the only 2 oh, Yeah's on again at blue.
Right, this guy's everywhere.
Duck move. Oh, just getting that there before
That
getting
is
tagged.
mental. So I think that was Exile went to on the left of that Dorito, there's a half height, and you can shoot over it and down into that position that everyone's taking from. I think it's called under. Yeah, it's a really effective way of dealing with under. But has seen the player come, tag their phaser over the half height, and then put his last shot in. That was a big play.
Spectacular play. It's good. Griffo's on. Getting in the way of the teammate a little bit, and Griffo picking up a blue base there. And Guinea picks up a green as well. So One Up have offset their bases now. They've got 2 of each.
Yeah, they're in a bloody good spot, huh?
That's it's good to see. We're pretty much getting up to about the halfway point of the game there. Griffo having the only other base of the game so far.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna need to pull the trigger and do something drastic.
There's a lot of action at blue at the moment, and not a lot happening at red. As Guinea's on, picking up his blue base there cleanly and getting out without too much of an issue. Have blue pulled the trigger and gone? Ninja saying send the third. Yeah, that's what they need to do, is move to a 3 attack situation. Although I'm guessing Snake and Vector are sitting on D for One Up at the moment. Both sitting on 22 and 9 and 20 and 10 tags, both above 200%.
Tearing it up.
As well, just killing it.
I wonder if I haven't been paying enough attention to the cameras. One Up being attacked much?
Hasn't looked like it.
Oh, speak of.
Vector getting a 1-shot denial there on Pendragon. Is it coming there? Still got a blue on the inside of red though.
Yeah, that's Mikey.
That's good. Mikey's on. Putting one shot in, putting another shot in. Yeah, and picking up the One Up base there.
I wonder if Hasbro on blue.
Picking up that blue.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of blues go down now. But I'm wondering if One Up was kind of like left alone. Oh, that was interesting.
Very close. Green standing on top of each other, both active, just back to each other, not getting the tag on.
That was, yeah. Okay.
Don't do that too often.
I wonder if One Up wasn't getting attacked at the start, which has enabled their defenders to get like crazy field points, and then also helps them in consolidating a bunch of their bases as well. Wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of what has happened thus far.
Picking up a blue. Yeah, it does look like the Blues have gone very light on defense. We got a bunch of people just going one at a time through that blue base there. That Snake, I think it is, in the inside of blue base there, ducking down and tagging out the green player that was running in for that potentially empty blue base. Dark Passion on blue. Tagging out Snake and then picking it up for himself. Mikey
Looks
on
like
green, picking that up too. Wow, it's all happening now. The last couple of minutes, picking up bases. It's too close to call, to be honest. Like, one upper in the driver's seat here. They've got a big pack lead there, and they've got offset bases. But if Aqua and Aegis can keep getting a couple more bases there, or if that red base gets cracked, as we do see, or Moss picking up at that empty blue base there, we had some blues set up on the inside of red. Gunner picks up his green.
Yeah, it's I think Aegis's fate is definitely sealed at this point, but could see something spicy happen between green and red.
7K at the moment.
Ninja
Snake
pointed
on.
out that Snake on blue, is it empty? It's empty. Ninja pointed out that Aegis has been denied 3 times on the phaser.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this goes to show. It's like with how easy the barrel sensors are to hit, you, for the most part, are gonna have to, until people get used to it, you have to make a real conscious effort to, like, you know, be disciplined with your phaser exposure. But obviously, when you put a shot on the base, it's kind of hard to keep up
Yeah.
those things, right? Especially in like a high intensity game like this. So, you know, unfortunate. But that's why you go to pre-nets, so that when you get a nats, you're more comfy.
That's
And
it.
then eventually you make the conscious decision to do the thing enough times, you can do it without thinking. And that's where the money is.
That's it. And again, it's like that familiarity. It's not often that we are moving to a new system and we've got this level of there's this level of getting used to it, I guess. There's Exile on green. Picking that one up there for Aegis as well. Yeah, it's always fascinating when we move to a new system of this. I'm from WA and we haven't had the system really to play with for the last several systems.
Yeah.
And so coming in first time of a new system, kind of resets things and evens things out. As we see one up winning that game
Very
over
convincingly.
Team Aqua from Queensland and Adelaide Aegis getting third in that one. So one up will move through to our silver game, the second of our 3 golden games. And Aqua and Aegis will drop down to the 6-7 elimination game against Rampage.
Well, Blues lost every game. It's rough.
Wow. Crazy.
I
mean, that ultimately is the expected result from that.
Yeah, for sure. Because the bottom seed is going to be more likely to have it. So it's a
the bottom
compounding thing of being bottom seed and getting last color choice.
Yeah, bottom seed has been given blue in every one of those games, and then has also lost every one of those games. So definitely a curse on that one.
Maybe Rampage will be the upset to that. We'll find out.
Maybe we'll see.
But
fingers crossed.
Nah, I'm keen. Like Helios Pro had a massive reset in terms of like the system, because I think the big thing to adjust was we went from Nexus, which had trigger lockout, like as far as I'm aware, it's like a hardware based trigger lockout where the active player has like a pretty significant advantage in a vacuum, gets a deactivated player. And then we went to Helios, where obviously the phaser shape was different. Being able to like nook the phaser on walls and stuff was big as well. But I feel like the biggest
hand
thing
cannon
was the even less than that. It's just the fact that the duels in a vacuum against a like any variation, like whether it's 2 active people, an active person, a deactivated person, or 2 deactivated people, is relatively like 50-50 because there's no trigger lockout. And the big reset this time is the timing is a little bit different, but with no trigger lockout, it kind of feels like it plays the same as Helios Pro. The timing is probably a little bit more intuitive, where Helios Pro, the time you would shoot in a duel, like when people are activating, it was like some weird, awkward point, like roughly halfway through the sound, just before halfway. But now on Helios 2, it's not quite as, it's not instantaneous, but like, if you play as if it is in the heat of a game and you're thinking about stuff, it like almost works out that way. But the big reset will be the Helios, the barrel sensor for sure.
Yeah, it really changes how your defenders will hold positions and stuff like that. Have to change out the thing.
Strategies like attackers employ when they're trying to get those last shots in the base and stuff. Yeah.
Well, we are up to our first of our golden games. So the winner of this will make it through to the grand final series of 3 games coming up in about an hour's time. So Hobart Vikings, top of the ladder, have picked the best color to not throw any spice in this.
Snorefest.
On red, Team Magma, who are second on the ladder and the only team to have taken points off of Hobart Vikings so far over the last 2 pre-nats, actually. This one they got the win, and Vikings were undefeated last one. And Hobart Archangels, who won that last game there, in on blue. Who is your tips on this? And Holmes, but out to the chat as well.
Well, I mean, when Runt's gotten a base in the first minute and like 10 seconds.
Gotta be the Vikings, hey?
Yeah. If you're placing money, you'd be a bit of a silly geezer. Yes, Queenie, I'm commentating. G'day, mate. Yeah, you'd be a silly geezer, but that's boring. Who cares for the best team in the comp playing on the statistically best base and then predicting them to win? Not me. I reckon Magma can definitely pull. It's not really an upset, but I think they can. They can pull through. My dog is in the other room having a nightmare, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go
handle that.
Console him. Bear with me one moment.
As Runt picks up a base. Second base there for Runt as well. Really early in this. Is Mad Cancers on, getting 2-shot denied there by Shuri Kitty over at blue. Coming out of nowhere, Shuri Kitty on that one. Yeah, Vikings absolutely in just a commanding position already. Runt having got those 2 bases very early on is just such a strong position here. Vikings could probably almost put on cruise control here and just close out this game with this. But Magma, they've definitely got the chops to take out the Vikings on this one. They have already beaten them earlier in the competition as well. So that is a good sign. And the Hobart Archangels, again, mostly the new team as well. Like, they played through Pre-Nats 1 together and did extremely well. I think made finals. I forget the exact placing, just going off memory, and my memory is not so good.
I'm back.
Of that, do you remember if the Hobart Archangels made finals at Pre-Nats 1?
No, they didn't. It was Vikings, Sunshine Coast Isotope. So Team Magma, but with Mopar instead of Bread. And Aftershock were in the finals.
Yep, that's right. Karen picks up a green base there.
Yeah, Mopar's asked again if the ladder can be moved over. We don't have control of that, do we? We just have to ask Twinkles to do it, huh?
Twinkles, who is currently on red.
Oh, yeah, well, that checks out.
Little hard to happen at the moment. But yes, so this game is Hobart Vikings on red, Team Magma on green, Hobart Archangels on blue. This is our gold game. The winner of this will be the first team into the grand finals.
I reckon Team Magma can still pull this out.
For sure. They
Yeah.
are 11,000 points and 3 bases behind at the 5-minute mark of the game. They got 7 minutes left. Still plenty of time for them to recover that, despite the massive pack point lead that players like CV's picked up. Currently 250% tag ratio, 24 and 9.
I haven't been watching enough because I was rescuing my dog, but has Red been getting attacked?
No, not too much.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Yeah,
unfortunate.
that's
This is
the
another base as well.
it's something you see all the time where there's some team, like the Vikings who have had such a Twinkle's popping off. There's a blue base.
Base there.
In a game where a team is perceived to be very, very good and they're on a good base, like Vikings on red, the other teams kind of just what do they think about it or not? Just not really pressuring them and attacking them, which then frees up their door defenders and stuff to push to field pointing spots and help thereby they get more field points and they get more bases because they can kind of have a pseudo third and stuff. So I wonder if that's how much of Vikings not being attacked at the start can be attributed to their current enormous lead.
It kind of compounds the problem. You're scared of the good teams, so you don't want to attack into them, and then you just let them get a bigger lead by not challenging them. Then they can just do what they want because they don't have to worry about responding to.
Yeah, not that I'd think the Queensland teams like Magma would ever be scared of any other team. They'll definitely back themselves, but
Twinkle's one shot denied.
they haven't attacked red very much. So
yeah.
Whether they've done it on purpose or not, that's kind of looks like what's been happening.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's actually scared, I guess, but there's just that that intimidation aura that just adds this extra shield around them as well. It just always seems to happen. Doesn't matter who it is against what level, even at the absolute top level competitions, we see it all the time.
On a micro level, if you take a duel against someone that you know is good and you kind of half expect to not even win the duel, then you're not going to win that duel. It's a little bit of a similar phenomenon.
Yeah, we were talking.
Man, what is
talking a bit earlier
Twinkle's
about
just shot literally everyone at green, bro, and took it and buggered off.
Oh yeah, classic Twinkles. Again, just an absolute pro. Yeah, just people were just oh, Twinkles is here. I'm just gonna surrender. You can have my points and my base and have a nice day. Thanks for having come. Appreciate it.
I was got someone in the box and someone on the other side of the base. It looked like they were both trying to shoot him, and he was kind of on the other side of the tee, so you couldn't really see it, but he just decided to shoot them all. I guess
just beast mode, I guess.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do it in a game to qualify for the grand final, definitely the time to do it.
I reckon.
Definitely worth a shot.
Man, Team Magma have been getting locked out of these bases, huh? Struggling to really put an offense together. Nope.
Jock picking up that desperately needed base. Commentator's curse on that one, but it's
Link went for a shot on the person under's phaser, his teammate, and missed it. That was lucky.
Missing out on a team denial there. Wow, that's a fortunate one.
Yeah, we'll take them.
Sega one shot denied there by Karen.
Yeah, he ran in and shot it while the red was still in there, no? Is that what just happened? That's ballsy.
So,
I respect it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'm all for it.
Give it a shot. Didn't work out for him this time, but you got to spend money to make the shot, I guess.
You miss every shot you don't take.
That's it. 90% of shots are gone. They're just gone. That's it.
Oh. Yeah, this game's really blowing open, huh?
Well, yeah. I think the Vikings that are going to close this one out. Blink's on, picking up a blue, the move across there to door, and Villain gets 2 shots denied there by Twinkles.
Man.
Magma and Archangels colluding. That's a bold call there, and if they are colluding, they're doing a pretty bad job of it. Unless they're colluding to let the Vikings win, I guess. Not that sure. If you want to play that kind of game, then you can play that kind of game. I'm not gonna. People play different kinds of strategies, and that's a new one to me.
That's a hot take, Sam.
Yeah, hot take, real hot take.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, any more hot takes in the chat? Real happy to hear them out, and if they pay out, mad
Indulge
props
us.
to you. That's it. But the favorite team winning from the best base is not so much of a hot take.
Man, I'm not impressed. Not impressed. They should have taken blue.
Just give them the
I'm telling
challenge.
you. Yeah, come on, bro.
Oh, Mad Cans is on blue, which currently empty. Just getting
Blue's
that
out.
nice simple base there for Mad Cans.
Yeah, you definitely want to be fighting for that top seed going in for Golden Game 2. So it's definitely but anything could happen. Only like less than a K between second and third. So let's see if the Archangels can pull something together. Here we go.
Ninja's saying Drake is WA's best player. Again, real hot take.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. No, I'm kidding, bro.
Oh no, I am absolutely not WA's best
mean.
player. I don't think anyone's ever said that. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. It is not the case. I'm much more of a team player anyway.
You got some, to be fair, you got some bloody absolute maniacs in WA, so.
For sure.
Stiff competition. Bro, Karen just shot like 3 people in the red base, man.
Well,
Madness.
little bit of a surprise. Hobart Vikings won the game 47k 7 bases, but Hobart Archangels ended up picking up the second place for blue of finals there. Our third seed ended up picking up a 1 base 2k win over Team Magma. 31k 5 bases to the Archangels and 29k 4 bases to Team Magma. So Archangels will get first color choice in our silver game, our second golden game against Team Magma and 1UP, which will be coming up in about 20 minutes.
Man, God knows what color they're going to pick, huh?
Yeah. Guessing it's going to be,
Blue.
it's going to have a short number of letters in its name. I think probably 3 letters in a color name.
Yellow. No, I'm gonna say they're gonna pick green.
Green.
They won't pick blue, but I'm gonna say they're gonna pick green.
That's a bold call. Why?
Yeah, well,
justify it.
Just they're also a home site team, just to flex a bit,
That's where the cupboard is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, why not? They know that they're strong. They got the home side advantage. They're just gonna do the rampage and play another training game. Just drop down there, get all 3 golden games, just to get some more finals experience under your belt.
That's what I'm saying. If they choose like blue or green, then they just get to do another golden game. So
Yeah. Or they'll win it and then reverse the intimidation out on the Vikings to be like, whoa, our B team, they just won from green, one from blue. Yeah, not even picked red. Like we picked red and we won that game, but someone didn't pick red. Wow. Scared of them now.
It's all about the mind games, Drake. It's all
That's it.
about the mind games.
That's it. National starts now.
All right, we got Aegis on green, Rampage on blue, and Team Aqua on red. I'm backing the Aegis. The Aegis.
Ages for the
The
ages.
Aegis. That's right.
Oh, I want Rampage to do this. I felt like they were a bit unlucky in their first couple of games there, picking up that win in that elimination game just earlier to keep surviving. I hope they'll do well in this, but I reckon Team Aqua. That's like they got my one of my favorite team names. I really like the Team Aqua, Team Magma thing they got going on there. I don't know what the
that's cool.
reference is to whatever it is, but they're just been grouting out a bunch of wins there, Kroger, all the other teams. It's been really good to see them.
Yeah, they were predicted 7th, so for them to be where they are, and I think where were they? They finished. Where did they finish after Cascade 2? Was it 6th?
I
Yeah.
believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're already beating predictions, so I'm impressed. Color me impressed by these Queensland rookies, and obviously Dark Passion and Griffey.
Yeah, they've been absolutely killing it. Taipan says Pokemon you and Pokemon. I don't know what he's talking about, but that's cool. You do you, Taipan. He must have missed my Groudon and Kyogre pun immediately after.
He must have.
Must have. Oh well. That's it. We kind of all get that. Brad was saying a little earlier that they nearly had a Team Rocket as well.
No,
But didn't quite happen. One time, yeah. And we get a Team Rocket from a different state coming in, different region.
Yeah.
The Johto Team Rockets, the Kanto Team Rockets. That'd be good. Well,
yeah. What's going on?
Nothing.
I mean, it's about what you'd expect from the color choice, right?
They've been getting pack points. Red have been getting more pack points than green and than blue. No denials so far. No one's managed to get shots in the base. We've had our last lines mostly surviving. Polchrome hasn't been tagged yet on blue. Sitting 1 and 0.
If you were to take all the team names away and you just saw the colors, you'd be like, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, red is winning.
Red is winning. Oh, they're also just called red.
Yeah, that's it.
Called. That's
just
cool.
red. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You don't need to know. It's just red. My tip for finals is that a team that plays on red will win.
That's bold of you.
Yeah, I like to live on the edge. That's it. It's those big plays, those risky things. That's why I'm WA's best player.
Yeah.
I like to make.
You're the only guy
bets.
willing to take the risk, huh?
That's it. That's
Leap
it.
of faith.
Someone's got to. Someone's got to.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not actually. I'm actually sitting. Ooh, Spider picking up a red base there.
That's big.
Still a little behind red team, unfortunately. Yeah, a couple of 100 points, but it's definitely closed the gap on there.
Right. My guy was vacuuming the floor in green. Huh. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
He had his dustpan and broom out.
Nice.
Cleaning up the mess.
Cleaning up. That's it. It's good. Just hoover up all the points.
Well, yeah, they do look like that's what they're called, right? The handheld vacuums, hoovers?
No, dustbusters?
Dustbusters. Right. What's a hoover?
I think it's a brand of.
Oh, right.
It's a brand of brand of vacuum cleaner. I think they call them hoovers in the UK. I think.
Right. Weirdos. Anyway, they do look astonishingly like dustbusters.
Yeah. Why not? As long as we don't say that, they've got the same function as what dustbusters do and they just suck.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
But who knows? We'll no doubt hear that from some people that are playing it for the first time in a couple of months' time. I would not doubt.
Mm. Yeah, Queensland Noobers having a bloody good game so far. All positive. Tag ratios, loves it.
Very good.
Again, has Red been getting attacked much?
I mean, Moss 125% tags, tag ratio 24 and 20.
Yeah, he's okay.
You know, Cheeto, that fourth player there, 175 as Jam is 2-shot denied by Wardy. But
Up the
doesn't
warden.
even make a blip on Red Team's score. To be honest, 17k, 2 bases, 7,000 points clear of Rampage with extra base, but so many more pack points halfway through this game.
Queenie, I actively hope that people beat the predictions, mate. I'm all for it. Well, it's a good motivator, is proving people wrong, I think. Be like, you know what? I can do much better than you thought. Oh, bit of a collision there. Yeah, geez, it's gonna be. At what point do you like pull the trigger and bring out a third to your offense as Aegis? Right, probably now, right? Gotta do
Yeah.
something.
Absolutely.
Can't just maintain the status quo because status quo is losing. Is this a knockout, or is there one more after this?
No, yes, this is a 6th and 7th elimination game.
Spicy.
So the last game for 2 of these teams. Dark Passion picks up a base and Wildcard
Interesting.
1-shot denied there by Hasbro over at Red.
Big. Can just Rampage being trying to claw back up, and T Michael was like, no, actually, you can
No.
stay down there in second place.
No thanks. Just no thanks. Just sorry for just trying. Sorry, just can't. Not now. Just later.
Not today.
Not today. No sorry.
Do we know if Aegis has brought out a third? Have we seen a heavy attack somewhere? It's hard to tell these cameras sometimes.
Yeah, I really want to see outside these bases. That'd be real good. You know, maybe come Nats we'll be able to have better things there. I'd still love to have like a map or something like that. But
Well, have you seen what the Kiwis have been doing with their their maze map
Sure
that tracks like players' locations and stuff? It's madness.
Sure have. I am very excited for that to be a real thing. It's gonna be
Game
good.
changing in terms of VOD review, right? Because so much of what we do when we review VODs at the moment is like based on memory and inferring stuff, and make it relatively good educated guesses. But being able to see where everyone is at all times is going to be it's going to be enormous for
crazy. Yeah, just like that, having that extra level of awareness about how the game is working out as Jam gets 2-shot denied there by Mikey as Spider. Just
oh my god, he
his way through green. There were so many players on the inside of green there when he got that.
Spider just shot everyone in the arena just then. That was that was an impressive little sequence.
Because why not, right?
Well,
if you can do it, just do it.
Might be a little too little, too late. Fortunately. Red posting up on green. That looked like a pretty chill base. I'm guessing green's completely gone, which they probably should be at this point. They're no bases with 2 minutes left, so that's a rough game for the Aegis guys.
It's do or die as well. Like there's no plan for color choice in this one. They definitely need to make a move and make it count.
Yeah. Looks like players are trying to attack red, but red's really like crunching on what's going on.
Sadland picking up a green.
Well,
Queenie's
there is a world where if Rampage get their they can get green's empty, they can get 3 more, and like shut red out from getting it. They could steal a lead here, right?
That'd be good. That'd be great to have that last little push on there. They would not be expecting that. Zam picking up one of them.
Yeah, it's
2K,
already
on base.
starting.
This is gonna go down to the wire.
Is maybe red I don't know, a bit
This
of a
might be
blunder
red's
here,
game.
maybe.
Yeah, who'd imagine choosing red? Like, who'd do that? Wow, wild. Oh, Rampage, one base away.
Yeah, green will come up again and it's empty.
Blue's
I
empty
haven't
as well.
seen much of a red presence at
Chrome.
as well.
Oh, not quite enough there. Mikey on red gets one shot denied there by Spider. That's only good. Oh, 300 points. There's 300 points at the moment between
Oh my goodness.
Magma and Rampage. Wow, 50 points.
No, all the everyone's at red right now.
Oh,
spicy.
so that is what? 39 points difference at the moment. Sorry, 59 points difference at the moment between red and blue. That is way too close to call. We need someone 139. Ginger Mage saying, yeah, so we got to see what this is. Someone from the scoreboard, someone in the foyer wants to give us an official result on that one. It is way too close for us to call. But it will be Adelaide Aegis will be eliminated in 7th place.
Good showing by them. You know, predicted 8th place. You know, being able to beat predictions a little bit. Twinkles just has
Rampage
informed us
won.
that Rampage won.
Team
Madness.
Aqua scored 40 points less, so 34,004. Rampage win with 34,275 points, winning the game by 271 points.
Spicy meatball. Well
wow, that foyer must be going nuts over there. That's such a close games. Wow, that's insanely close. Just want to make sure that there aren't any after games. Wait for the all clear on that, but it does look like we've got Adelaide Aegis finishing in 7th place, Team Aqua finishing in 6th place, and Adelaide Aegis are through to their 5th game of finals and into our bronze game. Wow. That's amazing. That is sorry, Rampage through, not Aegis. I was misreading the thing. Rampage are through on their 4th game as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, well done.
Was this
Close.
Was just to get to the last golden game, right?
It was, yes. Yes.
Yeah, no, good showing by everyone. The Queensland rookies did a really good job. They beat their own predictions by 1 spot, as well. So big kudos to them.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreak losing out on that kind of a close thing there as well. Real unfortunate being that close to Golden Games as well. Holmes called it at 3 minutes to go.
I did. Call me a prophet, baby. I feel like I also said before, if anyone was going to break the losing on blue, Curse, it was going to be Spider's team.
For sure. Well, someone's got to do it.
I'm here. I'm just putting my jumper on, so I'm taking my headset off.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, wow. All right, so moving on to our next game, which is our silver game, our second golden game. We got the Hobart Archangels who have picked red. We got Team Magma who have picked green, and One Up have been handed the unpopular color of the day, blue. All right, chat. What are your picks on this one? So we had the Archangels picking up a bit of a surprise second place in the previous game there, that first golden game there, and managing to get their the first color choice into this game and have picked up red, which does give that big advantage of color choice. Sorry, of that red base is not working out too well at the moment. 1 minute into the game, currently sitting negative. The team negative, but
Yeah, right.
Team Magma,
That's
Team
interesting start.
Gustus is saying Madge cans over WUP over Arc. That's it. I like to see the tips in there in the chat. If anyone else is out there want to put your predictions in as well, call it early, and then you can write it out on the thing. Unless you're tipping obvious favorites there, then it's pretty clear that if the obvious pick
Cool.
wins, you don't get any points for picking the obvious things.
No. What are your picks, Drake?
I want the Archangels to make it.
Me too.
I'd love to see them in through the grand final. I think it's probably going to be Team Magma. I think Team Magma are either, if they don't win through this one, they'll win through the next one. I reckon that's the likely call. I think One Up could do it. Like they've got the chops to do it. Absolutely, very experienced team. They've got the chaos factor as well, and they do play real aggressive. Sega picking up that first base of the game there for Hobart Archangels from red, but still behind the green on pack points as Cyrex picks up a blue base for Magma.
Claim.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be a close game. Like I reckon this is probably going to be one of the, I was going to say one of the closest games of finals after we literally just had a game.
The one tag game.
Yeah, pretty much. But I reckon this has got to be one of the closer ones early in the game, or close on the ladder at least. Blue.
Cracky.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red's opted for two in the base, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I think we've kind of been saying that the backbone of Archangels is successful defense, so they're going all in, putting two people in there.
But it's interesting because we're definitely seeing like there's a bit of action out and around the outside of Red at the moment there. Like those players on the inside there are getting points. Jellyhawk sitting on 8-1 at the moment there. Mantis 3-2, so they're getting pack points. Which I think is something that's been a bit lacking, a bit different for the last couple of games as well. Like we were saying about there's that intimidation aura around that top seed team in there, and kind of no one's been going out to Red too much, but people are definitely there. Like even two on the inside. They're Jellyhawk 10-1, 1000% tag ratio. 11-1. Of course, I've called it out now, so it's going to go away. I'll just stop
naturally
for a bit. But blue is empty. Yeah, there it is. Jellyhawk 12-2 now. Got an extra couple of tags after I said it, but blue's empty. Like,
I think I just saw someone on the side door. So Yeah, they've got people there.
But
And
yeah, like
Blue is still defending.
one up really play that, opposite style of game to what the Archangels are doing. Archangels have got 2 on the inside there, but one up really like to play like they like to defend from the outside and attack back into their own base.
Yeah, a bit
A lot of the time,
loosey-goosey.
Snake is a very solid defender there. I played with him before, and again, he was the key defender on Wank back in the day. As Link time denies himself, he's still active on the inside of
Yeah.
blue.
No, he couldn't hit the base. He was shooting it, but it wasn't registering.
And Shock 2-shot denied there as a chain of players, and Snake both coming in on him.
That was interesting. Link was like set up, like watching those guys coming through the front door, and it looked like he tried to tag him a couple of times, but it just
Didn't quite do.
happen.
That's it. And yeah, that's kind of what I was saying about One Up is they really like to they play that very offensive style, like that bust the base attacker kind of thing, taking out, can get inside the bases and take out setup players on there. And they do that both on attack and on defense.
Yeah.
It's
We're
a
just
very
playing the same game everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of to their credit, that works really, really well for them. If you've got a team of, 5 very solid attackers, then just attack everywhere. Like, you don't have to be standing on the inside of your base. It gives some people an advantage and some people prefer it. But if it's not your style, don't do it.
Well, yeah, there's an element of that. There is also an element of it works till things like that work till they really
don't.
really don't.
Yep.
They've dropped 4 bases this game, so
That's it.
um
And got 2 denial shots out of it as well.
still really competitive between Magma and Archangels right now. They're neck and neck. One up's probably going to go super aggressive later, and I feel like this game could be decided by where One Up goes aggressive too, and then whether the nice Link picks up another base.
And that could change it as well. Oh no, that won't. I was just thinking, if Link had have destroyed, the red base, for example, then One Up would have known, oh, the red base is out, so let's go over to blue.
Right.
But not. Oh, sorry, over to green. It's not quite what's happened, but One Up, as it is, they have pushed out high. They're using that 30 seconds of the base being down to go out and get points, but haven't made it back in time as Peregrine's picked up that blue base for free, and Vector gets 1 shot denied over at red.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure One Up's gone.
That's it.
Peregrine was not worried when he was taking that base.
Trigger's been pulled.
He was chilling.
But where have
they jumped to?
They're gone to red. Then that's going to put the Archangels in. Oh, look at that. One of the reds is on the inside of that empty blue base now. The Guinea 2-shot denied at green. So they've gone over to green.
Oh,
But
there was a person in that like right
pocket.
side pocket the whole time, waited for him to
Amazing.
put 2 shots on. That is a cheeky moment.
Mantis picks up the empty blue base there. Archangels. Wow. This game. All right, so One Up have just left blue base.
Yeah.
They've gone out there where they're currently at green, we assume, or they're actually
They're
up,
at
set
red,
up
yeah.
inside red. But the Team Magma have already finished that empty blue base, or like they fought for it earlier in the game, but they're all done there. Hobart Archangels have got 3 more bases there. If they manage to pick that up without Team Magma defending blue off them and having to defend their own base off that there, Archangels are really in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot for Magma where they need to split their attentions between defending their own base and defending another base. And I feel like most of the time it doesn't really work out. It's just like stretching yourself too thin. At least one of those bases has to have like 2 or less people, and then that's not enough
Yeah.
people to stop people getting a
And
base.
while
So they're in a really
maintaining their
awkward
own pack
spot.
points.
And
Streaky predictable.
yeah, and one up's like set up cycling through their reds, which kind of shuts it out for Magma as well. So yeah, I think Archangels are going to win this. They're in a
Yeah.
super good spot right now.
Fuggin's saying Archangel's having 2 greens is pretty good as well. Because, yeah, green is going to be real difficult to get for the rest of the game. Like, there's a lot of people out and around there at the moment there. But Team Magma, like, after getting those 5 bases there, their worm is really kind of flatlined. A bit
Yeah.
of Jellyhawk just... Oh, Shuri Kitty's on the inside of green. 2 shots. 3 shots there. Shuri Kitty picking up that green base. There was
That's
a heap
clutch.
players down as well. Wow.
She's popped off. She's popped the hell off. God
She's
damn.
been phenomenal. Like I was seeing her play in Pre-Nats 1 as well. Like she's just been absolutely killing it in this arena as well. You know, that familiarity of playing at home as well just makes such a massive difference to these new players.
Blue base mirror has been changed. I don't know if they did. I remember Runt saying that he might, but I can't confirm. Maybe someone in chat can. That was at Pre-Nuts 1 as well.
Snake on red.
Yeah. Well,
Jelly
yeah, I
Hawk.
mean, I think one up's got no chance of like winning this game, but
Oh,
man,
neither does Team Magma. Hobart Archangels 9 bases.
Archangels are just flexing right now. They don't even need to get these green bases. They just need to. They finished
just
their blues and they just need to defend their base and field point, and they're chilling. But no, they decided to flex, and they're like, "No, we're gonna get some green bases as well, even when it's crazy."
Why not? We'll just get in there. Oh, and I bet this is Mantis on the inside there. You know, just to get it out while we've got, you know, Gunner on the inside there picking up their base. Link picking up the first red base for Team Magma, and indeed, it is too little, too late there. So our second team through to the grand final is the Hobart Archangels. Well,
I think that was another textbook case of like why you want to offset your bases, right?
Absolutely.
Because you never know what's going to happen towards the end of a game, and usually there's always going to be a team going aggressive, and where they decide to go can be a massive swinging factor for who wins that game. But you can put yourself in a slightly better position by having offset bases. But Magma only had blue bases, and that forced one up had none. They decided to dump, and they dumped to the one base that they still needed, and they only had time to get one base before the game was over. So
that's it. Yeah,
but you know, it's one of those things where, like, in practice, you always want to try and offset your bases, but sometimes it's really hard to actually like make that happen without forcing attacking like bases at like unoptimal times.
Archangels went for a situation where they had 3 bases. Like they had 2 of the greens and 1 of that blue base, while the greens had all 5 of that blue base, which, you know, the blues realized their base had gone off 6 times. They only had, I think it was 2 or 3 bases at the time.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, that's the right call in a lot of cases, you know, leave. They got to go. But because of Team Magma focusing through all that one base there, that they've just, you know, like convinced that one team to go aggressive, to get out there, and it's just played into the other team's hands.
Yeah, I think anytime you cycle a team's base and don't get any of the other one, you're putting the game to chance. Like
Bit of risk.
50-50 coin flip on whether the team, when they go aggressive, decides to go to your base or the other base. And that can
50-50. You either win or you don't. That's it.
Yeah.
That's how predictions work. Like you got 50-50 chance. You roll a dice. It's either gonna come up a 3 or it's not. 50-50. That's it. And that one did not play out how they would have hoped on that. But well done to the Hobart Archangels, Awkward Angles, who make it through to the grand final of Pre-Nats 3. Now we have one more game one more chance to make it through to the grand final. Team Magma will have first color choice. 1UP will get second choice, and Rampage, after taking that super clutch, super close last game there, will get their last chance to make it through to the grand final. What are your thoughts on this one, Holmes? And also chat, who do you want to see as the third team through the grand final? Holmes, you're just taking a moment to do the thing. It was an
Sorry,
awkward
my
throw.
mic
No, that's
was
all good.
my mic was muted because I was smashing a bag of chippies.
Oh, nice.
It's
That's very
finals
good.
fuel. Finals fuel.
That's it.
Magma's going to choose
Gotta be
red.
ready.
1UP's going to choose green. Rampage is going to choose blue. Spicy thing. I think Rampage going to pull out a win.
Yes.
Oh, 1UP chose blue.
No, 1UP chose green.
Okay, they
Yeah, cool.
baited us.
That would have been a spicy take.
Here's my spicy take.
Mm.
I think Rampage are going to win from blue. And I reckon they're going to play a really defensive field pointy game, not try and get too many bases. Just make sure none of their base goes down, and then with 3 minutes left, they're gonna dump and let the crabs in the bucket fight at the empty base that no one has, and hope that they get enough field points. That's my prediction for how blue will try and play the game, but I could be dead wrong.
So you reckon they're going to play 1 and 4, send one out and attack, like Spider or Zam?
Yeah, it'll be Zam.
Zam, just go out and harass for a bit.
Yep, just play between red and green, keep a presence, field point, make sure they don't get too many of each other's bases. Maybe get some cheeky denials. That's what I reckon. Maybe if he could solo a base, that'd be huge. Get a piggyback or something.
Yep. And I reckon that if there's any piggybacks that's going to happen off the back of the very aggressive 1UP as well, like having 3 1UPs at an Archangel, at a Magma base. Sam could just sit around the back there, wait, see the opportunity come up, drop in, and get a solo there. That could be huge for the Rampage.
Yeah, I think it's like when you're playing on a color that's so objectively worse than the other two, or at least at the moment, it could be a case of people just don't understand how to play blue. That happens sometimes, but my impression is that blue is just objectively worse right now. If you are playing against teams that are around the same level as you, and you're playing on the West base, if you just play a standard game, it's going to be pretty hard to win that without them doing something weird and making mistakes, So it kind of makes sense to pull out something crazy, because why not?
Why not? It'd be great to see if blue actually get a win out of it. They did manage to get that. Rampage did win from blue in that last game there with that bare squeaking through of a win. Marauder Cat saying, kind of want to see 1UP get the win with some unmitigated chaos. Yeah, I mean, that would be fantastic for them to get through, roll the dice and get in there. Marauder Cat, your Twitch name is familiar, but I don't remember what your laser tag alias is. So thanks for Dragon, of course. Yes. Yeah, good to see you joining us in the stream. And we are going into our bronze game, our third golden game. We got Team Magma on red. We got 1UP on blue, and Rampage are hanging out in the arena already, having their 1 game break on blue. All right, chat. What are your tips on this? Who's going to be our third team into the grand final? I said earlier that at the beginning of that second game there, I said that I wanted the Archangels to make it through, but I thought that Team Magma were going to make it through either in that second game or in this third game. So I'll stick with my backing on that one. I think Team Magma are going to win it and make it through.
Yeah.
I want Rampage to do it. I think it'd
Yeah.
be fantastic trip for them. You know, having literally been in that bottom elimination game, the 8th, 9th elimination game, to stay on the bottom track and make it all the way through to the grand final.
Yeah, good bloody effort.
That would be crazy. You know, coming in from 5th, so literally running the whole gamut of the thing. Could have been knocked out in last place, but could make it through to the grand final in first.
If they do that, then they're really maximizing their
value.
strat of playing as many games as possible. So
That's exactly it. That's
I'm
what
here for it.
that's what someone
Whip
was
it was
saying
saying.
earlier as well. Yeah, whip it. That's right.
Yeah. Well, let's see what
Look at
happens.
the base cams at the moment. They're all empty.
Yeah,
Just completely empty.
all field pointing. I mean, it's going to be a field pointing game. It's one of those things where like you can either leave your last line in your base all the time as like an insurance policy for if people slip through, or you can put faith in your like field pointing setups in the nets that you set up, and have one more person field pointing. It's kind of one of those, you know, do you want to play safe or do you want to, push the pace a bit,
Mm. What would you do?
What's my preference for whether the last line? Oh,
Yeah, for this arena, like you
This
didn't,
arena?
you haven't played this arena.
No, I played Prenuts 1 with
I played
Aftershock.
Prince. That's right.
So my first impression is that it being a field point heavy arena, it makes sense for your last line to not be in the base to really maximize your points. But also it being a really small arena, you can go from having no one at your base to having people at your base very, very quickly. And just dealing with like deactivated people running past you as you're field pointing is a really awkward situation.
Yeah.
So I think I'd opt for whether they're in like an actual last line position or just like a little bit more of a reserve position, close enough that they can drop into the base when people come.
Yeah, as it kind of looks like we've got with Green at the moment there. Like there's no one on the inside of the base, but we got 2 people at either of the doors.
Yeah.
You know, they're in, voice range, and if one of them sees anyone that they're not handling or anyone's coming towards them, they're going to call out, and the other one's going to be able to get back inside the base before the threat manages to get there. So it's functionally the same, but you can get a couple of tags while doing it. And as
Sometimes,
we've seen,
as we saw, it comes down to one tag sometimes, huh?
that's it. Spider gets 2-shot denied there by Cyrex over at red. Wow.
Had one come through your door, one from each door. Rough.
Unfortunate. But
So
that would have been a
maybe,
huge one.
so maybe they have Spider. Like if my prediction on how Blue's going to play the game is right, maybe they do have Spider in between red and green, causing a ruckus and stuff.
Just
Trying to
watching out,
take opportunities.
Yeah, that'd be pretty smart actually, instead of having necessarily one person that's out just hassling, just push, one person high from, like they're on blue, so if you push one person high up towards green and one person high up towards red, then they can, just be hassling them the entire time, getting pack points, and kind of you got two half attackers, but just in the pack points the entire time.
And they can crunch home if need as well.
Exactly.
Man, Team Magma's just lapping up these denials right now. Cyrex got 3 shots at denials on people.
Amazing. And not a bad tag ratio to boot as well. 15 and 11 as well from Cyrex.
Yeah, loves it.
With the 3 denial bonuses there. It's topping the game out with a massive 2,500 points. 4.5 minutes into the game. Welcome to finals laser tag, everyone.
Yeah. Nothing crazy yet. Everyone's still within striking distance if a couple bases go down.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sandbagging early. Oh, there's a red on the inside there. Green making a run through. This just poking. They're just all poking. trying to open this game up a little bit.
Mm.
But Team Magma's Worm, that is just climbing. They've got a 5k pack lead. They've got more
Ugh.
points than the other two teams combined at the moment.
Mhm.
Just killing it. Players like Peregrine currently sitting at 16-9. Shock 20-11 as well. Yeah.
Big games. Big game.
That's it. And it's gonna come down to little things like those pack points there at the end of the game. Like as we saw that game coming down to, tags. Literally 2 tags. 2.5 tags. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's interesting no bases have gone down so far. And it would also line up with what I was saying about if blue strat was to do like a 4D and 1 playing in between green and red, that player would be making it really, they could be making it hard for either of the teams to mount an offense on like each other. And then you've got 4 at home to make sure you don't drop bases. So maybe I was spot on.
Perhaps it looks like it possibly from Zam's tags as well. 18, 4, and 25 against. Having that one person almost as a sacrificial
Lamb,
person in
yeah.
there just to, like if you're dying once and getting a couple of tags while doing so, but keeping 4 players back at base who are not getting points.
Yeah.
Just
It's not
by
always
one.
about how many points you're getting, it's how many points they're not getting because you're doing
Exactly.
what you're doing.
Meanwhile, freeing up Spider, who's currently 150 tag ratio, 31 and 20.
Mm.
Just killing it with the pack points there. It's got the most tags of the game
Yeah.
at the moment there, whereas Link currently sitting on 29, 4, 31 against. Tags
Yeah.
very close.
If the game stays like this, I'm convinced blue will go aggressive because as much as you want to back yourself to be able to outfield point the other teams in a game like this, when you know how blue has been playing, it kind of doesn't make sense to back yourself on blue to be up on pack points. And so the only thing left is to go super aggressive at the end.
So when are they going to go? Give me a minute.
3 minutes left.
3 minutes left. So we are just over. We got about 4.5 minutes left at the moment. I reckon you're right on the money there. Like that 3 minutes to 2.5 minutes left. That's really the sweet spot. If you're going much later than that, you're just going to run out of time there.
Yeah.
But if you're going too much before then,
everyone will get your base.
It
It needs to be not enough time for both the teams to get all of your base.
That's it.
Otherwise, they'll do the classic, like let the other team cycle first and then make use of their resources elsewhere. You have to make it that they have to commit their resources there. Otherwise, the other team they're just giving the other team a win, forcing an awkward decision.
But no matter what, the next base that goes off, the first base that goes off in this game is just going to crack the thing entirely wide open. I reckon that, I reckon if a base goes off, a team is going to dump.
Yeah.
Like either the Greens or the Blues. They're probably feeling okay on pack. Blue have gone in knowing that they're playing a low pack strategy. Green are probably feeling pretty good, all up and around the 20s tags mark. Not too bad. Marauder Cat need 2 bases just to overtake Magma's pack score, though. Yeah.
No. I reckon blue's going to dump in a few seconds and they're going to dump to green. Because if you dump to red, you're kind of, red's probably going to have more field points. So if you dump to red, you're just giving them more field points. So it makes sense to dump to green, who's probably, just based on how the bases have been playing, not going to have as much field points.
I also feel that if Rampage go over to 1-up as well, 1-up are more likely to counter dump on that situation there as well. That'd then give both 1-up and Rampage the opportunity getting on each other's base there. Guinea's on red. Oh, Guinea. Picking up that red base there. That's it.
Huge
2.5 minutes to go. First base of the game. Must have just managed to sneak in behind the Reds. They were just pushed out too far. Gone in on reload there. Just managed to duck back inside, and the defenders were too high up, too greedy on their pack points there, and they just missed someone backdooring them.
Happens. That's what I was saying. Is like if you don't have your last
Your one
line in
last
your
line.
base all the time, that sort of stuff can happen. People can
And it's
slip through the
such a hard thing to do as well. You know,
Yeah.
you're sitting there, nothing's happening.
Yeah, it's
know,
hard to stay engaged.
It's you know, you're just sitting on, like, I do it all the time. You know, you're just sitting on edge, just waiting for something to happen, knowing that you're doing the team thing. It's not so good for your own points, but that's what you need to do. Well, no one's gone yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
We got a minute left of the last game before grand finals. One team makes it through to grand finals, the other two are eliminated in 4th and 5th. And we've got one base gone off. And I don't see any attackers on cameras.
No, looks like everyone's field pointing right now. One up knows they're one base up, so they probably feel safe to just field point. Oh. Red and blue. Yeah, no, I'm really surprised to not see blue like pull the trigger. Not even like it just being Spider's team, but like it being the blue team.
Yeah, it was just noticing Polchrome just reactivated after his 3rd diac of the game. Still fired 11 shots, got 8 tags for, 3 tags against, 72% accuracy, 266% tag ratio, and 1,000 points.
Very exciting game for Polchrome.
But that's going to be it. What a bit of a, like, kind of hate to say it, but almost a non-event. You know, that Team Magma Worm was just steadily climbing for the entire game. The only little blips on there, you know, that 2-shot denial there, Cyrex denying Spider at red, and the 1-shot denial on Guinea as well at red. And just classic. Yeah. Just Team Magma just holding their medal and toughing it out and just using the pack points and the strong base to their advantage. So yeah, well done to Team Magma for making it through to the grand final there. One Up will finish in 4th place, and Rampage will finish up in 5th place. So congratulations to Rampage and One Up for finishing the comp, and Team Magma making it through to the grand final against the Hobart Vikings and Hobart Archangels.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, it's just a case of, I guess, like all teams like backed themselves to outfield point the other ones. One Up probably felt safe with like the one base they got, so they didn't feel like they had to do anything else drastic. I'd be curious to talk to Rampage. You know, maybe they went into that game with like some kind of a strategy in terms of how they're gonna get rich field points at blue, because they haven't pulled the trigger at any point. So they must have, like, that means they have to have been backing themselves to be outfield pointing, which is hard to read in the game. But yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting indeed.
And well done to Magma, like staying calm and composed, like, you know, backing their field points, knowing how the red base works, and even though One Up got a base, they didn't like freak out. They stayed like stayed disciplined and kept their cool and stuff.
Yeah, it's a hard one to read, that kind of game.
Yeah,
but you know, I won't. I feel like they won't necessarily come out of that being disappointed. I guess maybe a bit surprised that that's how it went. You know, just not feeling like they were necessarily, or felt like they were doing better than they were. But yeah, Magma just had the power on. Shock getting 49-28, 175 tag ratio. Link getting 54 tags, and Peregrine 38 tags. Just absolutely monster numbers of tags in that game. As
You
well
know
in
what
second.
might be a bit of Rampage, like being a bit gun shy and maybe backing themselves to have field points. Is that my understanding? Is that Zan is like the lead attacker, and for the most part the in-game captain, but Spider like chimes in and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if Spider and Zan caught up and they spoke with each other and like, all right, how do you reckon we're doing on pack? They both had like Spider had the second highest score, and then Zam had a very respectable score as well. And they had constant pressure where Link was at their base all the time. So maybe that led them into a false sense of how good their field points were, and that's why they were gun shy. Well, not gun shy, just like they didn't feel like they needed to pull the trigger.
Misread it. Mad Cans again, very, very solid attacker, ended up with 45-62, 72% tag ratio. Gotten absolutely face stomped. 17 tags in his phaser. Just getting stomped, and probably was attacking the whole game and just getting stonewalled wherever. And that makes it real hard for those, to make that kind of read on there as well.
Yeah.
Vector getting the highest score for one up there with 43-44 tags. Typically plays a more defensive, maybe that like fourth, the fourth defender, or that fourth kind of role. Second defender on the outside there, but was just busy the entire game.
Well, we're gonna have an interesting finals. 2 home teams and Team Magma. Chat.
I saw Payne.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Payne was saying in the chat there, as much as I'd love back-to-back pre-nat Spider climb, the only way finals has a chance of not being a massive blowout is if Magma's there. But even then, it's likely to be a massive blowout. Yeah, Vikings are definitely the strong team going into this. Like, they are the home team. They've the strong A team. They are, they've got 1 second over the last 2 competitions here in this arena. The 1 pre-nats, 1 undefeated. Team Magma are the only team to have picked up a win against them, and that was when Team Magma were on red and Vikings were on green. Well, so they had the color advantage on that, and even still, Vikings were pretty close behind them. So I reckon Vikings are going to win it. Between Archangels and Magma, though, that's going to be a bit more of an interesting competition, I think. These two played each other in that silver game there. Ended up being real close on there. A little bit of the game was kind of handed to the Archangels a little bit there. Magma were in the early lead, but the Archangels ended up getting those empty bases there and ended up finishing with 9 bases as well. So it's not just the empty bases.
Yeah, it was like 50% luck in terms of the base that the dump decided to go to was favorable to them, and 50% Magma's fault for not offsetting bases, I think.
And
kind of put themselves in a corner.
But it was also a third 50% there that the Archangels had offset the bases as well. So they managed to pick up 2 of the Magma bases while Magma was going through 1-up, which ended up making that a bit more interesting.
Check out this. Maybe they heard me. Hobart Vikings have taken blue base for their first color preference in the finals. They heard me.
Yeah, but they've also put themselves with red on the last game, and that's normally the one that's the blowout game. If you want any game to be your last game, it's the strong You want to be on the strong color last. So they've played the odds on that, and they've picked the
Well,
strongest thing, I think.
yeah, different philosophies, I guess,
Mm.
because that's, if you are backing yourself, and obviously they're going to home site team and they've been crushing it. If you could back yourself to be winning or be at the very least very much in the contention for winning the whole thing after the first 2 games, then it makes sense to have the strong base on your last base. But if your first game ends up being super rough, you're playing catch up the whole time, and you're now having to open up to catch up, and then opening up makes opportunities for everyone else. So it's different philosophies, but I feel like the philosophy of, like you said, given how they've been playing and just crushing it, playing the best base last does make sense.
Yeah, or I guess the counter philosophy to that is, if you want to start strong and kind of destroy the hopes of the others, get that massive lead there that it kind of doesn't matter what happens that third one. The counterpoint is that if you play the weakest color first, like the Vikings have picked blue as the first game, if you get the weakest one out of the way early and it's gone pretty good, then you know that you're kind of going to be set for the rest of the thing.
Yeah, but it is the weakest base for a reason, right?
Exactly.
Or not for a reason, but yeah.
Yeah. So if you know that you got your crap game first and it ends up going pretty good, then you're going to be okay. Whereas if you still got your crap game coming up and you first, like the Archangel have got red in the first game, picked that one, they've got their strong one there. If they've gone well, have they gone well enough?
Yeah.
They've got their weak game coming up, but how do they know? It's kind of like getting that known, the real unknown risk in there. If you get it out of the way early, then you can kind of feel a little bit more comfortable a bit later on, I guess. But I mean, what would I know?
I mean, at the end of the day, just win all the games, and it doesn't
That's
matter, huh?
Yeah. That's it. Which is exactly what I'm expecting Vikings to do.
Yeah.
On that,
Back yourself, swing your weight around.
Good if they could do it. Ninja's just asking if anyone at site can move the grid across so we can see colors. Yeah, they'll move it across. It's just being set up and finalized at the moment. Then we'll move it across on the stream.
Happy days.
Pretty good. Well, we are just about to start the finals, so I'm going to take a quick break before we do. And I recommend everyone at home does so also. Now's your chance before we got 3 games of back-to-back laser tag before we get in there.
Happy days.
Right, I'm back in a moment.
Get your popcorn.
That's it.
Alrighty, chat. What's your predictions, everyone? I want to see your first, second, third predictions for the first game. Not for the whole thing, just for the first game. Obviously, we don't know colors right now, but spice it up a bit. Thanks, Emily, for dropping the color preference in the chat. Yeah. Well, I'll say my prediction. Well, no, hold up. Simmer down. Vikings, blue, green, red. Archangels, red. So Archangels are red first. Okay. Hot take. Archangels win the first game. That'd be spicy. Would love to see it. And then Vikings second, Magma third. That's my hot take for this first game. Knowing the color preferences. Peregrine has been popping the frick off under green base. That is very true. He's just good at he's been good at saying super like rotating in his own space to watch the different doors rather than kind of like rolling along the wall to watch different doors and then exposing sensors and stuff. No, he's been very disciplined with that. That was something I definitely noticed. In the interim, do we have somewhere what the final placings are for everyone outside of the finals, like from 9th to 4th? Do we know what that is? Maybe we can have a little look at that and compare it to the predictions. I don't think it's on the Facebook yet. Nah, I don't see shit. Queenie, I also find Pedro Pascal attractive. Pedro is definitely smash.
The most attractive laser tag player?
Well, they were talking about that, and then Queenie started talking about Pedro Pascal.
Man, have you seen him shoot? Oh,
yeah.
He could take my base, if you know what I mean.
He could.
I don't know what I mean. So, if someone knows what I mean, can you please let me know?
No. Pedro is amazing, Queenie. Have you been watching Last of Us and Mandalorian simultaneously? 2 Pedro Pascals in 1 week. How good?
Oh, so good. So good. I don't want to delve too much into it. I'm up to date, but you know, there's a bunch of people that are behind on those shows. But it is definitely worth your time to watch those 2 shows. I've been very much enjoying them.
For sure. Very refreshing to have a game adaptation done right.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I was in the midst of that, I was asking if someone could tell me what the final placings were for all the teams outside of the finals. Ninja has provided the goods, and I was going to compare that to the predictions in the interim.
Where could we find these predictions?
Well, they're not like in a document or anything, but they were just on the Laser Sports Academy.
Laser Sports Academy? What's that?
What is that? That's
Please
an
tell us more.
excellent question, Drake. That's a project by Spider, like founded by Spider, Butzer, and myself. If you haven't already seen it, if you haven't, that's okay. I'm not mad. Yeah, we feel like, you know, laser tag content is cool and fun, and we don't really have anything in between competitions. So we were like, well, why don't we fill that void? And so Butz has been doing heaps of podcasts with people from all over the world. Those have been super interesting. Spider's been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes with the graphics and thumbnails and all of that good stuff. And I've been fronting the instructionals and stuff because teaching people to play laser tag is cool and fun and nice. And I know, like in pretty much like any other sport, you can go on YouTube and you can find instructionals for like literally every sport to do any very specific skill. And I was like, well, we should probably have that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been really fun. And it's fun really because when you teach someone something, you kind of have to systemize it in a way. Otherwise, it's not very coherent and doesn't make sense, and it's hard to like apply it, I guess. So the bit that's really fun for me is finding a way to systemize all the like in a game that's so dynamic and chaotic and stuff. Finding ways to systemize it and produce replicable results in spite of all of the chaos and stuff. It's a pretty fun challenge, and a lot of that for me has been really being reflective in terms of a lot of us do a lot of things instinctively, like your body just like learns how to do things, like you don't have to make a conscious effort to do it. But actually like breaking it down, be like, well, why do I do things that way? And then you start being like, okay, well, sometimes it doesn't work, so why doesn't it work specifically? And then yeah.
Even something as simple as like holding your phaser.
Uh-huh.
Like when you put on a pack for the first time, you'll pick up your phaser and you'll hold it in a way that feels comfortable.
Yeah.
And then like unless you dive deeper into it a little bit more, then you're just like, oh yeah, I'll just do whatever the thing is. And then someone will be like, oh, if you hold it upside down, then your senses are on this side of the phaser instead of that side of the phaser, and then it's harder for you to be tagged. It's like, oh, okay, I'll try that then. But just bring the awareness to that, kind of simple thing. I mean, that doesn't really matter so much with this Helios 2
Yeah, the barrel
phaser
senses
there. You can
doesn't matter
it
which way you hold
doesn't really
it.
matter as long as you're not like holding it out in
Yeah.
this. So that kind of little like the 1%ers. And that's really the big difference between your newer players and your real elites as well, is they've got a lot of those 1%ers and they do come naturally to them. But that's the point of training for a lot of these things, and having places like Laser Sports Academy as well to be able to identify and show that and help the entire community grow is really good. And yeah, we were saying before about having the new players. It can be really difficult and intimidating for new people to come on board for this kind of thing, especially for their first comp. From WA, we've got a new team that's hopefully going to be coming as well, with a first-time player as captain as well. As we're saying, Dominator, I think their alias
he's
was.
a first-year captain, yeah.
First-year player captaining as well. It can be real hard.
Yeah, 100%. And there's just so many things that can happen in a game. And yeah, like you said, it's just like the difference between the best players and the rest they've just collected more of those 1%ers. That's what it comes down to a lot of the time. But I've always thought in my own experience, like in leagues and stuff, one of the biggest things that hurts player retention in terms of newer players is if the newer players aren't brought up properly. Like I always say ZLTAC has like a really, really steep learning curve, because there's so many things where like the physical skills at the very least, there's like you can't really transfer skills from other stuff into laser sports. It's very, very unique. There's some more ethereal things like communication and I don't know, just like general awareness and athleticism and stuff that
all of those things help.
Yeah, they help, but the bulk of it is you can't get that from other sports. So I would say it's a very steep learning curve, but it can be a very short learning curve. And I think a big part of that is helping, like really helping those, like holding the hands of the new players coming up. And I've always done that in my local leagues. And so yeah, a lot of the motivation for me doing the laser sport, because I was actually going to start making instructionals before, like I was partnered with Butzer and Spider. It was actually a demo I sent out to a few people that kind of got Butzer's interest, and then he like got all of us together because Spider was doing his stuff on his channel. But yeah, big motivator is I was like, well, if I can help people in my local leagues get past that steep learning curve and help the first year players get past those like learning curves and stuff, then why not put it online and help some more people? So that's kind of
That's good.
that's the reason I'm doing it.
Yeah, helps out.
Just doing my bit.
And it especially helps out with the regions that don't have as strong of a player base as well. Like we were talking about Queensland earlier and how, their new players are just absolutely dominating it. And they've got this huge wealth of trainers, coaches, captains. They've got this massive depth in their player base that they're able to pass on those skills to the new generation as well. And yeah, like some regions, don't have that or have never really had that massive top end, that thick top end of players, and they've just got to, pick up what they can from essentially enemy and rival teams at Nats. And it's unless they've got people to point out these exact weaknesses in their game and then they're able to identify them and work on them, can be really hard.
100%. It's like you're having to learn the sport from the beginning sometimes for those more undeveloped states. And then bloody Queensland, they got like cheat codes.
That's
and
it.
they've got something in the water.
That's it.
Not fair.
Do the best we can, but I feel like this year it's going to be different. I reckon the Vikings are surely going to be the favourites coming into the actual Nats.
100%.
No matter what, like Queensland have won every Helios Nats, but that era is over. I think now, hopefully, like to be honest, it's been great for Queensland to be doing so well and to be winning, but it's just got a bit boring.
Guys, you just got to stop being so damn good, bro.
Yeah, look, we got a new season coming up. We got new equipment, new regulations, new cars. We got to have some new champions.
It'll be very refreshing to
In the
see
thing.
a non-Queensland team taking the top spot. It'd be very refreshing.
But
and a massive boon for whatever state gets that.
But I reckon it'll be Hobart who will take this one. But that makes things, which is the home team. Home team always has a big advantage on this. It'll be new equipment. It'll be everything. But we're going to New Zealand the year after that, aren't we?
Yes, correct. We're going to Mount Wellington.
I'm excited for that. It'll be 10 years since we've been to New Zealand last. Someone was asking what the New Zealand teams, I think Queenie was asking what the New Zealand teams are looking like for this coming Nats. They announced 3 teams. They got 2 auto-qualified, including a very strong-looking Cobras.
Good to see the Cobras back.
Back to full strength Cobras on there. Be great to see them. Great to catch up with them again. And their second team was the team that ended up winning the New Zealand Invitationals down in Dunedin. The Dunedin team.
True.
Again, very solid team.
Dunedin has Helios too as well, right?
Yeah, believe so. Pretty sure.
I saw it on their social media. Oh, we're about to go in. We're going in.
That's, yeah. Ooh, red team having a big old cheer and a big old...
Arc, what?
Arc, light,
something like that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I was saying my predictions for this game is Hobart Archangels actually going to take this one. Viking second, Magma third for this game. That's my final predictions for the first game.
How many bases? That's an interesting one.
I think 2 bases will go down. And
total for the whole game?
No, make it 3.
Yeah,
and Vikings will get 2 of them. Archangels will get 1.
Oh, and still win.
Points. Yeah, that's
interesting. That's a fascinating prediction. I reckon Archangels will end up with 3 bases out of this. Vikings will get 1 and Magma will get 1. But yeah, let's go with that. I also think Archangels might get the slight edge. But Oh, yep, there we go. Archangels. Sega is on with the first base of the game.
Massive.
Huge.
There's nothing like
there.
a finals being the underdog team and getting the first base, huh?
Mhm.
That hits different.
That's good. That is very good. Chat as well, please. Give us your predictions, not just for this game.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Well,
The whole
give
thing.
us your predictions for this game, but also call it out early for the overall thing, and how much you think the Vikings are going to win by. I mean,
Payne
your
said
team.
by 6K average before. That was the only prediction I've seen so far.
That's a good one. Runts on. One shot into red. It's getting busy. Ooh, front 2-shot denied there. Wow. Very busy on the inside of their red base. Runt having to move around and ended up colliding through with a deactivated player and just getting tagged out. But having to tag 3 players while doing it was a bit of a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, he shot like almost everyone there. It looked like his own teammate jumped in and got in the way of his shot on the base and or the person on the other door. That was a bit awkward.
Yeah, that's something they'll clean up come Nats, I'd imagine.
You'd hope so.
I'll say Vikings by 3K average.
Overall.
Yep.
All right.
But I reckon Archangels will get this. It'll be close. Like it'll be less than 3K. Archangels will take this game.
Yeah.
There's easy point to is on. Oh, 2-shot denied there. In the gun.
Looks like it.
As he's gone to turn his phaser to point up, he's taken it a little bit too far back behind the cover.
That's
and so from
upsetting.
the outside has just managed to pop his gun. He was clean for that. If he'd, that's exactly the kind of stuff that we were talking about before this game started, of like those 1%ers.
Yeah.
Unless someone calls
Sometimes
it out
1
there.
millimeter.
Yeah, exactly. Fractional plays instead of like what he ended up doing. It's a bit hard to describe with words, but like kind of leaned back a little bit and raised his arms to get his gun there, as opposed to just like twisting his wrist and getting his like re-aiming his gun with his wrist. If he'd done that, probably would have got the base, but it's just one of those little things that you really gotta focus on. Shock 1-shot denied there. Very close one there. Gandhi gets in and gets it a nail.
Interesting start to the game, huh?
Yeah, well,
red down on pack points. Blue up on pack points. Madness.
Yeah, Vikings picking up that base there through Runt, who looks like he's back on the inside of blue, just defending out to hold out, unless that's Karen.
No, that's Karen.
But it looks like there's lots of people going towards blue.
Maybe that's where a lot of these field points are coming from, is everyone's attacking blue right now.
That's it. Runts on green. Oh, 2-shot denied there by easy points.
Huge. Magma's just chilling right now. I think that they're trying to crack through at blue. Like I was saying, like Vikings is the scary team going into this, even if they are on the worst color. You gotta keep them honest and attack them. Otherwise, you just give them too much freedom to do whatever they want in the game. There's always that element of like what's strategically good to do, but the underlying pinning to everything is everything requires like the players to execute on the plan, and sometimes you can do everything right strategically and just fail out on the execution of it. And sometimes you can do the worst plan ever and just execute really well and then just win anyway. Interesting game we play.
It is. It's fascinating. I've been explaining it to a bunch of people recently as well because they've been like, "What's ZLTAC? How does that work?" And the 3-team aspect of it just makes such a massive difference to things as well. And the fact that people are constantly scoring points throughout the game. And kind of another interesting thing that I really want to hear a bit more perspective on is the fact that we don't get to see the scoreboard in games
Mm.
as well. Most other games, most other sports, you see the
You know where you're
scoreboard the
at.
entire time. You know
Oh, run
exactly
on
where
red.
things are.
Oh, twinkles on red.
Twinkles picking that up red.
Massive.
So there's another aspect of the game where you've just got to like intuit or read or
Yeah.
like it's a whole other skill to be like, all right, Vikings, it's about halfway through the game. We've got 3 bases. We know Archangels have got 1 base, but we don't know exactly what our scores are. What do we do from this situation?
Mm-hmm. That's a very unique aspect of our sport, huh?
Or Team Magma, base down, but they're still beating a
They're
team
still
with a
chilling.
base. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like red's being left alone at the moment. Lots of attack going on at blue and green, though. Man, gotta feel good as the Vikings first game, worst base. You got you're like 3 bases up on the second team. That's definitely a display of dominance, huh?
Yeah.
Twinkles is back in red, but he has it. So I feel like he's just causing a ruckus and field pointing, or maybe he's there to stop greens or something. Or there's someone else there with him.
Or just points.
Yeah.
Shucks on blue.
Run spin. Oh. Shark.
Picking that up. First Viking base
Happy
taken.
days. Happy days. Yeah, Runt was saying that a lot in the Pre-Nuts 1 review about how the way a lot of how they're accruing field points is not by like just sitting and sniping and stuff, it's by being in the thick of it like all the time. Popping off. Ninja said he's attacking with CV now. Fair enough.
Twinkles is. Yeah,
Yeah.
CV
Oh,
is on
there
red.
he is.
Picking up red. Oh. Twinkles dancing around, covering off that back door there while CV was picking that up, tagging out that red player coming on the inside. It's that kind of teamwork that you really love to see. It's just beautiful to watch as well. And it really shows, those teams that really have that, just that level of like coherence. Ninja saying, seen that combo at red like 3 times now. Yeah, exactly. It's rehearsed, it's well played, like they know how it works out. Easy points picking up green as Link is 2-shot denied by Runt over at blue.
Big.
Very big.
No, this is a very commanding lead thus far. Team Magma kind of keeping up on pack, but 3 base lead is kind of hard to catch up on, huh?
Gonna be real difficult to get back up 9,000 points, and especially, given that Vikings are what 11,000 points ahead at the moment. It's a huge amount of points to be behind, but it is just the first game. This is a 3-game series. It is not like any other laser tag that we play. We don't play series with anything else. So it does work out a little bit different. Like it's the first time, it'll be the first time for the Archangels playing this kind of laser tag. Definitely familiar for Vikings and Magma, who've played a bunch of 3-game series before.
I think judging by like body language and stuff that I'm seeing from the Reds, is they're getting a bit frustrated. And like you said, like this is definitely the first finals experience for Archangels. So we could be seeing the pressure getting to them. And when the pressure's getting to you, it's easy to get frustrated and tilted and stuff.
Hmm.
No, I'm seeing some dropped heads already.
It's a bit unfortunate, but is what it is.
Yeah.
Got to do the best you can with what you got.
Hmm. At the end of the day, this is going to be a massive learning experience for Archangels.
It's great to see him in there.
Yeah, really cool. Usually, we always see the same 3 teams in finals, even at pre-nuts. The same. You
Yeah.
see the same names all
Same
the time.
combination, same people. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's good to see some fresh faces in there.
Even as it is, we've got 2 of the same teams from the last pre-nats as well, and
Mm.
one of the other players who was in pre-nats final last time is commentating. So
That's
know.
true.
you aren't there
Ooh.
to be in the final.
I'm not.
Well,
Yeah, we were. Big game for the Vikings. Big flex, weaker space, first game, big win. Happy days.
little unfortunate there for the Archangels, picking
Mm.
up 2 bases, as I think we both said something. But
Well,
Vikings
I said 3 bases were going to go down. Vikings were going to get 2.
yeah,
Archangels are going to get 1 and win anyway. So my predictions were well off. But geez, Twinkle's got 10.9k one base. That's a big one.
67 tags.
That's a big one.
That's a big one. That's it. Unfortunately, Kneeling outscoring the Archangels by himself.
Yeah, good effort.
Or between Twinkles and Runt, they did. Like that's the kind of those are the kind of games that you really want to see out of a first game of a 3-game series there.
And like you said, knowing you got the worst base out the way, it's only up
Exactly.
from here, right?
And they'll just be filled with confidence on that.
Mm. See if he's limping.
That's right. He's just sandbagging now. Yeah, that's it. That's it. If they've got a weakness, why not? Why not bring it out now?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just front loading a little bit. It's an excuse for when they lose.
Right.
They're
Yeah,
definitely
with
gonna
my
lose.
knee hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You saw me limping. Even the commentators saw it. Like everyone heard it. That's it.
True. So I'm guessing we're gonna have Vikings green, Archangels blue, and Magma red, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Well, this is going to be the game that Magma really have to do something.
Yeah, they need a big one.
They need to make a play from that big, like from that better color there. Vikings have got green, and the Archangels will be on the weakest color. So like it's gonna be the 2 strong teams, Vikings and Magma, really going head to head on this one. And they really need to do something, Magma, to be able to catch up on this. Otherwise, they're going to be in strife.
And they're not likely going to be able to have their big 12k catch-up game on blue at the end, right? So definitely needs to be this next game.
That's it. So yeah, like it's definitely the time that they gotta do something. They gotta make a move, but it's hard to pull the trigger so early in. Like do you start?
I feel like on red they kind of just have to start off playing the game on its merits, playing red how they've played red every other game. And if they can just get a good lead just by like playing the game on its merits, then that's sick. But they're gonna have to probably around the halfway point. If they're not at that point, they'll need to pull out something. Because a 12k lead for Vikings is it 12? yeah, is significant.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna be a bit of a hard one to to catch in hands of Zoom.
Yeah,
CC
looking at
the
Runt's
playbook,
notes,
the
whatever
scrap.
he's got there.
Yeah.
Too true.
What does the scrapbook say? Yeah, that's it.
Win.
That's it. I mean, the Vikings have 6 there. They've got Leper, who is sitting out that game. Taking notes there. Is probably recorded down every single one of those
Bases and
those
denies.
bases and probably denials there. Everything you can hear over the speakers there. You know, it's such a massive advantage just having that player just to be able to listen in.
Mm.
And as I was saying before, you know, even if you got a team of 7 and having a
It's one of those things, like you said,
Yeah.
like this is the only situation where we play a 3-game series is on the finals, right?
Mm.
And so it's a type of gameplay that is like most people haven't been exposed to at a
At this
competition
level at
level.
least. Yeah.
And there's all these little things like having your person that's sitting out with a scrapbook, just like tallying how many bases went down, who they went down to, and the denies as well. Is yeah, it's one of those things where like before
You don't think about it, and it doesn't matter in literally any other time of the competition.
yeah. Spider, that is the real Holmes. Good effort to you lads, Spider.
Yeah, well done, Spider. That was a massive run there. And real unfortunate not making it through to the grand final. But especially that game before that as well, getting that 300-point win must have felt amazing.
Yeah, that was a spicy meatball.
Mm.
All right, they're starting to pack up.
We'll get back in there for game 2.
Hmm.
Chat, if you got any questions or anything like that, feel free to throw them out there as well. Spider, thank you. We got a little lucky, little skill. Boys played really well. Yeah, you guys are playing really good. Can't wait to watch finals. Yeah, definitely pass on our best to the lads, Spider as well. You guys did real good. Well done. It was great to watch as well. Definitely had us on the edge of our seats, especially for that super close game.
Yeah. Alrighty, Drake, what's your predictions for this second game?
Um,
I went first last time, so.
all right. So Magma are on red, Vikings are on green, Archangels are on blue. I think Magma is going to manage to crack this. I think Magma are going to end up with 7 bases. It's going to be a pretty aggressive game. But I think Vikings are going to get 5 bases, but still come out with a very close pack score. I think that Magma will have it, but not by enough. Like it's not going to be
Yeah,
not going to be a 12K win.
they're
Like
not
to get
bridging that gap.
2K, 3K, something like that, but be down on pack to the Vikings.
I feel like that's a fair prediction, Mike. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you.
Yep. Good.
Yeah, I don't see it.
That's why I'm the best player in WA. Just my
That is.
critical analysis. That's exactly it. Thanks, Ninja, by the way. It's only since Ninja moved out of WA. You know, someone's got to hold that title.
Right. Fair enough.
But you know, Archangel's playing on the weak base. Unfortunately, I reckon that they're not going to do too well in this one.
Especially after like I was saying, this is their first exposure to a finals at a competition. The pressure's going to be getting to them probably. It definitely looked like a few of them had dropped heads on the cameras and stuff, and they were getting really frustrated. So it's going to be hard to go into the next game level-headed. But they're doing all right now. They're keeping even on the pack, so I hope they prove me wrong.
Yeah, Link.
Oh, here
Two-shot
comes
denied there
Link.
by Mantis. Ooh, that's spicy. Archangel's getting the denial on that one there and putting themselves into the lead.
Yeah, Link was fully exposed to that front door. It looked like he didn't expect them to
Runt's
be
on.
there. Maybe it was
Oh, diving
Oh.
across the back there. Oh, Runt. It's just the athleticism on that take there. Started shooting it from directly under the base and they just sprinted out towards the camera to put his second shot in. Managed to
Aye.
avoid that.
If you move fast enough, the IR doesn't hit you.
Yeah, that's it. You got to move faster than the speed of whatever light travels at. No one knows.
I
That's
think
why.
they do know that.
No, they don't. If there's any scientists that know, let us know. They were great. Emily's saying you can in fact dodge a laser. Yeah, if you can. Whoa! Two-shot denies there.
Oh my!
And the easy points gets a base.
All right, why does everything have to happen at once, man? That was
God.
all right. So Runt got 2-shot denied at blue. Did Shot get 2-shot denied at green, and then easy points got red? Is that what just happened?
Yes.
My goodness.
Leopard denied Shock at green, and Mantis denied Runt at no.
No, I think it was a red player got
Link,
I think Link got him.
Link 2-shot denied Runt at blue. As Link is going on blue base now.
All right.
Oh, just picking that up there before being tagged out in the back.
Whoa, that was
on red.
razor thin.
Oh, 2-shot denied there by Cyrex.
Phaser shot? Yep, phaser shot.
Yep.
This is the finals.
This is the finals. Emily's saying that they're a scientist. Runt is faster than light. Emily, prove that you're a scientist, or if there's any scientists there that can prove that Emily's a scientist, please let us know as well.
Oh,
As
shots
Villain
on
gets
red.
2-shot denied there by Peregrine over at red. And Runt on blue? It just looks very quiet.
It's all bloody happening right now.
Very quiet there over at blues. Runt walks in, picks up the base and walks out, still active. As a green comes in, looking CV, standing there. Gonna wait the 20 seconds before the base comes up again, as it looks like blue have made the move. They have gone over to red, as the greens are on the inside of red base. We got greens literally inside all three bases at the moment. They're the only people on the cameras. CV picking up the blue base. And
Ready.
Twinkle's getting tagged out on the inside of red. Oh, wow.
Big moves.
Big
If blue's dumped to red, that could be really big for Magma, because they're gonna get 5 free bases out of it, right?
Yeah.
The blue dumped early enough that it's like
It's gonna get there the whole
outside of someone forgetting a base, like they're probably gonna get red's probably gonna get their dump bases. And they're gonna get very rich field points and potentially denials. So this could be a massive swing to Magma in the next few minutes.
That's it. It's gonna be a hard one.
Definitely looks like Magma's acknowledged they're letting Vikings cycle the empty, and they've crunched home to really get as much field points as possible on these guys.
Points.
That being said, Blues just walked into green and taken it and buggered off.
Yep.
Well done.
Sure. I mean, that's such a such a pro level move as well. There, just having the awareness for easy points there is, while his team is like throwing themselves in the doors there against red, just having that awareness to get out there and get that offset base is what really helped them get here into the finals. Honestly,
on the topic of offset bases, Ninja also pointed out Runt has gotten a red base, and red don't have a green base yet. So this could, if red isn't able to make up for that base deficit with field points, that could be a big determining factor for this game, is Runt having that red base.
Garen picking up that last blue there. So yeah, now it's going to be a matter of what do green do over at red, and can red hold out the greens for the rest of the game? But they are going to need to get a couple of the green bases of their own, Magma. So I think if Magma are going to have any chance in this, they're going to need to get 9 bases, and keep the Vikings down, like not let them get any more. If they can keep the Vikings to the 6 bases or so, have the Archangels in and on them and getting pack points through the entire game, and at red, while Magma is able to get some of those green bases, it's a very difficult thing, but that's the win condition for Magma from here. It's a hard one.
Seen a bit more blues at green now. Maybe they've left red, and red did have 2 in the base, but now they've only got 1. So maybe the blues have moved on.
And villains on red.
All right.
Oh, on green. Sorry, as Cyrex picks up blue. Yeah. So reds are now making their way through blue, as long as they're not dropping any more reds out of it, which will be the important thing to do. There's nothing worse than having your defenders going out and getting that empty base, and also losing your own base in the meantime as well.
For sure.
Because it's almost just not worth it at that stage. Like, you're getting a base, but so are they. So your scores kind of end up being. Shock picks up that empty blue. Also getting denied at the empty base as well.
Well, yeah, green's definitely, they got Twinkles. They're definitely trying to get some cheeky denials on the empty. And just like what that means is, it means that red has to commit 2 people to be safe about it, right? Obviously you could back your person by themselves to do it, but it's hard when
Shuriken's on. Taking 2 out in the process. Well done.
Massive base.
So that's a 3rd green base there. No, Peregrine picks up the empty blue. Yeah, so that's the 3rd green base there for the Archangels as well. So having, the full offset there, 3 greens, 2 reds out of their 5 bases there. Red is going to be where the action is going to be for the rest of the game. Oh, we got some greens on the inside there. Unfortunately, the green running into the exiting blue that they just tagged out.
Oh, good collision.
Bit of an unfortunate one there, but that's what happens when you're playing finals laser tag.
That's right.
Peregrine one-shot denied there on green. That's a big one as well. And Can's picking up that. The last of the empty blue bases. So blue base is done for the rest of the game now. So with green having gone off 3 times, all to the blues, 3 times to the blues, and red having only gone off 3 times, with 2 to the blues and 1 to the reds. With villains on red.
That was interesting.
Oh, 2-shot deny. Oh my god.
Phaser shot?
No, the
green came in the back.
Green came in the back door, and there was a blue up in the middle there that just missed watching that back door there as they came in. But having the green come in at the red base to deny a blue,
that's frustrating.
Other attacking team, yeah. And Twinkle's 1-shot denied there by Jellyhawk at red as well. Yeah, there was no chance on that one there. Just Twinkles thought he was open. Popped the one risky in, just tagged out straight away.
It's looking good for Vikings. And they still have their red game left.
Yep.
Goddamn.
6k up at the moment. Magma really need to pull their finger out at the moment as Twinkles picks up a red there. Only getting better and better as time goes on for the Vikings. Yeah.
Yeah, even if like the Magma was able to like pull like a win, it wouldn't have been by enough for it to have mattered to overcome that 12k difference from the first game.
Shame, but not unexpected.
Yeah, this is looking like their final placings for the whole thing, I reckon, as well.
That is the results of the first game. Mirror the second game pretty similarly. So Vikings 47k.
Oh, they
seven
got a
bases.
12k lead again. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's it. That's
Bro.
it.
That's yeah.
Not going to be easy deficit to make up.
No, outside of something like very strange happening, I don't think Vikings can really lose this finals.
Mm-hmm.
And then Archangels, what's the gap between Magma and Archangels like? Is that significant as well? Or I know that Archangels, they had a rough first
that
one.
was 3.5. It was about 5 in the first, I think 19 to 24,
Right.
something like that.
Yeah, if Archangels have a big game, they could potentially take that second spot. But
yeah, so let's say it's about 9k difference at the moment. You know, it's doable.
Vikings, yeah, taking another one, huh? I feel like them losing, like dropping that one game to Magma was probably like a massive relief for them. You know, there's this element of yeah, like if you're undefeated in something, that like I feel like the pressure and the nerves you put on yourself to try and keep that undefeated record is can sometimes be your undoing. Like I see it in other sports that I follow, it happens like all the time. And you'll hear the teams and players like they talk about it and they're like relieved that they have like a 1 on their like in the loss column, because now they like, I don't know, it's one of those things where like, I don't know, your ego I guess a bit gets in the way and stuff, and you try and cling on to that undefeated record. And yeah, no, I think it's probably a good thing they dropped that one game.
Yep. Yeah, like I was saying, going into finals last time, like I was wanting Vikings to lose. Like it's I always want the underdog to win something. But I was still backing them while they were on the undefeated streak, just to see if they could go undefeated for the entire time. Because why not, right?
Big flex.
Yeah. Because you got to do it, right? If you're going to be able to do it, then you got to do it. And you know, it's not often that a team is able to go fully undefeated.
I mean, I can't remember the last time it happened. I feel like One Up maybe went undefeated at one of the Bendigo pre-nuts. That's the last one I maybe remember, but I can't think of another time that happened.
I think 2016, Maroons in Brisbane. That's about the only other one I can think of.
Did they not drop a game?
I think it was some pre-nuts or something like that. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember.
I know they've had a couple, like we've had like perfect
Big.
round robins and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Snake confirms they did not go undefeated. Okay, I'm crazy then.
What would he know?
What would he know?
He's a scientist.
Need proof.
That's it.
Yeah, no, it's a big flex.
But, you know, I mean, like, it's like full credit to the Vikings. Like, they're playing so well. They're playing so well together as well. And they're getting this opportunity to train together as a team against some of the best competition that they have. Like the other Hobart teams, like the Archangels, obviously here, in the finals, they're no slouches. Like they're able to do really well. Um, but just having the chance to train against these other teams like Team Magma,
Yeah.
it's just so important and, like one up as well. Like they're having these very strong teams coming in from interstate for this competition as well. Like it's not an opportunity you can give up too easily just to like dial it back and not win. Like it's
Yeah.
it's a weird thing to say. Um so yeah, that's good. Like it's hard to watch because it's a real rough one. When no one can do anything about it.
Uh,
Um but is what it is.
it is what it is.
Mhm.
Man, Prius 3 is going to be very crazy, I reckon. I wonder how many
It's
teams we're going to get.
gonna be wild. Going to be wild.
Very keen. Wax, are you going to be making an appearance at Pre-Nuts 3 or just at Nutsmart?
Very keen to lose.
Very keen to lose. Yeah, right. Pre-Nuts 3, wicked. Is like Catalyst going or are you going on a mixed team or something?
Catalorcas are back. And then
Everyone.
we'll have a orca list. Orcalist?
Orcalist. Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
do.
We'll just split Catalyst and Orcas across the two teams because that'll be that's great. That's exactly what you want to do is just have strong teams splitting up.
Mhm.
Just not get the training in.
So I've been saying the plans for all Queensland to be there. Mate, you guys would take up half of the
No.
bloody slots available for the thing.
Yeah. We need some kind of like cap system where only a certain number of teams from each region can come to a competition. Man,
Yeah.
imagine. Wild.
Man, imagine like so. It was only in the last few years that we've needed to even think about implementing a team cap
Mhm.
system for nationals. Now we're getting to the point where we need bloody systems for
Pre-nats.
pre-nats. That's mental.
That's it.
Oh my
Wild.
goodness.
Just
I mean,
wild.
it's a good problem to have, obviously.
Yeah.
How far we've come.
It's great. Like it's honestly a really great um uh it's good for the site and the business, but also the sport as well. Like the fact that we are so popular that we are at a stage where we actually have too many people wanting to come to our competitions
Yeah.
to compete. Like it's the best kind of problem to have.
On an unrelated topic, I don't know if
Mm,
you've seen, but Salsa has been the South Australian like
mm. Great name, by the way.
committee body. Yeah,
Mm,
it's a good one.
mm,
We've been streaming our qualifiers,
mm.
and the last qualifier we did, we had roaming cams.
Ooh.
So Harkrage whipped that one up. It's pretty simple. There's an app called Droid Cam.
Ah, yep, yep,
And you get that on your phone, and then you put it on your computer, and then you can like wirelessly stream your phone camera to
yep.
your computer. So yeah, we set up some kind of like a Wi-Fi extended thing in the arena, so that
Mhm.
there wasn't much cutting out of the audio and the video and stuff.
Yeah,
And then
nice.
yeah, just slapped it into OBS, and we had 2 roaming cams.
That's sick.
It was really cool. And one of the phones had a microphone on, so you could hear all the comms and stuff in the game. It was
Oh, that's fascinating.
yeah, it was wicked. I think the plan for we have one qualifier less in a couple weeks, is to have 3 roaming cams.
That's cool.
And we're thinking about potentially using some salsa money to get like phone gimbals, because
yeah.
one of the things was like, it's just people holding phones. So it was, a bit of shaky cam going on.
Not so great, yeah.
Not the smoothest movements and stuff. But
best
if put
quality.
it on a phone gimbal, it would look really clean. And it came up like really nice. Like any of the latest Android phones, the cameras in like low light are just insane. Yeah, maybe we'll be able to get something like that for nationals, because it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
I guess the hard bit is just getting like the phones to do it. But if people are willing to lend phones and stuff,
Yeah, I'm sure it's not a terribly difficult problem to solve, especially when you get that kind of thing. And especially when the players are not allowed to take devices into the arenas. So,
yeah,
no shortage of those kind of phones that
that's so true. Yeah. Refs probably like get to see most of the game, so you could like do like a chest mount or something on the refs as well, so they don't have to actively think about filming stuff. It's just like the camera seeing what they're saying. Who knows? Anyway, last game of the night. We got Vikings red, Magma blue, Archangels green. Vikings with a 24k total lead. Magma with around a 9k lead over Archangels. Gonna have to see some big bloody things. Vikings have already shot the entirety of the green team.
Cool. Good start.
They've already shot the entirety of the grey team 2 times over. My goodness.
I mean, that's an interesting play.
Just go to the team space and shoot them all multiple times. Looked like we saw Twinkles and CV out as well. Prenuts 1, it was a lot of run out initially. And I mean, we've seen a lot of that for this Prenuts as well. But this game, it was Twinkles and CV together. So I wonder if Runt's home, or if he's at the other base, or if he was like at the same base as them, just kind of like as a third, like sniping and field.
Yeah. Probably just like hanging out, like as a third attacker, but like by himself, sort of half out. Yeah. Like split off to go out towards the other base, just to either hassle the other attackers or just to be getting pack points while it's a bit quiet while his teammates are getting pack at the other base. Just a split where you're getting packs from, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like he was saying, the best way to get he reckons the best way to get field points in this arena is to be in the middle of the action at a base. And so they've got Runt at blue in the middle of the action, and they have like Twinkles and CV at green. And Runt's just decided to solo blue against at least a 3-man defense, if not more. That was very impressive.
Just classic. Just classic Runt things. Like, why not? If you're going to flex, might as well do it, game 3 of a grand final.
It's a good point, Valkyrie. We haven't seen Bread in any of these games for Magma, have we?
No, Bread is sick.
He was in chat today, wasn't he?
Yes. So he is said it was very unlikely that he would be playing any games today at all, which unfortunately seems to have been the case. But
man, that's the
I hope
worst.
you're feeling better.
At least if you get sick at nationals, like you're there for like 2 weeks ish. So you got time to get better, and you can get back into it. When you get sick, like for a pre-nats, you just don't get to play at all. That's very rough.
Sucks. Yeah, I was sick for the back half of a nats once. It's good that I was able to play at least some of it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it was the back half of it. Yeah. Yeah, bad times, but it's always nice to at least make the trip.
Yeah, I get to see everyone at the very least.
Yeah.
So far, Archangel is kind of keeping up relatively with Magma field points, and Vikings are just a little bit ahead, like 3k. Will he still get a trophy?
Yeah. Ooh, easy points. Yeah, of course. He'll get a trophy. He's on the team. He's registered. Of course, anyone registered who's played a game and the team's part of the team.
Easy Points looked so defeated walking out of that red base. Poor thing.
Aw.
I feel it. I feel it in my bones.
Yeah. It's a rough one. It's very much a rough one.
I'm laughing. I do feel bad, but
Yeah.
that was poor guy.
It's just the look on some of their faces, it's unfortunate, but
Mhm.
but again, like it's well done to these guys on making it to this stage as well.
100%.
And it's experience as well, and that's what a lot of teams are coming to this kind of a competition for as well, is just for the experience, just to play against these top teams and get this level of competition, which is so good. Like we don't get much of that outside of Nats and pre-Nats and these kind of strong comps.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's always good, even if you're not necessarily going to come away every game with a win. It's at least fun to fun to take part in it. It's good. Looking
100%.
forward to the next ones. be good.
100%. Yeah, and at the very least, even if Arcane just come out with this with a third, they're 3 above what they were predicted. So
Yeah.
that's happy days. Very nicely done. All right, what's going on? I feel like the game slowed down a bit now.
Vikings got 2 bases, Runt and Karen, and Shock's got a base, and the red worm is going up, and
That
the
worm do be going.
blue and green one's pretty consistent. Like, I feel bad about not being able to give like too much insightful commentary on this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's just nothing that's really that interesting. Like, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Like, there's nothing that's like jumping out to me as a thing.
Yeah,
It's just steady.
it's rough when the only perspective that we have as the viewers is the cameras in the bases, and a lot of the time these games are entirely played and decided in like the middle, like in between the bases. So
And the only thing we can really comment on is that, yep, numbers are getting bigger.
the numbers,
That's it.
those numbers do be rising,
Mm.
and in some cases dropping.
Yeah, some more than others.
Sometimes maybe up, sometimes maybe down. Yeah, Vikings are like tearing off. They're going bunter.
That's it. Just smashing. Like, again, it's just comfortable, I
Yeah.
guess. Which unfortunate. Runt picking up his.
Oh,
Yep. Just chilling, waiting, trying to lure someone out for that.
bro, he just like ran through, shot like 3 people in the back, shot 2 people in the front, and then he's like, "Yeah, thanks, guys,
Yeah, sure.
peace."
That's it. I'd like this. Thanks for your 3,000 points. I'll be leaving now.
Right. We should all just channel our inner runt and rock up to 4 or 5 man defenses by ourselves and get the base.
Yeah. I mean, I do.
It's just
Do you
that
not?
simple.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard you are the best WA player, so I imagine you
Yeah.
do that in your sleep.
Yeah, like only in my sleep.
Right.
Yeah, not in
If
the
you do it
arena.
when you're awake, you like feel too bad.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't want to
Yeah,
like flex that hard. So you
yeah.
don't.
That's actually why I'm not at pre-nats too.
Right.
I didn't want to like win show up run.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
wanted to give
Don't
him,
want to steal his thunder, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I
And
understand.
I'll be sandbagging at pre-nats 3 as well.
Naturally.
Again, just undersell my ability, and then at actual nats as well.
Yeah.
It's the long game. with
And the
this.
foreseeable future.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm with you,
That's it.
brother.
Because why not?
Man. Oh,
Link picking up a
Big.
base.
big. Ooh, Runt really wanted that one.
Vikings woke up and chose violence. That's it.
What's that from?
Uh,
That's a quote from a TV show or something.
woke up and chose violence.
Uh,
I know it, but I don't know what it is.
yeah,
What is
that's gonna bother me. Jeez. If you're Archangels, are you thinking of just like going crazy right now? Like just you've got no bases. You probably know that you're not in contention for winning right now. Just like go ham and see what you can make happen.
That's it.
That was a good base by Gandhi. What's interesting is about this arena is it always looks like quite often, especially at green, I feel it looks like players are soloing the base, but I feel like what you're not seeing is like the 2 or 3 field pointers set up on one side.
Yep. Yep.
Like especially
It
like
actually-
like Freedat's one that was super prevalent. Like the best way to get green bases as red was like almost your whole team is pushing towards red, and you just have like 2 or 3 field pointers and one person trying to get in the base, and it's
And
yeah.
they just need to like pick them up on one side there, just to make sure that they've got that, just take him out on one side, and then you get in. That's
A
it.
player that only has to watch one way while taking a base, if they don't make mistakes, should get it every time. Whereas
Mhm.
players that have to take bases watching both ways, outside of like a little bit of luck and chaos and popping off, they probably shouldn't get it.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Popping off,
popping off, Peregrine decided he wanted a base, and he's buggered off now.
it's nice to be in a position where you can just choose and just be like, oh yeah, you know what? It's 11 minutes into the third game of a grand final. I feel like a base.
I feel like a base. CV's feeling comfy right now. He just like waltzed into green base just now. He's chilling. Oh,
Hands is on.
chilling a little too hard, maybe.
Yeah,
Oi.
hands picking up a base.
Oi. Loves it. Tonight. That looked like a phaser shot from the front door.
As you do. Another one. CV shot out. Oh, shaking his head. Frustrated that he can't get that green base there. Cyrex picks up a green and Sega picks up a red base there. Well, the bases are definitely going off in the last couple of minutes there. They've woken up and chosen to get bases. They've just taken, 36 minutes of 3 1200 games that have taken 34 minutes to.
Too little, too late. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we need to wait for any official any official numbers. No amount of after games is going to change that. We've got Hobart Vikings taking out first place for Prenats 2. Team Magma with a convincing second, and Hobart Archangels, getting that third place. Very rough game for that in that last one.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Well, that is that, I guess. I guess we should probably hang around and wait for the official announcement. But it does look like the Vikings are going to come out like nearly 12K average score winners over Team Magma. Which, it's gonna be what it is. And then there's gonna be a similar amount, like an 8K, 7,500 point, something like that, difference between Magma and the Archangels. Which will be it, but we should hang around and
Yeah, well, I mean, Prenats won. The owner jumped on stream and did a little bit of an announcement thing and stuff.
Yeah. Well, chat, thank you for joining us as well. If you got any last minute questions We'll be here for a little bit longer as well, just to see what happens. But if you are going to pop off, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, thank you for yep.
Being here, keeping us
Uh,
company while we talk about some laser tag. Not going to do our full sign off, but we've been Drake and Holmes commentating as well. But it has been good as well.
It's been fun.
It has been fun.
Lots of quite a bit of FOMO. We
Mm.
definitely wish I was there, but
It's really nice that we get this opportunity to at least join in, be a part of
yeah,
it,
yeah,
even if we can't actually be there.
for sure.
So it's good.
Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, grab. Yep. They're talking. Yeah, I can hear them. Yep. Grab my glasses in the computer. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Thank you. We'll go with the formalities. First of all, before we announce the winners, thanks everyone for coming down to Hobart again for Pre-Nats 2. Another very successful competition, especially those that came Pre-Nats 1 as well. So you've backed it up nicely. We hope to see you all here at Pre-Nats 3, which we believe will be really big. And then Nationals, we'll all crowd you in here and look after you here for Nationals. So it's been fantastic. Another great couple of days of competition. And I've really enjoyed getting to see everyone again. And I hope you've had a great time in sunny Hobart now. And I can't guarantee that will continue on your next couple of trips south. But, yeah. You actually wouldn't know here in Zone 3. There's no external windows for all our online viewers. It's all internal here. You wouldn't have a clue what the weather's like outside once you come in here to Zone 3. But it's certainly warm and friendly in here at Zone 3. All right, so sadly, we should thank a few people before we announce the winners. Now, our event organisers, we had Simmy Bear, I saw organising the trips there, so thank you very much. And we had Mantis, Jacinta, working away there as well. Thank you, Jacinta. Yes. And Morrow as well. Well done, Morrow. Fantastic. We also we've got a power couple down here at Hobart, and that's Grace and Josh helping out as well. Beautifully, Zone 3 brought those two people together there, and that is, we had Mopar, he's on remote help actually, we dialed in a few times to get Mopar to help us out. The referees, thank you very much, especially during the finals, and overall event organisation from Runt as well, great stuff, Runt, and Twinkles. My friend Twinkles, I'm deputy principal at school, Guildford Young College, and Twinkles there's my IT man, and he'll be very important once we do Lord of the Rings and a few other things. We might tap into a few venues that we work at for that. Now, okay, the wooden spoon. I love this one. Cerebus, come on, collect your wooden spoon. Woo! So, the only way is up. Now, the actual three winners.
George has got one.
George. Oh, yes, on my phone. I've left my phone in here. Okay. The results. Let's go through the results, everyone. Pre-Nats 2, the grand finals. In the first game, Hobart Vikings, 36,675. Team Magma, 24,201. Hobart Archangels, 19,472. Game 2, Hobart Vikings, 47,927. Team Magma, 35,125. And Hobart Archangels, 31,525. Game 3, Hobart Vikings, 42,044. Team Magma, 32,315, and the Hobart Archangels 17,471. I'm very pleased to announce in third position with a score of an average of 22,823 is our very own Hobart Archangels. Come up and grab your trophies. There we go. Magnificent. Fantastic. We've got 6. Yes. Everyone's a winner here. Well done. I must say it's great to have 2 Hobart teams on the podium, and so third, well done to Hobart Archangels. Very excited to see you come third. Terrific to see. In second place, on an average score of 30,547, is Team Magna. Well done, guys. Thanks for coming down again. Brilliant. Well done. That leaves the winner, of course. The winner, of course, already won Pre-Nats 1. They've won Pre-Nats 2. And that, of course, is the Hobart Vikings with an average score of 42,215. Come up, Hobart Vikings. There we go. Fantastic. Just to finish up, thanks everyone. Thanks again for coming down. Safe travels back if you're travelling interstate. We really look forward to seeing you at Pre-Nats 3 and then the big one, the National Champs. So thanks again everyone, and goodbye to our online viewers as well. Thank you. Woo.